Dokla, kind of the same question for you. FlyQuest series would have been nice to win that one.
Big
but what went
dogs!
wrong, and how do you fix it for this week?
We threw game one, just give it to them.
That was disgusting, yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty disgusting. Yeah. I mean, game one, just throw that away, and then game two was a bit better, but then we're kind of dizzy on the map, so I think we just need to lock in.
Dude, they need to do something with this.
This is also the
focus
lower
the work.
bracket of the LCS playoffs.
Battle the lows.
Loser season is over. Winner still has a chance for Worlds. Talk to me a little bit about the importance going into today.
There's just so much more at stake here than Worlds chat. Did you hear that if Dignitas wins the LCS, the password to all the lobbies of LCS will be changed to Dig season? While if Energy wins, no one cares. You understand it, right, Jet?
Well, okay. What's on the line for Energy? I hear what you're saying.
It's about it's just
Battle of the lows.
I mean, that's just what it is. So
I don't think either of these teams care.
realistically, there's not much on the line, but we'll just see who can tough it out.
Wait,
Yeah.
why do they act? I'm so confused. What's happening? Why are they acting like
last
this?
year.
Yeah.
You've gone to Worlds so many times.
If they're out, their season's done. By the way, they don't go to Worlds. Their season's done. Why are they not? Why are they acting like it's not a big
How do
deal?
you get back to the heights that you were there at last year in the past?
Why is
Honestly,
everybody
like,
acting like it's not a
really,
big deal? I'm
really
so
good.
confused.
Like last year in
I
C9,
feel like I
the
missed
guys
so
were, like,
much last week.
Probably at the lowest I've ever been in my whole career. Besides like that one time in TSM. We'll talk about those times. But like in Dignitas, I'm actually really, really good. Obviously last week, after we got stumped by 100 Thieves, we were like, okay, we lost to 100 Thieves. We should not lose to 100 Thieves. And then we were like, having one of those, sit down with each other. Guys, what just happened? And then we talked it out and we had a good week of scrims, so I think we got it sorted.
Okay, very final question, Dokle. Defending summer champion. How do you get back there?
We win.
You don't.
We win a couple of best of fives in a row, and that's how we get back.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining me, guys. I know it's a big series coming up. Let's get into the games.
Oh no!
Does that change your opinion on the series today?
They're trying to be like,
Maybe.
We already submitted our predictions.
I kind of
but-
flip-flop my prediction based on vibes.
Yeah.
Where's the confidence, Dokes? Where's Big Dokes at?
He's yours.
I don't know, bro.
Where's the energy?
Okay.
Let me change it.
Question. Who's coming to the Dig season?
So that interview
Why
was
not
like
say better
before the
answers
game,
in the
so maybe they
interview
weren't like
than
locked
Douglas
in.
did?
Yeah.
I didn't care.
I'm letting you now. They'll update this graphic. Who wants to hop over?
If
not doing it.
If I'm basing it on last week's performance, then I stand by my prediction.
Really?
I'm staying on this rickety boat.
So I'll say this. I feel like whoever wins game one, just based on
Was Dig
how,
really
like,
that bad?
vibes based these two teams have been, like mentally, I feel like that is the team that's winning.
Are you
So
switching?
if Dig win game one, then I flop.
Here's my counter.
I love Big Dokes. Pal Fox is a
Oh my
bum.
God.
I say Dig
Yeah.
You're not
3-1.
No.
So-
I'll swap after game one if Dig wins.
I say
Doesn't count.
Dig
It
3-1.
I then
For
go
me.
on vibes.
Putting my
In defense of Dignitas
reputation
for me,
and my
I'm looking at more
challenger.
than just last week.
Don't forget, by the way.
I think if we just looked at one series of games, predicting law would be real simple.
Yeah.
You'd always
And
just
my
predict the team that looked
challenger-
better the week before, and that's not necessarily the case. I think they have a
How
higher
far are you
chance.
going back?
I'm
Challenger.
going back to the rest of the split. Maybe
Take
last
on the
time they
line.
played where Dignitas 2-0'd them.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
that's
would
like
say
3 weeks.
For my counter for the vibes one though, Dig vibes have been good all season.
Yeah.
And they keep losing anyway. So I'm not accepting.
Hello,
not
I'm
accepting
new.
The good
What's up?
vibes as the reason they're gonna win.
You know what? My confidence has been restored. The decent squid in chat said, yawn energy easy. So Dokla was yawning because Dignitas was too
Oh,
easy.
because he's so confident.
Right.
I'll
That's
take
why
that.
I predicted the 3-0.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm actually glad none of
The
you
constant-
swapped, because that means everybody else will be wrong. Let's get into
What?
game one.
The biggest summer blockbuster is coming back to the LCS for the first time in years. The drama, the action, the upsets, the unthinkable miracle runs. The quest to qualify for the LCS championship and a chance to prove yourself is in the world. There's not just a title on the
That
line.
constant orphan
This
cough
stage,
is really
you're
lifting
trying to
stream
punch
quality.
ticket to the
I love
greatest
it.
show that League of Legends has to offer. When you throw down this playoffs, will your team be stoked by the flames of
Funny.
battle or reduced to ashes falling through the rubble? It's all in. A high-stakes, no-holds-barred, turbulent, all-out brawl as teams fight back
Spelled her name wrong.
for one last chance at glory. Every match matters as LCS playoffs revisits an old favorite in the clash for the
It's
championship.
not setting you behind in the race. Honestly, a break's probably better. I was running it down.
Left to lose. So
No.
just you and the team across the road. Welcome back to the gauntlet.
Give you guys a cough. I'll start muting, okay? I'll hold this in my hand, and every time I'm about to cough,
I will not back down. If you hit me, I'll hit you back.
What season is it right now? Big season.
We're gonna 2-0 them very easily.
He kind of like stole my whole flow.
Big Z. Big Z, big day, baby. Wait. No, bro. I'm just adding a code stream at the end. This guy's a hate watcher.
Welcome back to the Summer 2024 LCS Playoffs. Today, the lower bracket kicks off with Energy and Dignitas. Two teams full of LCS champions are now fighting for their lives in the gauntlet. Can Energy make another miracle run?
I mean,
Or
I
is
like
this season
Dokla.
finally on
Tyler
the
Fox
way?
doesn't know what
It's
he's
time to
doing.
cast
I can't
aside the
support
mistakes
that
of the
team
past
if
and become
he's
the
on it.
master
I'm
of your
sorry.
own fate. The first round of the gauntlet starts right now. Hello and what's up, y'all? My name is Rafa. I'm joined on the casting desk by Azael and Jat. The first game between Energy and Dignitas is underway.
I'm excited to see what these teams are going to be bringing out. They've had some time to prepare.
Wait,
Their backs are
is this
against
on?
the
So
walls.
no Corky, right?
It's time to
That
see.
nerf?
It's put up or shut up. You know, what can you really get done?
Lower bracket always brings some interesting tweaks as well. Both of these teams are coming off pretty rough defeats. We had a lot of discussion on the lounge about the mid lane champion pool, and immediately we're seeing Dig getting rid of Azir, which is a little bit interesting since they are a team with Jensen. But I will say it's a nice from Palafox, and it means they have a different first pick in mind.
Do you think that they go first pick Orianna and just like
That's what I'm
just
thinking.
like full send it on
I think
like
they're
Jensen
I
mages
like watching
save
Corky,
us?
to be honest. I'll see you in an hour, bud.
I think they're going to pick an ADC and everyone's going to be disappointed. That's
Zeri.
what I think.
Please
don't say
I think
that.
it's going to be Tristana.
No.
Tristana or Corky for Jensen.
So they've banned Renekton.
I think he's on the ADC train.
I think they're trying to draw a Senna ban.
Nah,
and I think
Zeri.
if Lilia, if Senna's
I haven't
banned
played
in
in
first pick
Challenger
Lilia,
in
if
so
Senna's
long, I
up, they
kinda
should
forget
first
what
pick
the meta
Senna,
is.
Based on the power I see of the patch.
If they ban Senna on blue side, I'm going to be mighty disappointed.
Energy banned Senna every game last week, and Dig lost to Senna in their final game.
True.
The win rate on that champ is like out of control right now.
It's really, really strong for sure. It is a very, very powerful champion right now in bot lane. The one thing I will say is it does kind of
I
change
hate
how you
playing
have
with
to
Senna.
play
But I
because
play
you need
against
to
Senna, and I
find
think
things
she's
elsewhere.
broken, so yes.
You can obviously
Gotta move my
play you know,
camera.
those melee plus Senna lanes, which is generally what we see when we see it in pro. But Senna also does just work as a range support. You can play
I forgot
double
to-
range
sorry.
bot lanes. That I think is really, really powerful. I just don't know that we'll see it in the LCS because teams are so
Oh,
used
wait,
to playing around
something
these
terrible.
mid-lane
Just won't
corridors
play
and
Zeri
supports.
ever again after last week. I didn't see what happened.
We got it. Senna first pick for
Your
Dignitas.
memes will remain dreams as hell for now.
Well,
For
I,
now.
said I didn't say first pick. I said he's going to play Corky or Tristana.
Okay, that's sure. Fine.
Yeah.
Not first pick though.
No, not first pick. That's what I think. I mean, I hope that Jensen doesn't
Dukes
move back
is
towards
tired.
mages because he's had so much success with it. Obviously, the ADs really weren't working out for them, but they are still playing, being played a lot globally. They're very, very popular, so we'll have to see. Lilia already suggesting that we would get an AD mid here from Palafox. Of course, it's not guaranteed, but
Yeah, it's not.
highly probable.
But I am
MF.
happy to see Energy switching
And
in this
Leona's
direction.
still
They
open.
have the forbidden combo of Lilia sleep into bullet time, which won't interrupt the sleep.
Lilia is
even though
so
no one can ever
broken, this champ
successfully
never
pull it off.
loses.
But more importantly, the one game that Energy did win against FlyQuest last week was on Lilia. I think contracts actually look quite good on it.
Yep.
So I'm happy to see them going back to this powerful pick this early in the series.
Oh, we actually are getting double range bot
Oh my
lane,
god,
so
they're actually
nice.
doing it.
almost always
Okay,
in
I
LCS,
respect
it is
this,
just
Dick.
that, like,
Let's
fasting
go.
Senna with
Let's
a
go.
melee like a Scion or a Tom Kench or whatever. But this is what I'm talking about. It's a really strong laner. You can pair it with a Kalista. You can pair it with something like a Caitlyn or whatever. There's so many combos that it really does work well with. You don't have to limit yourself to a Tahm Kench. And this can play very lane dominant.
I like
and
this.
Also,
Spicing it up a bit. Okay, Dig. Reminder, I did say Dig 3-1.
In their face.
And this also tells me that Isles is going to be on Senna and
I
Zen
don't
is
know.
going to be on Kalista most likely.
Maybe
So
other
it
things
is
got weaker.
more a true Enchanter support Senna, which in terms of Isles just being on something that he's recently familiar with, I think works a lot better than trying to find that Nautilus Senna combo where you have to have the 80 carry warding and all that other stuff.
I mean, people really do have to think about it like an Enchanter when you're going the full AP build, especially if you're skipping Black Cleaver and you're just going Echoes into Moonstone and this type of build. You really deal very little damage, even if you have a tremendous amount of souls.
So they never wanted to play it at first.
Really is
they
more
better
like a
What is that?
Soraka
Dokla
than
played
an
Gnar.
ADC. You have poke, you have prod, but it's about the sustain. It's not about the damage. It's not like the lethality builds of old where, you know, if you had a good early game and you're getting plates and you're getting kills, you could actually pump out some real damage.
Yeah, I know. We've seen him lose every time.
But you will still have a capable early game since it is the double range bot lane you were talking about, and then you're going to transition into that oppressive feeling support that she is in the state of right now. We are in the second round of picks and bans. Corki already banned by Dignitas in the first or the second round. Energy trying to pinch now the jungle pool already with that Vi taken off the table.
Yeah, Vi getting taken off the table, Maokai as well, so trying to target Spica here a bit. They already have their jungler. It's 4 jungle bans thrown towards Spica. So really trying to limit what he can play here. A mage from Jensen would make a tremendous amount of sense now.
I would argue that's 5 jungle bans.
The Azir was banned out, but that's the only mage mid that has actually been banned.
They can go very standard very easily, even with all of these jungle bans. Because Sejuani or
I knew it.
Is still completely available. So it does dictate a little bit what Dig will go towards, but I don't think they get a massive amount of value out of that Maokai and Vi ban.
I mean, Rel is the obvious one, but people do sometimes go dealer's choice on this, where they'll go Rel or Nautilus or Alistar just kind of based on their own preference. Rel, I do think, is the best setup for that MF ulti. You can really lock people in place and snap them together with your ultimate.
I was speaking solo queue recently. Not recently, but a little bit ago.
Answer is
I think I flamed him. And I was like, this is why your career's dead.
From Jensen, I do think we could
but
just
was
get
I wrong?
Orianna.
Yes, I was wrong.
I imagine the Sejuani will be the final lock.
Called it.
If
I'm a
are
genius.
looking at what is easy gank setup assist to try and accelerate that bot lane, but it's going to be the Xin Zhao, so a little bit more aggressive skirmishing power is going to give Dignitas a better early game state.
And it also works better with the Ori, I think, than the Sejuani. You can just throw the ball in, you can dash in with the E after you hit the W.
Challenger,
and
guys,
really
don't
kind of
forget.
deliver that shockwave.
That's going to be a very powerful Xin because it's going to have the power of Senna as well as the power of Orianna behind it. So I definitely don't hate them going for a more bruiser-style jungler. If they go Sejuani, the comp would be relatively low on damage. So I'm actually a pretty big fan of Dig taking the learnings of last patch and moving it here.
You can also completely
Does
ignore the
Shifter still
MF
play?
ult with your own
Brother.
ult. You pop Aggressive Guard, and
When's the
that
last time you
becomes,
watched?
a non-issue. It's just so important for Spica to have a good game, and I think for Dignitas to
God
be playing
damn.
from a place of power, because
Shifter?
they don't really have any go button. Like, you know, yeah, sure, you can strap the ball into Zen, you can kind of walk at you, you can hope for some sort of Cassante flank, but there is no Ashe Arrow, there is no Sejuani ult, there is no Jarvan, there is no any real go button. And the same is not true over on the energy
Big
side, where they can
dopes
start
on
a fight
the
out
Jace.
very, very quickly with Huhi, with a Q flash from contracts. I think those types of plays are easier to start.
I don't know, this is
And
weird.
we also have to remember, with Dokla on the Poppy, there is that chance that you go in for the Audacious Charge and you
say
just get rejected by the
MF
Poppy
should
W, you
farm
get stunned up.
Senna
And that can make
Kalista.
it very difficult to actually deliver that shockwave
So,
where Jensen wants it to be.
I think
for Dignitas,
they try to swap out.
Compared to the drafts we saw last week against 100 Thieves, they're putting a
I'm sure
lot more
Igor.
priority on early game state. And I think that is something that is
forgot I got KFC
a
coming.
fair target of criticism for them. These guys are very experienced, and if they get to the mid and late game, they usually have a better time of figuring out what to do in those late game situations, but their early game was always such a huge liability. Now, investing more power into things like the Xin Zhao, the double range
I got
bot
Dick
lane,
for one.
maybe that is what sets up Dignitas for success against Energy.
I mean, I think we're going to know, where the game is heading pretty quickly early on in this one because, if you're playing double range bot lane and you're getting behind, if you're playing the Xin and you are getting behind, things are going to be problematic here for Dignitas. You want to see them getting aggressive.
All right.
You want to see them creating advantages.
You're
being the
betraying
first to
Big
show up to
Dokla?
these
It's- I'm
objectives,
not
utilizing the bot lane
betraying
prior
him.
to stack dragons,
It's just
or
that
get
after
first push
watching
and reset,
last
take
week,
those early
I think
grubs,
Palafox
but the Kalista
is
needs to be
ass.
playing
No offense.
from that
I'm
place
just
of
saying.
power if Dig is going to be
And I
successful in this
can't
one.
back the
Right.
team.
We head to the Rift for game 1 between Dignitas and Energy.
So my liking for
As we've
Dokla
already talked
doesn't
more about the
outweigh
Dignitas composition for the flip side of Energy. It's a wombo combo. Jack,
that.
you already alluded to it. The Lilting Lullaby, Bullet Time, already a powerful duo in itself. And with Isles, also, or no, I should say Huhi on the rel as well. I mean, now that we have Jensen back on Orianna, this is...
Listen, this is actually an incredibly small buff. It's a 0.05 AP ratio on the Q.
Wow.
But the significance of it is the fact
Wait, what
that it
the
was
fuck?
one of the most unchanged abilities in League of Legends history on Orianna. And for Jensen, this is the first
wow,
time
these
that
stats are
ability has
cool.
been buffed in his competitive history. So in that sense, he is playing a new champion.
And this is his
Oh, it's
best champion
Dokla.
historically. Like, he's
Poppy.
been so
I think
good
Poppy Top's
on
broken.
the Orianna
But
over
unfortunately, that
the
means we
years.
got Palafox
Even
Jace.
in
I will
drafts where he
money on it.
setup,
He can't play
always
it.
was able to find that angle to get the perfect shockwave. Has been so consistent. And I think this, if ever, gives you a reason to believe as a Dignitas fan, you know, because you can say, okay, we were losing just because he was on ADs. Now he's back on the tried and true. Let's see if he can find that success.
I think we're going to be getting a lane swap, and I don't know if Jensen knows about it at the moment, though. Because there's a Poppy in the bush.
Uh-oh. I mean, he's going to get slammed by Dokla, but there's no wall nearby, so he doesn't get hurt that much. But
I mean, his
Jensen
lane's
is
over.
going to take a lot of damage. No need to pop the
Both
flash,
pops.
but I wouldn't be surprised if he needs to take an early TP.
One of the possible benefits of initiating the swap is if your top laner gets that early move on mid, it can set the Jace up as an advantage. Now Isles moving into the
I mean, there
jungle
was
of
no
contracts.
way that they were going to let
Dokla
them
getting
play
a little bit of
that matchup.
value, at least, from that. We'll see what happens with this stacking wave and the Xin Zhao pathing top to bot.
Well, and this is actually really good if they can take away, you know, the camp
Did I
on
mess
the
up?
bottom side.
Is
'cause
Dig
this
that
their weak
bad?
side of the map where you just have that 1v2. So if Contracts can take all these camps, then go up and cover his top side, he's going to be feeling pretty good about that situation. And
Now we got
Sven obviously wanting to be playing, you know, this dominant
Then we got
2v2
lane
lane
swap.
with the double range, bullying out
Bottom
Huhi
tier
and
LCS
FBI
teams.
because the lane swap, that's being negated.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the early jungle pathing, Lilia is just going to be doing a normal full clear, and Speak is just going to do a normal full clear down. So if Dig hold this wave properly, it's going to be very difficult for Dokla to get levels. He's got half of his experience bar
I hate
towards
this
level
lane
2
swap.
now.
Yeah.
And Xin is skipping camps
He's
to
gonna
pressure
dive.
this dive early.
Yeah, the wave is already being stacked up, so this is the time for Spica to jump on the Dokla. He's still level 1. He doesn't have the extra
he
base
knows
stats
he's
from
coming,
level
he's
2,
running
and he's
forward.
already conceding the wave.
And
Yeah,
on the other side, Dokla's getting that whole wave because Lilia opted to full clear, so Licorice is in an amazing position here.
Yeah, Licorice is going to be able to get that. The trade-off is that Lilia is still farming and Spica is just sitting here. You know, he's not actually getting any camps. So it's that trade-off of, you know, how much experience advantage can you get? They're trying to keep Dokla away from the tower.
Oh, he snuck back in.
That was pretty
He's
nice.
dead.
Done. The question is he too low?
Can he get 2?
They're
He's
going to
dead.
try to juggle the turret aggro.
Oh.
One more auto attack. Ren for first blood to Sven.
Oh,
Dokla.
he was very close
Dokla
to hitting
down.
level 2 there. If
Dokla.
he gets that, he probably lives. Sven also took some turret shots, but that was the risk there by Dokla. It fails. Contracts, yes, he got to full clear, but Speak is still only going to be 2 camps
Dude, I
behind.
feel
This is a
bad for
very
Dokla
good lane
because
swap start
he
for
is
Dignitas, because the
perma
only
lane
advantage
swapping,
that
and I
Energy
think
would
he's
have had
actually
was
good
Dokla pressuring
1v1.
the mid lane early, but Jensen's already recovered.
Well, I mean, just look at the experience difference. That is really
Like, I think he's
the
actually
payoff
a
here. You know, the
decent
goal difference is
one-
not
like an
that
actual
big between,
1v1
you know,
good.
the junglers versus the top laners and whatnot. Dokla tried to
But
play
they
this
just
out pretty
lane
well,
swap
you know,
against
just
him
ease back
constantly.
through them
And
to
he
try to
can't-
get
he
in.
doesn't
Thought
play
was gonna
swaps
get
well.
two. If he got the level up, maybe he does live. Honestly, though, they could probably just reset and re-dive it. At the very least, you know, he did get a summoner off of his Ven. But the problem is this. You know, you level 2, and you look over here at Licorice, he's already level 4.
And lane swaps have been abandoned, so not a good start there
True.
for Dignitas. Dokla is...
He knew what was happening
Also,
in Champs
with the
League.
top-
That's
this is
why
the
he
strange
was
thing
like
to me about this
scam
swap
yawning.
is the top lane Poppy can be a counterpick to the top lane Cassante. We've seen this lane play out Poppy favored a lot of times, and it was also, going back to the draft, this is the first Poppy game of Dokla this split. It's Licorice who'd actually played the top lane Poppy 4 times.
Yeah, obviously they're willing to
My
sacrifice
Jesus.
that Poppy more because
XP
of
diff
the
is
2v2 bot. You know,
crazy.
that's
That
the big
CS diff is
concern is
crazy.
that MF would get slammed in this 2v2. If they pull off this dive, this is massive. Oh, he cleansed nothing.
She cleansed there.
Dodge the stun, and now Energy are in trouble. They have to bail with the teleport coming in from Jensen to
Jensen?
stop the dive from being persisted here. Who he is
Not
forced
bad.
to flash, so is FBI.
Oh, wow, he's
I don't think
flashing.
Energy
Oh!
They landed
will
it.
be fine, but the root lands, and FBI is in trouble. Dignitas are turning around every place.
I
by
picked
Energy.
Dig, baby!
Dignitas off to the races. Sven cleansed nothing, but that's because because the Q missed. So he was expecting the rel Q to land to have to cleanse it. Jensen is ready there with the teleport. Now with the 1 kill on the Orianna, this is the comfort zone for Dignitas because previously they've been a team that is very poor about creating their own advantages. But now that they have that 1,700 gold lead, 1 through their own dive and 2 from their own dive defense, they can kind of just slow play this out with their strong scaling.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the angle here because they had a stack wave on them. Sven actually was behind on farm, but the early route from Isles, the fact that he's playing Guardian, the fact that he got those additional healing in for Sven, and a very fast TP from Jensen. And then Isles here uses the move speed of the E.
I like the confidence to flash W.
Over the wall, gets the root on FBI. They grab that kill. Jensen's the one that actually does pick it up, so not much of a cost for him. Dropping that wave mid as well is really, really big for Dig. I mean, that was just a high-risk, high-reward type of play for Energy that did not pay off whatsoever.
It's because here at the Grubs,
Dokla's
for the first
down
rotation,
so much.
it looks like Contracts was able to yoink away
Bro,
the
I
first
noticed
one,
in lane swaps,
because of the powers
never
then
fall
coming
behind.
on over with
You're literally
Isles.
down that
Dignitas
entire
will force
level
Energy
the
away,
entire game.
and we'll pick up the
He's
other
almost
two.
down
I mean, this is
entire
now a map
levels,
state
and
where
it's just,
Dignitas have
the
full
whole game
control of whatever
will be like
objective
that.
they want to contest for.
They're actually reinitiating the swap. So part of this was to make sure they didn't give up 3 grubs to the jungler who was ahead. So they had 5 people in the area ready to contest those grubs. As soon as they take the grubs, they teleport Licorice down to the bot side. He's actually going to be able to force the teleport out from Dokla as well, maintain that 2-level lead, and get yet another plate most likely.
Yep, he'll be able to get that plate no problem, has the Demolish proc, has that level lead, and they're trying to push up here because Spica is in the area, so they don't want to allow FBI to get back to the tower. So FBI is going to be denied that full wave. Hui could try to play some shenanigans here and hold the wave outside the tower range, but then it becomes a waiting game. And eventually you will have to let it crash, and that's what he realizes because if
wait,
you
they're
take
actually
that for too
cooking, by the
long,
way.
then they just dive you, which is what they're going to try to do anyway.
Can FBI bail out his support in a 3v2? Who he's already taken a lot of damage.
Aftershock?
Spica is popping the ulti for pressing guard. Flashes away from the last turret shot.
I didn't even
now
reset
FBI
aggro
is
and
in the
dive.
tower.
Oh, he has barrier.
Do Dignitas have enough spells
He has
and
barrier.
HP to re-dive onto FBI?
I don't know. He has this is close.
They're going to go for it again. The
Wait,
AD
his,
carries
where's
are taking
barrier?
up the
Wait, his
turret.
barrier just got one shot.
Very clean by Dignitas.
That was so well
Dig is
done
cooking, by the way. They're
Dignitas,
playing this really
zoning off
clean.
FBI, then corralling Hui, forcing him into a situation where he could not defend. They juggle the aggro really expertly there. In Dignitas now, 3K gold lead. We're not even 8 minutes into the game. This is a stomp already.
Everything has gone the way of Dignitas. Contracts isn't even comfortable starting this Drake when Spica spent the last minute in the top side. He's slowly waddling his way towards his wolves. 4 CS advantage in the jungle. 3,000 gold lead for Dignitas. Again, re-swapping. They have just been 1 step ahead this entire time.
I mean, the items for the 80 carries just feel so depressing as well when you're looking over. You have a Vamp Scepter and a Cull. Like, you are going to be so far away from being strong. And Sven already has his tier 2 boots, already working towards that Blade of Rune King. You know, he is.
The Dragon's still in the map, so they got a shot.
They're going to be able to get first tower on bot side, pretty much guaranteed. I don't see any way that Dokla could actually defend that. And then they could even pick up the Dragon if Spica wants to go down there. Licorice is not going to be able to be shoved off by a Vamp Scepter only MF, so he's going to be able to pick up all that farm. Bad just goes to worse, it feels like, for Energy.
Yep, Energy immediately
did they
that
really?
top side.
Like, Energy chose to lane swap
I don't know if there
They
are
made that choice.
good wave states in the current game for them, though.
There's less bad ones, maybe?
Yeah, it can be less terrible. Which, you know, if you're 9 minutes in and every lane state is about bad and worse, it's not a good start.
No, I mean, mid lane's going fine. Palafox looking around the map. It's not looking pretty out there.
Now they're
Fire the coach, I said.
Maybe.
What are these, bro?
Is level 7, but
So
Isles
only
and Zen are
6
gonna
teams
respect
are in
the
next
pressure from
split?
Energy and not go for the turret quite yet.
Bro,
We have
I'm
full
talking
ward
too much during
coverage
coach
as
streams
well.
now. I
So
feel
they
my
bring
sickness
Poppy
spot.
down. That's
Look at
not
top.
a jungle Poppy. That's a top lane Poppy abandoning her post. So that's just the
Like,
top
my nose is
turret
starting to
going
get stuffy
down.
again, and my throat's starting to
at
hurt
the end
again.
Of the day, you're dropping 2+ waves to even attempt this play because Dokla had a TP bot. No one has a TP to go back towards top.
Maybe we'll just
So,
watch
yeah,
it quietly,
You prevent the
and I'll
first tower
just
goal from
react
going to Sven,
with
but
my
instead it just goes to
expressions.
Licorice, and you lost 2 waves in an already really rough game where you're already down a ton of experience. He's denying the entire wave before allowing that tower to go. So then they're just going to get that tower bot right after, and we know that Cassante can take over a game, so giving him the gold is also really scary.
And just a reminder for everyone at home, this is just the first round of the lower bracket. The winner of this will advance to the second
Be here
round,
tomorrow?
which will be next Saturday. And then we've got another couple matches in the upper bracket next weekend as well. The first brick is claimed by Dignitas. FBI already forced the flash away, and who he could be next if they get one more slow. Flashes away, but Sven is going to hop, jump,
I like
skip
their draft,
forward
honestly.
to help Isles
I
pick
guess
up
you
the
can't
kill
give
on
up Senna.
Hui.
Dignitas
It doesn't really play close.
absolutely steamrolling energy. This has to be one of the most one-sided 10 minutes and 30
Shockwave?
seconds
Okay.
of the split. Maybe even the most.
Wait, they're
If
down
anything was gonna
6,000
happen to bring it
gold
back,
at
it
11
would've been
minutes, by
Palafox
the way.
getting some type of kill on a Jensen here. That's avoided. It's 2 side lane turrets, both side lanes completely stomping. Mid lane has a kill, jungle's not behind, and they have all the objectives.
I would honestly love to hear from the stats team, like, what was the largest gold lead we have seen at 10 minutes? Because this is ridiculous. Like,
Yeah.
it is so rare to see a gold lead around 10 minutes into the game. So, yeah, it's going to be tough for Energy. I feel like at this point, you're almost already checked out on game number 1. You have to just start thinking about game number 2. You know, you continue looking for desperate plays. You continue looking for anytime you see, oh, we have a man advantage, you just pull the trigger, hope that it works out. But for Energy, they're going to need like 5 plays like that in a row to even have a chance of coming back.
They're going to get 4 grubs, but can they ever use them will be the question. I did get confirmation that it's the largest dig gold lead of the split at 8 minutes, which was 2.9K.
Okay.
We'll get that at 14 minutes as well if they keep expanding, because Spica is in.
He's going to charge into the fight, pops the pressing guard, and blocks a lot of the damage from range. Isles is able to pick up the first kill. Bullet time rips through, but Lycra is undeterred. Spica does fall, but it's a sacrificial lamb for the greater cause of Dignitas.
What'd I miss?
Yeah, it is a 1-for-1 at the end of the
Wait,
day.
what'd I miss?
The bullet time coming out from FBI got quite a bit of damage down, and then a nice shock blast from Palafox snipes one out to get the first kill on the board here. But at the end of the day, still, the HP advantage is in the hands of Dignitas. They do have the Senna healing them back up. They're going to push up mid and start taking even more plates. I mean, we're not 14 minutes in.
Yeah.
They are potentially looking at a full 15 plater.
That's 12 plates already, 12 minutes in, with the 2 side lanes being completely
What do you think
down. I will
Energy
say on
talked
that fight,
about?
Spica did go in a hair
Entire
early,
week.
probably felt extra
Brother, you had a
invincible,
week
but I
to
think
prep.
they didn't have the Senna ult.
Imagine
from the
having
previous
1
dive that
week
they'd executed. He
prep,
does
and in the
die
first
at
game,
the very end to
you're
a
down
Palafox
10
snipe. And I see
6,000
no
gold
reason
at
for
13
Dignitas
minutes.
to relent here.
Maybe that
Sven
guy
and
said
Isles
fire the
should
coaches,
just be
right?
camping this mid lane, taking little pokes every time they can.
I mean, everyone on Dignitas has a first item power spike. Everyone is so insanely strong. If you have any even numbers fight, it's winning. So Dignitas should always feel incentivized to just push the tempo and the advantage as much as they can.
Wait,
do not give
maybe that's why
Energy any
they were
room to breathe.
so
You can see Isles
nonchalant.
already 55 souls, so the range is going up. You're going to get more and more annoying with that. As we are seeing this engage one more time. You know, Hui finding that fight. They do get it on the Spica, and he gets slept up, and then the bullet time is able to help them pick it off.
Nice ult.
Yeah,
He's
Spica
gonna keep the
barely
channel
getting hit
FBI.
by that last snipe. If he would have actually turned tail completely, he would have been able to keep the team deathless, but that's not a huge loss for them. It is but 1 kill going over to the Jace, and it's really just about them holding control now. You can see Orianna push deep top, Cassante push deep mid, and as long as they keep wards throughout the jungle here, then the mid lane is extremely safe to just keep taking this turret down.
Oh, this was a record gold
But at
deficiency?
the end of the day, we will see if they're going to be able to do that. Echoes of Hylia is
I mean,
completed,
they
obviously, for
stalled
Isles,
his
as he
last
called
2
out
minutes.
Rafa, so he is going that more full Enchanter style build. You can see he's working on more AP after that, so not going to be going to the Black Cleaver like we saw last week.
Yeah.
Black Cleaver was more of a rush item in that game, but I think it was also because the Senna picked up a couple early kills and was just like, hey, I can buy this expensive item.
Yeah, I played a few games of this Senna. Also, the viewers probably have as well. I checked Lolalytics.
What
It's
rank?
the most played support champ in the game right now.
Yeah,
The
Senna-
healing Senna.
It is really strong. I mean, Senna is one of my most played supports for a lot of years.
What
And
rank?
I played this last time it was meta years ago with the kind of AP style build, and it was already pretty strong then. It's
Yeah.
just even way better
It's
now.
it's Soraka with the gun. Like you get, you get the bonus healing from the Dreammaker. The Echoes of Helia stack so synergistically. It is
Nice.
absurd feeling. Like none of the numbers themselves read super high, but you get to a point where your
Wait,
Q
that
is
was
healing
a
people
ha ha
when it
ha
feels like, and it's kind of your whole team. So if they get into team fights and they stay kind of grouped up with the Cassante and Xin being able to catch all of the Senna Qs, with this gold lead, they will be just unkillable frontline.
Yeah, I mean, you just put out so much in the way of saying, especially if you do get those pass-throughs. 800 is maybe like full stack, you know, Echoes, and you know, a lot of items. But it definitely can be a ton of healing. and the ulti shield scaled with that as well. So
Bro, seed it
very,
typed
very
is
powerful.
crazy.
And is something that is going to have to be. I wouldn't be surprised if it does get banned out later on in the series. But honestly, this game has not really been about the Senna. The Senna has been strong, but everything has gone wrong.
Yeah, and that is, I think, is the bigger picture for this game so far. When we were coming into the series, we had questions about who was going to be more coordinated, because the last time we saw them in last week against 100 Thieves and FlyQuest respectively, they both looked out of sync. But Dignitas have been so coordinated, and every punch that Energy has tried to throw, the counter's been that much greater.
And I think the worst part for Energy is they're the ones that wanted the swap, and they're the ones that failed the swap. This would be, to me, their last-ditch effort if they try any type of fight.
I mean, they've stabilized the gold for last
the smart play is actually to concede
5.5
and wait until your
minutes.
items are a little bit closer, but we have to see how they end up playing this out.
Yeah, I think it's just going to be a give, honestly. I mean, we'll find out. Someone's got to get up top to answer Licorice, who is pushing up there. No one heading up there just yet, so maybe Energy are going to try to force some sort of desperate play. Hui has a pretty good angle to maybe come in from behind, but Sven and Isles are playing towards the bottom side. They know that Hui could be on that top side. And Speak is looking for a potential wraparound, so they could get preempted on the play.
Yeah, FBI might be isolated under the tower here. Hui sends it on the Magnastorm, but everyone else is diving FBI under the tower. The tower is also gone, and here comes the collapse of the top laners, but the fight is already losing for Energy, so Dokla has to scram. Contract's doing everything he can to hold the line against the tier 2 tower defense, but the rest of Dignitas are not even concerned at all.
And everybody at full health. The gold difference was so huge in this fight. Poppy ult knocks back 2, so it's now even numbers.
And Contract is in trouble, still has flash, finally pops it, looks for the sleep onto Licorice, but this is a Kazante. Okay, it's enough damage. Energy are able to stop the siege for at least now.
Ice Licorice popped out.
Dignitas at almost 7,000 gold ahead against Energy with we're not even at the 20-minute mark yet, guys. Baron is not even on the table, and Dignitas are already sieging into the base.
Yeah, the Dignitas support their Isles, 2,317 gold at 14 difference between the supports. A record of this split. Not surprising, that is a pretty enormous amount of gold.
It's all plate and kill gold, basically, because it's definitely not from the CS. He gets a little bit from the souls of Senna.
Not even close.
More of a fun fact for how ridiculous this game has become.
I like the attempt here from Energy. Hui tries to go in, Sven flashes out, is going to be able to be okay from this spot. But Dig know if we are grouped, there's nothing they can do, right? So everyone from Dig comes in, collapses. They don't underestimate the play. They're not splitting off and trying to take top lane tower plus the dragon, all these different things at the same time.
Great screen. Nice
in an even fight, there's just really no chance for Energy. Only way to get a kill is someone like Licorice, diving under the inhibitor tower as he did and then getting CC'd up.
We're almost 18 minutes into the game. Energy are trying to fight back for vision control on this top side of the map before the Baron does spawn in the next couple of minutes.
Best of 5. Losers are done for the season.
The second dragon
Honestly,
of the game.
losers probably
Dignitas,
out
if they want to, they
of
can
LCS.
slow play this game out as their champion scale further and further into the game. But I mean, this looks almost impossible for Energy to come back from. It's only on Dignitas to throw this game at this point.
I'd put it at 99-1. So, I think this is honestly the time where Energy needs to preserve their mental as much as possible. They'll try and keep making
LS
plays,
has
maybe
good at
get a
APM in
few
league.
Nice looks.
And he's really high
not
rated.
necessarily expect to
Oh,
win
my
the fight.
KFC is here!
I kind of more
can't
just
say
want to
that.
discuss,
My food's here.
where Energy and Dig go from here throughout the rest of the series.
I mean, one thing I will say you can take away as a positive for Palafox is that he is playing well individually. And Palafox is a guy who has been having some struggles here, this split in the LCS. Traditionally, even when Energy were having bad games last year, he was their rock. He was the guy that was always performing. And he's been pretty vocal about how he's disappointed with his own play, about how things have been looking. So getting Palafox, back to that level in this mid lane matchup is going to be really, really good. But on the other side, Jensen, back on Orianna, back on Comfort, also playing well, is going to make that job even tougher for Palafox.
Wait,
and the mid lane matchup even in this game was pretty interesting to me because
this lane swap was a disaster. Why do we orchestrate
things they had massive success with in the past? When Palafox made his run through summer playoffs, as there's some contesting of this red buff, he was the master of the Jace Tristana matchup. He'd win both sides of it. So finding windows where he can play those champions, where he found his most success on, I think would be something to build off of throughout the series, because it does also feel like Energy is kind of throwing things at the wall and seeing what sticks. Like, the Jace is good, but the Poppy is a huge miss. The lane swap is a huge miss.
I mean,
not having center priority figured out in the right way from last week to this week, and then letting Dig first pick it away, also a miss.
I think the real
this is all coaching.
Is it
it's actually all
a
coaching.
failure of idea? Or
The
is it a
game plan
failure
was
of
up. That's
execution? 'Cause
coaching.
to me, it's more of a failure of execution. I don't think that there's anything
No, Faven, I
inherently
don't.
wrong with doing the lane swap or inherently wrong
Sometimes.
with the draft.
Sure.
But the way that they executed on it, obviously everything went really, really bad. Their bot laner, Dokla, who was in the bot laner.
This is like a bit unacceptable to come out and like draft this bad,
getting pushed off at all.
Lane swap this bad,
in
and like
these kind of
perform this bad
situations.
after
Generally,
a
that
1
alone
week
is
prep.
enough to sometimes end a game. Where they execute the dive and you fail yours. And in this situation, it went even worse because they tried this 3-man dive. They got TP'd on. Not only did they fail the dive, they got killed. So it's really, really tough in those situations to have a kind of unemotional read on what the problem was in a game like this where everything failed.
Yeah. Because like you said, it's not like Dignitas initiated all of those moves in the early game. There were counter punches to things that Energy did not execute cleanly.
The counter punches were unfortunately to their own face in this game.
They missed the target and punched themselves.
The uppercut straight to yourself.
Jensen is forced to flash away. Maybe we'll see this advantage from Palafox, but now it's double teleports from both teams. The healing from Isles Global Ultimate gives Jensen a big shield. Palafox and FBI now have the man advantage against Licorice, and he oversteps his boundaries. Energy are able to pick up one, and Jensen is now cut off. He's going to look for the teleport. Can they get in range? Dokla has flash if he sees it. Flash wall slam! And stops Jensen in his tracks.
Okay, that's a mental victory.
They can't do Baron at all, ever.
Just go
no
with
way.
it. No, there's no reason not to at this point. You are so far down. Just YOLO it on the Baron, hope that you can get a kill, hope that you can make something happen here. They committed so much to that play, though. It is going to be tough.
They're going to try. It's not
5v3, both soul laners are dead. Neither of them have TP. This is actually a window back.
Let's see if Sven, Isles, and Spica can hold themselves against Energy. They have a massive gold advantage, but it's a 5-on-3.
Sleeping
Sleep on the Isles. He could be the first target, but they turn right onto Spica. Eliminate the jungler. Eliminate the spike contest from the side of Dignitas. Sven and Isles are still alive. 2v5 at the moment, but they keep their range, and it might be enough that Energy no longer can take the Baron.
Yeah, smartly played there by Isles and Sven. Isles is being so annoying here. Almost has 100 souls, by the way. So that's why the range is getting ridiculous. Yes, they did have a good turn on a Spica. Yes, they did get that kill, and it is a bit of a swing for Energy. But because Isles and Sven don't also die, the mid laner, the top laner are respawning. They can't actually get to it. This is a good play initiated by Palafox. Again, he really was the lone positive force in the early game here. And again, here's him making action happen.
Yeah, and the big thing that actually wins this is the fact that the Lilia and the Rel beat the rest of Dignitas up here for the eventual support. Jensen should have been just the lone death there, but because Dig thought they were so far ahead, they end up leaving the door a little bit open. That is a big mistake, actually, for Dignitas. Could have been a lot worse if we think about the Baron actually going over, if the objective bounty could have been converted. But as of now, it's still very heavily in the favor of Dig. That was a pretty big window, though.
Yeah, because it's like what you guys said about 10-15 minutes ago. I mean, Energy would have to get
my prediction is Dig 3-1
winning fights in a row to shore up the gold deficit that they have against Dignitas right now.
Yeah, I mean, Palafox, though, still deathless. Contract's deathless as well. Palafox, helping to make that play happen. Was big, so they haven't given up in this one just yet, but Dignitas is moving themselves to Soul Point, which is going to be difficult. When you're behind and they get Mountain Soul, it always feels that much harder. I love the Dignitas face emote, by the way. That is fantastic.
That is an S-tier emote right there. Well, we'll see if Dignitas can maintain their form and not look like that again in the next coming fights.
Soul Point is what, 4 minutes?
A little bit of confidence boost knowing that Dignitas is not completely immortal and they can punish some of these mistakes that Dignitas make when they're overextending on the side lanes here. No teleports from the solo laners of Dignitas for a few more, at least under a minute.
And at the very least, Energy does have
vision around there.
They have the ability to try to look for outplays in the side lanes with Palafox. They have the ability to maybe find that perfect snap engage from Huhi, find that multi-man sleep from Contracts, eject multiple people from a fight from Dokla and turn it into a 5v2 or a 5v3. These are the kind of things when you get this behind that you really have to hope for. Of course, if Dignitas, spreads properly and plays properly, it's not really going to be possible for this kind of a deficit. But it is getting closer and they are becoming more competitive.
MF combo.
This is a big caveat. But if you ignored the first 12 minutes, the last 12 minutes have been fine for Energy.
That's true. It's just a shame that Energy is missing an arm and a leg from the first 12 minutes.
This
It
is
does
true.
make it harder.
This is true. It makes these effective 12 minutes not as effective. They are making Dignitas earn it from a spot where it felt like the game was going to be free.
Yeah.
Which is actually
they're-
something they
I
should
think
be
they're
able to
probably
mentally
bad.
build off of if they go to the next game.
That's kind of the beauty and the curse of MOBAs, right? Is that, you know, if you have a bad early game, the opponents get stronger, so it just gets harder and harder and harder. So, you know,
Guys,
a
can we
good
talk
play
about the
later
game?
that
I'll
would,
give you
at
a quick
parity, win you the
review
game,
after.
does not do so,
Stop
right? You know,
asking.
that's the challenge, is that the
Soraka
early
with
game
the gun.
can really make things incredibly difficult for you.
Yeah. The fact that Energy are finding some of these windows, like you said, Jad,
Bro,
that's the mental
LCS
confidence
channel's
that you need to
popping.
try and
Peep
maintain
all the
going
new
forward
subs
into
on the top right.
such a long series like this one, where it is a best of 5, no longer the best of 3 from the regular season. And now Dignitas are going to try to start this Baron up.
There was a TP ping behind Jensen, but then they moved
That is
that
so
control ward, so it's not a flank they're going to be going for. They will see that this Baron has been
Not gonna
started,
do it.
though.
There's just no reason to flip this, though, for Dignitas. I mean, surely they're going to try to turn. Maybe Licorice all out over the wall.
Once the ultimate
Contracts
out.
have been many situations
Oh
where
my
he
God.
steals it, but Suika secures the Baron.
I mean, it was possible.
I thought that Contracts might have had it, but now the jungler for
I mean,
Energy
I can't believe
is
they
gone.
50-50
It's a
it.
5-on-4 in the map for Dignitas.
I mean, that was an absolute burger flip. Yeah, there was the Calista to help you. you
Oh,
time
yeah,
that.
I
How
forgot
many
all about
times have
Calista.
we seen that
I mean, it was
fail
still
over the years?
doable.
I'm really surprised they committed to it. I thought, if anything, maybe Licorice was going to flash over the wall and then all out to push Contracts further away and secure it in that way. But letting Contracts into the pit is one of maybe the only ways Energy could hope to come back. So Dig, definitely risky. It does work out for them, though. And now with the Baron buff and a
Where's
massive
Jungle
gold lead, they're
LCS?
going to knock
He's stealing
down
that Baron?
all of these
Okay,
outer
but you
towers.
understand that
They're
he's
going to extend this
one
gold lead.
I mean, law
gazillion
of
times
averages.
better
If
than
there's
you.
enough Dig Barons, eventually you're going to have a Dig season Baron. So they're just like figured that this one was going to be fine.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I agree with you. What are they doing? They just let Contracts have a free chance at smiting it.
Yep.
And he's, aside from X-Smithy, stolen the most Barons of any player in LCS history.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, Licorice was playing to the wall, so maybe he thought he could like find an angle to like get vision on him and stop him before he could get the smite. But then they needed to stop damage on the Baron and let him come in, then all out him back over the wall. Like, there needed to be something there from Licorice for sure, and from Dig to be able to prevent that. But at the end of the day, it did not end up happening.
I
They're
heard
massively
G2
ahead,
burst
10K,
sweep.
looking for the last outer tower here now as they do
BD,
push
whatever.
in through this bot lane and look to
They
try
have
to put
bot
the
armor?
finishing touches on this game.
Sven, Jensen, and Isles currently pushing into the Tier 2 tower. Spica will join them. Licorice is joining from the other side
Like that
as he's
Luffy
actually
kid.
teleporting
Fucking
in.
plot armor.
Or Jensen, I should say, is now Dignitas. After the Tier 2 turret, they back off, wait for the next minion wave, while Energy tries to deal with Licorice, who's also pushing in through the mid lane.
Yeah, Licorice just played a really strong game after getting that early advantage. Hasn't let his experience advantage decline, which can be a trap that a lot of top laners fall into when they are very far ahead. They oftentimes will overgroup because it seems easy, but he's very strong at applying the side pressure, and he's actually just letting them break these turrets. This might be the look
That's
for
not
Energy.
a
Watch
goal.
who he...
Oh my.
Nice
Oh
flash,
wait,
though,
they
by
called
Jensen
for it,
to
but it was
dodge the
late.
wall
Oh boy.
slam of
He's
Dopa.
going for it anyway.
Wait,
The
this is.
massive madness
Imagine
the
that.
time is already used,
that
and there's no
out.
real
Oh my
damage to
god.
follow up. Contract is trying to get into the middle of all 4 members, but Licorice is now making the collapse. Big
Nah, you guys
shockwave
deserve
from
to lose.
Jensen, scatters Energy around, and Licorice here
That was
for
all
the cleanup.
desync.
He's got the
That
broom,
entire play was
and
all
he's
desync.
sweeping it all under the floor. A double kill for the top laner of Dignitas, and this game is finally over.
Dignitas clean up Energy, push on the Nexus, and they're going to take this first game in convincing fashion.
Absolute stomp from the Dignitas squad. There is not even a chance that Energy was going to come back. And Dignitas will move ahead 1-0 in the series.
Very strong opening game here.
Oh, I said for
for
one.
Dignitas. A recovery from their atrocious week they had last week against 100 Thieves. I would say, though, this game was all about the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Successful dives, successful
Dude,
dive defenses, the best early game we've seen from Dignitas all season. So all signs do point to Dignitas being the improved team from last week. We'll have to see what
But if they
Energy can
stole
do
that
to bounce
Baron,
back
the
in
game
game
stalled?
2.
Yes. But it's not a 50-50.
All right, well, for everyone else at home, single-day tickets are officially on sale for the LCS Championship
I'll be there,
at
guys.
the YouTube Theater in
Guys.
Los Angeles. Head on over to riot.com/LCS
I'll be at LCS Finals on
to claim your
Friday,
spot. With that,
Saturday,
we're gonna head on
Sunday.
over to the LCS Lounge to break Game 1 down.
The Friday before?
Welcome back, where we're still talking about
Friday
lane swaps
before?
and where I'm gonna flip my
I'll be
prediction
filming
after
Boo.
in Riot Games
I
Studio?
can't tell whether you guys are booing that or
Talking
or the
to the
lane
devs.
swap.
Both.
I'm gonna guess the lane swap.
I, for one.
All right. No, we're gonna start at a minute 30. This is the last time things are gonna look good for NRG, right? Because they're actually the ones calling
Friday
for this swap.
or Saturday?
Dokla come and
I'll have a
affect
meet and greet.
mid. I've talked about how important this is,
If
right?
you want
So
to
they
meet
pushed
Big
Jensen
Pumpkin
back.
Energy,
And then we're
Go
gonna
to the LCS
speed
finals.
ahead here to about 244, where we're looking at Spica, right? So he is on this rotation. He skips the camp spot side, sets up. Most importantly, Dokla is level 1 still, and Licorice is already level 2. So he's soaking up all this XP.
I'm
We've
good,
talked again about how important it is to try to get your top laner ahead.
missing
in
out
these
on a
situations
life-changing
as well.
experience, bro.
I want to reiterate, NRG were the ones that actually initiated this swap, right? Dokla is all the way back here, so he's getting zoned
Trash.
off of this entirely
did it.
almost. And then they are going to have a really easy setup to dive onto him. He comes back in, is not able to get the level 2 in time, ends up dying right here. So on the swap back, we're going to fast forward again to about 448 here. So we've swapped back now, and NRG are looking for a dive on bot side, right? Dignitas are able to TP Jensen in, respond to this completely, and then they get another kill, this time onto FBI. Now we're gonna go ahead to 6:30.
$1 million or dinner with TYLER1,
we're gonna
guys?
watch NRG's recalls across the board. So
Answer.
we're recalling up
Yeah,
here.
be truthful.
MF has recalled. So now NRG's bot lane are going topside. But look at what happens here, because not only while this is happening, so Dokla is still getting shoved in by
You guys are
Licorice,
haters.
and on this top side,
You don't
FBI
think
is all
I
the
can
way
give you
back
advice
here.
that's
They're
worth
going
more
to be
than $1
able
million?
to get 2 kills off of this entire thing. At this point, this is way out of NRG's control. And we had talked previously about how Dignitas have not responded as well to swaps.
Idiots.
This is probably the best I've seen them be able to actually respond to a lane swap, especially after last week, where I think 100 Thieves kind of beasted them in a lot of these situations,
True.
since they would make mistakes. So really tough look for NRG. And that's kind of where the game was decided, right? Because even with
Coach
the little
Cap, they
flub
prepped it well.
in the top lane where they did get that
Food review, it was great, actually. Oh, look.
did not look good for
Yummy yogurt.
I mean, this was absolutely
I can't
abysmal
taste anything,
from
actually.
NRG. So the best recommendation for them is delete this from your memory. Focus on game number 2. I mean, don't repeat the mistakes that you've made. So don't completely delete it.
I'll play that
but
later.
Do not focus on that at all. They have to recenter. There you
What, bro? No, I was saying. Listen. Oh.
It's only a game.
I can't taste anything at all because I've had so many cough drops. My tongue is burned, by the way.
Are you going to be asking the hard-hitting questions the community has been dying to hear, such as voice calms when, or are we asking on the surface no substance questions?
Why don't, before I go, talk to the devs,
It's only a game.
y'all come up with questions to ask them,
You have to be mad.
and I'll ask them.
Since you are finally meeting the LOL devs, are you going to be asking the hard-hitting questions the community has been dying to hear, such as voice?
Okay.
It's only a game. Why you have to be mad? Since you are finally meeting
Okay,
the LOL
man.
devs.
Oh, Coach is angry. What are you doing? If he goes top, you go bot. The race is not over. I'm taking a small 2.5-hour break. Okay? Calm.
Just watch if Jace moves this way, though.
Walk up, walk up, walk up. Hit tower, hit tower, hit tower, hit tower.
Poppy can be there.
Hit
Poppy
tower,
can be
hit
there.
tower.
I'm TPing, I'm TPing.
Hit tower, hit tower. Ulting? Yep.
I flashed out.
We win here, EM4. Low Poppy.
I ult still. I still have ulti, okay?
Yeah, low.
Keep going if you can.
Yeah, I'm nothing. I'm nothing.
He might get snared. He's snared.
It's all you guys.
Nothing. I have ulti if you walk.
Do I hero for the inhib or no? Is that too much?
No, I think
I think
just.
Oh, we just did it.
I don't care.
Let's back check.
Nice.
I might knock him up.
I'm on.
After team advice, say I don't care.
Q&5. Right now.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. Come on, you, Eric. Oh, I missed the hero.
Maybe look still.
No, it's nothing. I'm trolling.
But I think
I could maybe
Over TP, maybe?
I think I'm TPing.
Yeah, it looks good. Looks good.
Hitting Lilia.
Yeah.
Lilia has,
They have every spell.
What do they have?
Every spell. Double flash.
Yeah, I'm looking here. If you can reach. MF. Okay, I'm QW in one.
How did they play by Isles?
Nice.
take him. Nice.
Jace can come now, okay?
Jace will move down.
What the they're inting.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm basing top.
If you guys can swap, it's like pretty good too.
Oh yeah, I can swap right now.
Like legit. It's right here.
Next wave, maybe so.
Okay. Maybe if we go next wave, maybe it's not that great.
Jace might come
I
bot.
think it's still fine.
Jace could be a pedo. I mean,
It's fine. Just go lane. We're going one more.
We're not
so.
swapping.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm just far ahead of this guy.
Yeah.
Anyways, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Why did they bleep it?
Red Bull gives you wings.
Anyway, what I was saying was, my
Bro, what are you parking?
Serious.
my tongue.
Remote smart parking assist.
Burn.
You could have parked anywhere.
They could have parked there.
The way I'm saying what?
There.
Dude,
Wait,
why'd you put
what
your
happened?
rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got Gamer Rocker, Gamer Floaty, Gamer Couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer Bench, Gamer Throne, and Gamer Mower. What's
The
that?
comms again? Wait, did I miss
It's hard
something?
to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's right.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Guess I'm not locked in, bro. Ads, guys, I can't disable ads. I forgot. I was streaming today. Don't worry, I'll remove them for tomorrow. Any barbecue place, Carlos? Go back, listen to it. I kind of don't want to now. Yeah, you did. Yo, Valen, I didn't hear anything. Brother, I've been away. Dude, listen. Sorry, first time I've had food in a while. I'm feeling a little bit woozy. Brother, I have been sick and working 15 to 20 hours a day with 4 hours of sleep. I'm running on fumes. I can't understand shit. Okay? Where's Spoonful? Oh, wait.
I'll use that.
I think we dive.
Wait, 5 seconds. 5 seconds.
No.
Wait.
I'm taking one more.
Yeah.
Out.
Guys, you
Nice.
want to get out, right?
Yeah. I'm
Need
sorry.
fight?
Yeah.
I'm on Zen.
Yeah, the thought is on the right.
Hitting Zen.
Try to hit Zen. No ulti on Ori again.
Zen
Still has flash.
Didn't I flash?
Yeah, I'll flash out.
Since dead.
Nice.
Nice.
I'm TPing.
Hit out. Ulting.
Yep.
I
Sorry,
fought. We win here.
EM4. Low Poppy.
I have ulti still. I still have ulti, okay?
Yeah, low.
Keep going if you can.
Yeah, I'm nothing. I'm nothing.
He might get snared. He's snared.
It's all you guys.
Nothing.
I have ulti if you walk away. Ori flash? No, right?
Don't flash
Ori, no flash. Look for her.
I'm looking at Zen.
Zen.
Yeah, looking at
ADS, sir.
That's
it.
Thanks, Fabian. Let's keep it food related, bro.
Care out.
Okay?
Care out on the left. Round the left.
I have ult still ulting.
Yeah.
Big shield.
I'm coming behind.
Yeah, we can win. Hard raining. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm behind now. Look at me.
Yeah.
AD? I can shield you.
Which here?
It's just bank.
It's just bank, I think.
You change your ad settings like ads twice in the game. I can't do it without
Champ's
seeing.
really balanced. Champ is really balanced. We kind of fizzed them early, no?
Big Dokes is just vegan, no?
Yeah, I started the lane.
Whoa! What did you say?
This guy couldn't lane.
Big Dokes is what? Weak? Weakened? Oh, vegan. Big Dose is vegan? That true?
What's the bigger crime in ARAM? Being the person to end the game or taking exhaust?
Taking exhaust is highly illegal in ARAM. Not taking flash and snowball is just like, you're not even playing for fun at that point.
I think taking exhaust. You're not allowed to take exhaust. You have to take flash and the snowball. No matter what champion you're playing, guys.
Exhaust for sure is the bigger crime in ARAM.
Being the person to end the game, to be honest. Yeah, you're just cringe if you do that.
Definitely ending the game in ARAM is kind of like, it's kind of try hard. Especially when like everyone wants to keep playing and then someone just ends the game. It's definitely not one.
Ending the game when your team wanna play one more fight.
Taking exhaust.
Taking exhaust is a complete crime.
Oh, taking exhaust, of course. Winning is winning, but taking exhaust.
Inspired. We practicing, bro. Stop interviews. Honestly, who the f is playing ARAM?
Welcome back to the LCS, where we're going to see if NRG can kind of fight back against.
They've got it in them.
That was a pretty crushing loss. I actually don't necessarily think it was like draft dependent, right? I think more.
Not at all.
Especially on the lines that we've been talking
bro,
about NRG.
I wonder,
it was
does Riot
much more
give
about
out numbers on ARAM
I'd
players?
say 100% execution. They can not do that again, so let's get into it and see if they actually do make some draft changes as well, though. Cassante,
Like, I wonder if
number
there's
one,
more.
first draft
I
change
kind of
right
bet
there.
there's more ARAM players than ranked players.
He's pretty good.
They're like, we can't dive him.
Hard to dive a Cassante.
That was probably the toughest one, is that like, if you have both Senna and Kalista and a Xin Zhao, my god, is that puppy dying level 1? But Cassante, once he hits level 2 and he's full HP, they felt like it was really tough.
He's just sitting there.
He's just sitting there.
100%, yeah.
So,
I feel like it is.
That's a decent change. I'm interested in whether or not Senna's going to be let through again, because I didn't expect Senna to be even available for a first pick. A lot of the pro players going into this week had
Well, I see that what's the guy's called? Noah Lyles, the track guy.
Don't ban Senna on blue side.
He tweeted that, oh,
okay, the Seraphine instead.
I'm gonna go play League after this, whatever.
Which is interesting. I know that.
Then a couple days
Seraphine
later,
was
he
picked
tweeted himself in a
into,
ARAM.
like a Kalista,
Like, I think it's actually just like the
Renata,
casual
so maybe
thing.
they're expecting
That's
if
what
they're
I've been
gonna
telling
go
you.
to
I
a
don't think
draft
Riot
order,
actually wants
they're
like.
picking a Braum, they're picking
If Rank
Renata,
died,
so
I don't think
they
Riot would
want
actually care.
The Seraphine to be the response.
And we see Senna going down on Dig side. I wonder if NRG will go for something like an Ashe first pick. They've already done that a lot previously in the season, but then also.
See high elo ARAM?
I just think she's really strong.
High elo
Can fit
ARAM.
into a lot of different compositions.
Got high MMR if
nope,
you win.
Rumble.
Is it
Wow,
sweaty?
so they keep
Wait,
going
is
back
high
to the
MMR
Rumble again,
ARAM
even
like
though
people
they've
are trying their
lost
hardest
so many
to win?
games with Rumble for Dokla. They
Like
still
on
invest
comms
their
and
first
shit?
pick there, and then in the process, then you're giving up the Ashe plus the Azir pick that we keep talking about the buffs on this patch.
Yeah, and I like this from Dig a lot, right? You secure the Ashe, you secure Jensen's Azir.
Yes? My
Again,
God.
We talked
Wait,
about
unbelievably
how much
sweaty?
this patch
Why?
has changed, how much better
Wait,
specific
why are
units
there
are
people
in
sweating
Azir.
that hard on
I
ARAM?
was already seeing play, honestly, before the 14.
Wait,
16
that's
buff.
what the ARAM only
the
accounts.
response
No,
from
why are we
Alpha
playing
will be
Azir Corki, by the
Corki,
way?
so
And why is
the
Dokla back on
old
Rumble?
classic
Holy
Corki
fuck!
Azir.
How,
Straight
okay,
back to
I gotta
where
tell you, I'm
holy
not feeling
good.
inspired right
You know
now,
what?
guys.
Good. Get me back to the
Yeah,
challenge
Energy
faster.
Have done this exact
Corki,
opener
Azir,
many,
put
many,
me to
many,
bed,
many
bro.
times already.
How many times you gotta nerf it?
What changes do you need to see?
What would inspire
You're lucky
you?
I'm sick. I
In
go
the
harder.
waiting room, I threw out some kind of crazier options that are not frequently played right now, like the Galio, hard engage with Nocturne, with Camille, something like that.
True.
But I don't even need that much, even as something like I guess the Syndra buffs are really small, but stuff like that for Palafox.
Well, I'm disregarding that. We gave you a Jhin. So how do you feel about
we
that?
got Jhin plus Corki plus Rumble. So we need some more frontline for energy,
The
some
Skarner.
engage, somebody to keep them
No
in place
clue.
for this Rumble
Oh.
ultimate. If they actually want to get value out of it, Energy's win rate with Rumble is actually pretty abysmal as a team. Hey, we get the Skarner I talked about.
Dokla runs this matchup.
Is it going top or jungle?
Every single time Dokla
Licorice
beats
is
the
this like love
freak
affair
out of
with
Skarner.
So it
So
is
Dig should try and swap this
higher
game.
a top lane Skarner on Dignitas than any other team. I would say any other team in the freaking world right now. The other ones are more likely to play jungle, but Licorice himself, he really does have a lot of faith in his champ, even though
loses,
it's not
but he
the
wins
best
lane.
lane phase into Rumble. You just provide so much frontline utility for your team, and this is the recipe for Dignitas: is set yourselves up with a nice team
I'll
fight.
swap you,
Have
kid.
some really
I don't
sturdy,
want your ugly ass
front-to-back
baby.
options, and
A little
play to comfort.
ugly gremlin.
And I think it's also worth noting it was
Like one of those
against
ugly
NRG
dolls.
that
What are they
Licorice
called?
Played the Skarner, and that was pre the buffs on
Ugly
the
ass
match as
child.
well. The Xinjiao
Fuck
taken
that.
out
The
by
Leona needed to be
NRG.
banned.
Yeah,
Like, that
Leona, great setup for Jin.
Yeah, Jin doesn't have a lot of great pairings. Braum sounds like an awful pairing in general, even if it's double AD carry, and also you're going up against Azir to begin with. They're going to be the ones banning the Braum away from Dignitas' side. So now if you're NRG side and you're thinking about another, like a front line that could really do it for you,
Bans are out.
Rel could be the pick for how much.
I think
Ui
all
adds
pros
in,
go
performing
the
on the pick, and it does set up for
rapid fire
so
shift build.
expect that to be the option.
guys.
Yeah, especially with. I was gonna say, oh,
Probably
Maokai
way
would be
more
great
complicated.
setup, but no, it was-
Yo, bless you.
from Dig, which is
Oh
also
shit!
good.
Oh, is he
The
sick?
Vi is up.
Me too, bro.
And Spica is going to lock it in. So I really like what Dig are bringing out in this right side draft.
On a scale of hard engage to no engage, Dignitas are a 10 out of 10 for hardness.
Go fiddle. It's actually so good. Please go fiddle.
Honestly, looking at this draft,
That was a Raz huh? I can see the Raz
that was definitely a Raz huh.
I'm the same hemisphere when I see Dignitas' draft right now, personally. So, great draft from Dig. Sejuani is a good option when you wanted frontline from NRG.
Can't
Fourth
go
one,
anything.
like my heart is telling me Rel. I'm interested in what they're actually going to show us here.
Yeah, I do think just generally on the whole, historically, Sejuani has been a really good pick for contracts. Maybe he can play around some of these lanes with it.
I mean, so here's how I see it. Energy, they invest really early draft resources, this Rumble, into this top lane to be winning top lane.
Quiet down,
but
bro.
Are you
Calm
going
the
to
fuck
win
down.
the game through
Alright, he's
that?
actually going
Dignitas
bar.
are saying no. You are certainly not going to. Licorice has already shown that he can play Skarner pre-buffs, as you said, into Dokla and especially into the
Shots
Rumble.
on bar right now.
And lose
It's
it to
actually
CS top lane.
works in
and
pro
then they're
play.
going to
I can't
have
believe
Ash
that.
Arrow, Skarner
His
follow-up,
ult is
Vi
good.
engage as well. It's just, and you throw a Nautilus
I didn't
on
think a
top
lot
of
of
it. It's just
pros can play
comical
Bard, but I guess he's not that
how
hard.
many options they have. It's like Dignitas can throw out 2 of their ultimates, and they will still have plenty of hard engage to be able to force these team fights. So the only real question is, will they have the damage? And as long as Jensen has a decent lane phase, then they should. But that's the only real question.
Yeah, I think that is the big thing, right? It still comes down to execution, but I feel like Dig have a lot of answers to what NRG has locked in. We will see what the
Ash,
casters think as we get into game 2.
I like Dig, bro. Dig wins his.
Thank you so much, Emily. And listen, we saw the Dokla Rumble
Dig
first
wins
pick
this.
lock-in, and Jat has some things to say.
They locked in
It
Palafox Corky.
They are
Jensen on
tripling,
Azir.
quadrupling. I don't know what the word
top
for
matchup
7
could be
things in
a
a row
problem,
is
but
down on this
this
Rumble.
will be 2-0
because
Dig.
there was a point in the season where Energy picked Rumble
You
5
like what?
games
I
in
said
a row
I like
and
Dig.
lost all of them. Then they did it again in
You
their elimination
weirdos.
game against FlyQuest and lost. It is Dokla's most played champion this split, and they are winless with it. And then in this series, they first pick it for top lane, give away priority picks in Azir and Ashe in mid and bot, which put those lanes at a disadvantage. They are so locked into making this Rumble work, and if it doesn't work, their season is going to be over.
Yep, and their coaching's terrible.
That is very
And it could
But-
work. It is a globally very high presence champion, 80% presence,
I agree.
65% win rate. It has not worked for them at all.
I know it's not. It's because of the lane. They don't play the lane swaps right. Dokla can play the champion, and he is useful, and he has won this matchup several times.
You know what?
But it's what happened to
Rumble. This went wrong and that went wrong. It's hard to know, but for whatever reason, it is not working at all for them. Has the Rumble on the match history for sure. We'll see if they can turn it around. because Dig also has, I think, a pretty tough comp
can't
to
talk
play
so
Rumble
much, I'm
into.
sorry. Let's just
There's
watch.
a tremendous amount of CC.
Yeah. Well, on the sidelines, we do have Raz with an interview with ThinkGuard.
What's up? That is right. I got ThinkGuard here. Just coming off of last game.
Just watch.
Just any assessment off the last game, large advantage Dignitas had with the lane swap, and also just any learnings you had from it.
I mean, I'm not sure. Against FlyQuest, we also kind of, our brains didn't really work game one either. So good news is against FlyQuest, we bounced back in one game too. So
What we do? We gonna try and lane swap?
We've done before. So it's unfortunate that in game one we never really got to play.
That's fair enough. And just looking at your composition now, we have both the Rumble and the Bard pickups. Really interesting one. And also, just kind of comment on what we're seeing right now just from your team, both Dokla and Contracts looking through mid.
Yeah, so the Bard is something that you can kind of play with these types of compositions because once you're showing Vi, you have a lot of hard engage, and Bard is very good at disrupting that type of follow-up. So a lot of teams do play Bard in these situations. It's going to come down to whether we can use our mobility and the fact that we have such long-range tools to really punish them, like between objectives and on mid waves.
I appreciate you. Thank you for that one.
I see.
I'll send it straight
I
to
learned
the
something.
casters. Thank you, guys.
So Bard is
ThinkGuard
delayed
dodged the other question
their
from Raz,
engage.
like, hey, what are
After
contracts
Vi
gonna do
presses
here?
R, you
So
can
the
R the
Bard
backline.
is,
I see.
looking
I learned
for
something.
disrupting the backline engage. To be fair, they were both questions asked in the same kind of turn of phrase. But for Dignitas,
Hit him with the double question.
yeah, tactfully only answer one of them.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, we saw what it was. It was just that leash from Dokla. I think they were unsure if it was
And
going to be a
people
lane
don't
swap
play
potentially,
Zach.
so he was kind of just sitting around mid lane so he can be moved.
I think
to
Zach's
lane.
good and broken. I think Zach's
and
broken.
Not being a lane swap, so he
But
just
he can
helped
get
leash
punished.
and then went right up.
He does
to
need to get his
top.
first clear
We'll
off.
see if he's going to be able to get any sort of an advantage up there. Palafox obviously having push on Jensen here early
I said
on.
Dokla
But
bodies this
Jensen,
matchup.
Again, going to be on
He
one
does
of
it
those mages,
consistently.
playing Comfort, is playing PTA this time, which is something that's getting mixed in. It just feels like on a lot of these champions, you can kind of just go random and click any of the damage runes, and it's fine.
Yeah. It's a bit of a dealer's choice. I will say the early game is already much better than it was in game one for Energy. Nobody's died yet. There's been no failed dives.
You're not wrong, but that's
I like
also
how
very
that's
mean.
the standard. No one has died yet.
On top of this, they actually have 3 lanes of Prio, which is allowing the Sejuani to invade Spica's Vi, and it looks like there was a smite fight over the blue buff that Contracts didn't get, but they still hold this Prio, so Contracts
has smite.
is going to try and steal this Wolf away, and maybe even a Vi as well.
Got the smite down on the Wolf camp. Contracts cannot disrespect Sejuani skirmishing, but Spica using that blast
Their bot
shield
lane can't
gets
move.
himself out alive.
Yeah, and that's the thing is
Ours
when
would
you
be
have
pissed.
Prio, even if they win the first smite fight on that defense, you just follow them to the next camp, right? And he still has his smite. So yes, he got the smite on that first camp. Contract
Bro,
just
my
holds
games
his
in the
smite,
Middle Eastern
pushes him
server
out
are
of his
so
own jungle. Maybe Spica could win that
I-
1v1 in an extended play.
I've
because once,
forgotten what
you know,
my
Sejuani uses
challenger
the upfront
games
damage, you
on
have
today
nothing,
look
but
like
it doesn't matter
compared
because Bard is coming.
to the games
because
I've been
FBI
playing
is coming.
recently.
It's never going to
Wait,
be that
they're-
fair fight.
And they've
The games I'm
already
playing recently are
warded
so
this bot
goofy, by the
crab
way.
while holding
You
Prio
guys don't
in
see
top
this, by the way?
and mid.
It's
So
crazy.
I don't know if Contracts is going to contest this since he does have all 3 camps bought to clear, but they have complete eyes on Spica now as he tries to secure this crab and only having what looks to be like 4 camps down.
Yeah, he'll have to then cross back towards bot, like just do the Gromp.
Through another ward.
You know, unless he tries to go top. And if he goes top, it's actually way worse for him because he's fully warded out. So Dokla should just be able to back off and waste even more
Come
of
on,
his
Big
time.
Doke. You know he's there.
Dokla knows that
Yeah.
he is here. If he dies to this, this is
inexcusable.
I mean, the Q lands onto Dokla. He's got help
They
with Huhi
played it. They
arriving,
played
and
it.
they turn the gank
done.
around.
They played it. They
throwing
baited
up the
it
white
perfectly.
flag emote, first blood.
Yeah, really well done. So he tries to bait it in. Huhi's making the roam up. So Dokla felt confident that he could survive the initial play. They had vision of it. They knew it was happening. Huhi makes the roam, has the summoner heal as well to help keep Dokla alive. Drops the little Coco there as well. They are able to get first blood. Unfortunately, it went to Huhi. That kind of sucks, but still nicely done.
And Contracts is here on the bottom side of the map, knowing that Sven and
Could've held
Miles would
his,
want to go for the 2v1 all-in
W or
on
whatever.
FBI. It's a trade of flashes for the jungler versus the AD carry.
Such a smooth early game so far from NRG, playing the Prio into the top
Like a
gank,
way
into the
different
cover
team.
bot lane, and just winning these small trades. Then,
That was close. He
Millimeters.
probably could have traded flashes for sure there with Jensen, because if you flash, Jensen basically has to flash that. If you get bound, you're dead.
Yep.
But elects not to do so. Was probably hoping that he could get the flash without having to commit his own.
Yeah.
But Huhi, nice and active on the map, and you just love
They
to
never
see
play around
when
Dokla,
teams
ever.
really understand, you know, where they're going to be
Gets
strong on the
kept
map, where
a
they're going to
lot,
be weak on the
and they,
map. Huhi goes top to cover, so then as you said,
Lane
Contract's
solves
going
them a
to go
lot.
bot
I
to
don't
actually
know.
cover there because that's where the natural counterplay will come in. So this is very well played here so far by Energy, and they're out to a 1,000 gold lead here, only 5 minutes in. So the shoe on the other foot for sure in this one.
And now we ask the question again. Since Dignitas had their best early game in Game 1 as a result of Energy mis-executing a lot of those moves in the early game, what does Dignitas do now when Energy is actually executing correctly?
And this has been one of the Achilles heels of Dignitas, is answering the question of who is the playmaker or who is supposed to create action on this team. I'd say compositionally, it's the CC that lands from the bottom lane, and they're the best lane to potentially play through. And then Spica, because he's been set behind, needs to hit level 6 before he can do
there's
anything.
Dokla
So it's a
Roam!
bit of a tricky
Dokla's here.
situation.
Oh my god, he's cooking!
On the bottom side of the map,
Bro!
with the equalizer, will burn Isles to a crisp. And
Wait,
Sven
he's
is forced
actually
off of the
1v9.
fight,
What the
bailing
fuck?
out FBI.
Dokla said, fuck
This
this.
is actually a really
We're winning.
surprising roam there from
Hop
Dokla.
on.
He just headed straight bot, used that prio top to run down here. It did get pretty dicey, but at the end of the day, they do get the kill, and they're going to be able to zone Sven off, because Sven used his barrier, used his flash. He cannot catch this wave
Top
whatsoever.
loses nothing.
So then Dokla just TP's back up towards top.
Yeah.
And Spica warded out, so won't
Really
be able
smart
to get
play,
anything.
even in
This is
solo queue,
really
you should
well
do that.
done here by Dokla. You know, doesn't
You
get
have
the
to
extra
TP
kill
up,
that maybe
level
he
6
would've
robot,
wanted,
like on Malphite, for
just
instance.
holds the TP,
Go
walks
make a
spot,
play,
uses that prio,
back top.
TP's back top after helping them get a kill, end of play, and denying some farm.
One step ahead this entire game. That was exactly the moment where Dig was going to try and make something happen, and Dokla, as you mentioned, loses almost nothing for that. So even though they're winless with the Rumble, he's making it work in this game.
Yeah, just look at where the wave is top, right? So this wave right here that he has set up top side, he's not really going to lose anything from it. You know, Licorice is TPing back towards top lane, so he knows there's not going to be any sort of an answer on this play. So that's why they're trading so heavily into these minions here, baiting them in. Then the equalizer gets dropped. Sven cannot walk through that. He is going to be able to get away. Unfortunately, the flash is committed. Can't actually tag him with that Electro Harpoon. Otherwise, it could have been another kill. But they get the barrier, they get the kill, they get the plate, they deny a full wave from Sven, and he loses maybe like 3 minions on the side because the wave was
actually big,
and had to be pushed out from Licorice. Then he TP's back to answer. So that's great
I haven't seen him
stuff
with his
from
shirt
Dokla
off.
on
Is he a
pick
big
that
guy?
has not been successful for them.
Now Contrax is here to further accelerate the lead for FBI and Huhi on the bottom side of the map, protecting them as they crash this big wave.
For a league player,
Contrax is
yes.
level 6.
Okay, it's
They're
like
going to take out the tower
second,
with the
good
Temper
Bartle.
Fate, so he can
Ooh,
go for
curved
an easy
it.
glacial prison onto the flashless Sven. FBI and Huhi
Barrier?
brute forcing their way
This is a
through
little bit
Isles,
slow.
and Sven is no longer in this
They have no
world.
prio.
And now Palafox is coming in to help the cause. 4-man dive onto one.
Not a bad
Isles
ult.
is going to try to install with that depth charge, but it will be all
Yeah,
for
nobody
naught
even
as
tried to-
Palafox picks up a kill as well.
Really good stuff
Wait, they're
here from
playing clean,
Energy.
man.
This is looking like a blowout the other way. It's not as extreme as last game was, but still good map movement, nice roams, good coordination.
No,
and
I mean, for, like,
handling of
league
the
players,
dive.
like,
Palafox even gets down there to help out. Yeah, he's going to lose
like,
a little bit. We'll see if Jensen can kind of keep him away from this wave, but it doesn't look like it.
Like,
It's actually kind of
who's
close.
big
Last game,
on
I think, was
T1?
2.9K
Big.
at 8-minute lead
Ooh,
for
got the cannon.
Dignitas. And now it's a 2,500 gold lead at
For a
9
gamer.
minutes.
Like, I'm
They
big.
still
I'm
will
like
need to
big, like
continue
real
to
life
execute,
big.
But in terms
But
of
who's the person?
fear
Is that owner?
of Energy being completely mental boomed after that game one, that's gone because they're coming out and everything's
Look at
going
him.
the way of
Look
Energy
at him.
here.
Well, Licorice is
He's in a
really
dicey
playing
situation.
a risky situation. The wave is in a bad spot. He needs to leave.
Yeah.
And he has no TP.
And look at the squad that's coming up here. So if he stays, he's
Ojo.
dead. If he leaves, he loses a full wave at least.
He's going to stop him. He won't be able to kill him, but he's going to delay the base even more. So that's going to be even more annoying. There's no TP available, so it's not even like Jensen can come up top to try to cover. Licorice can't come up top to try to cover. So they are trading turret plates down on the bot side. But Isles has left bot, so it is just going to be the Ashe
Problem
racing
is
against the
Douglas
three.
Rumble's
So
games
Energy
are
should
mid to
have
late
the edge up here on that
And
top side,
he
even though
performed
Jin
mid to
is
late.
absolutely awful at killing towers.
Unfortunate for them, but for Energy, they're going to get a lot of gold on their side through this top lane and continuing to play through Dokla's Rumble. The fact that their confidence in this pick has completely
rooting for?
unwavered
I got Dig winning
through
3-1.
all the
I
stats
like
that we've
Dokla.
seen throughout regular season and playoffs. Maybe this is what they've been seeing results in scrims.
Practice makes perfect, man. If at first you don't succeed,
lose is improved.
Try and try and try and try and try and try and try again.
There you go.
And it's going to eventually work for you.
Eventually it'll get there. Well, now what does Dignitas do? Because they still have the benefit of having a lot of go buttons on their side, so they can always force engages.
They're moving around the map
but they just need
way
to make
too
sure
fast.
that they're
The park's
picking the right
broken.
fights and not getting completely isolated. As
Yeah.
Licorice is going to skate through the wall, flash his Electro Harpoon, but that sets him up for an easy
Anti-synergy.
target of the Glacial Prison into the Tempered Fate. He's going to stall time with the Impale, but surely he goes down to the last bullet of FFBI.
That was honestly pretty well done from Licorice, trying to buy as much time as he could. I thought maybe he had a chance to get out when the Glacial Prison actually got Bard ulted, unfortunately.
Guys, I didn't give
but
up on the
still,
challenge. I'm
Energy
just
sent
taking a
enough
break
members
2
there.
hours.
One thing that is going to be working for his Fen is he's going to be getting solo gold on the bot side, so he'll likely be able to cash in on that turret down on bot lane. But FBI has picked up a couple early kills. The Jhin is getting very far ahead. And this game's starting to spiral here. You know, Dignitas just needs to slow down the pace of the game, try to play a little bit defensive, because they do still have so many pick tools and they have good scaling.
Yeah, it's going to be 6 scrubs as well, though. And the tricky thing here is I actually feel like Dig is trying to
If this
slow
goes
the game
5
down,
games,
but
like
that's
4 hours,
leaving these massive map gaps
I might
where
not be
Energy
playing
can just
more
camp
after.
4 people top lane and dive Licorice at will. It's because the Azir's not making aggressive plays, the Ashe Nautilus isn't applying pressure, and Energy is playing really well.
And I also say, just Hui and Contracts have been right place, right time, and Spica and Isles have not been there to cover, right? You know, they have not been responding to these plays, responding to these moves that are being made by their opponents, and it does feel like, as a result, Energy is often having that extra man. You can see a lot of the first item completions coming through there. We just saw the Shiv bot up, the Triforce is completed.
Yep.
We have the Zeke's purchased, so a lot of these items now completed all at the same time here for Energy, and they are spiking at a very good
he's
time.
CSing well. Gold lead should be
Next
more.
objective will not be for
And there's
the
those
four
bats
units
who's
on the
taking a
bottom
lot of
side the
damage.
map, but the Rift
What
Herald
many
is
grass
spawning in
proxy
under
has?
2 minutes.
That's the real
We're
question.
going to see how well Energy are able to swamp their lane assignments over to the top side of the map. Because at this point, you want to just strangle
Nautilus, how do you
Dignitas
match
out of
Bard this game?
You
You
don't
can't
wanna
match
give them
Bard.
way back in with that late game scaling.
When I used to play against Bard, I would go
from
Mobies.
Jensen's
Mobies
Azir,
are out
who,
of the game. You
you
can't
know,
match
despite
Bard, he's too
the side
fast.
lanes collapsing on both ends of the map, he is still remaining constant and steadfast. Jensen might be the target though. Tempered
Be
Fate
fine.
does land. Can he find the Cosmic Binding? He does flash it, but Contracts and FBI are also here. The Deadly Flourish lands. Here comes the Curtain Call. And I
that
was
was
going
a
to try
smart
to
try.
block it. And nice stun from downtown as FBI's Curtain Call is cut short.
The assault's coming from absolutely everywhere.
Trying to ult
Dignitas
Nautilus so
has
he can
to
auto
just
through.
defend for their lives here. They do not suffer a fatality in that engagement, just trying to make it until I'd say they can get 2 core items on everyone. The one thing that they can hold on to is the fact that they have 2 Drakes, so Energy wouldn't have a soul threat that soon, but they're threatening everything else.
Yeah, and I mean, Dignitas is just trying to overload that bot side to keep them away from the tower, because with 6 scrubs, it gets so difficult, and also that bot lane tier 1 is so low that Dignitas wants to pick up that gold, but
Jensen
Isles
doesn't
just
have
based,
flash.
and now Jensen is stuck out.
He tries to slink away, but cannot escape the Winter's Wrath.
now I know why they're all
Contracts picks
laughing.
up another kill.
Because they're both such terrible
Another
teams.
one going the way of Energy. You know, Isles was playing behind him, but either thought he was safe at that point or thought that Jensen was also going to be backing off Isles' bases. Jensen does not and ends up getting caught out for another kill. And now, you know, bad kind of going to worse here.
And what
Oh,
a
they
tale
showed
of 2
the stats
games. So
last
this is
week.
actually a stat that we had before the series. In terms of every Energy member, the highest correlation for winning or losing is actually whether or not who he is ahead or behind. When he's in a good state or when he's doing good things, everything does seem to click for Energy. This is last game was an extreme example where he was down 3,000 gold at the Senna.
Yeah.
This game, he is about 1,000 gold ahead of Isles, but I think it's more about the gold being a result of the plays that have been successful and how much that brings to the rest of Energy's team. So just watching
Put it on
Hui
Jensen,
and his
please
impact on
pass his
Bard,
speak. Bro,
this one is
I
really
low
completely
key
different than game
without
one.
watching
Yeah, I mean,
LCS
it's been
in
a
the
lot
last couple
about
of years, like
him on
100%.
range supports as well. That is helping
I
him
seen
get that gold lead,
Dignitas
and maybe
have
that's something that
Sven,
just works for them. The Bard this
Jensen,
game.
Spica,
You know,
Licorice, and I was
went
like,
back
wait a
was
minute.
looking at the games that he did have these gold
And
leads,
Isles
and a
used to
lot
be
of
on
it was
C9.
playing like
I was
Ashe
like,
and
wait,
playing
wait a
Senna
minute.
and playing
This
you know,
team is
double
gonna be
range
goated.
spot lanes and these
And
types
then
of
they
things.
started
where
playing,
they
and they were
could push
terrible,
could
and I was
create
like,
these
wait, it's been
advantages,
6
where I think
years.
he's more unlocked on the map, like we see this lane.
Wait,
Because now he's
they're
gonna
all
try to
like
threaten Licorice, who is forced
been
to
in
flash
LCS
again,
for like
but the Glacier
6
Prison
years.
locks him
They're not
down.
who they
The
were.
Tempered Fate
Yeah, Yeah,
He's going to make sure the turret
it's
does
just
not deter them
people
from
age,
getting
bro.
the kill
Not
on the
me,
top
but
side of the
people
map.
age.
This tier 2 turret was also
Not
going
everybody
to
stays
fall.
at the top forever,
And
except for
Dignitas on
me.
the other side of the map, they're trying to get whatever objectives they can.
Yeah, they do get
Let's
the
know,
tier
like,
1 finally, so
BM
Jensen grabs
to
that.
say,
He's pushing up
"Yo,
towards the tier
you're
2.
not as
Of
good as
course,
you used to
Corky's
be."
going to be able to get down there to answer, so Jensen won't really be able to threaten it, but now it is a 5,000 gold lead.
Obviously, he's not what he used
It's so weird. I'm going to make up a stat request that is very difficult to fulfill.
Yeah.
But in the same series, the total goal difference at 14 across game 1 and game 2, because basically
that is a weird stat.
Energy was down like 6,000 gold at
Last
14
in
in
the
last
race,
game.
yeah, but I'm getting
and now
grief
they're
that I'm
up
sick.
5,000
If
gold.
I
So
wasn't
that
sick, it'd be so
10,000
easy.
gold difference between game 1 and game 2, it's got to be some kind of record.
I mean, it is crazy. Sometimes you do have these series where it's a best of 5. It goes all 5 games, but all 5 games are stomps.
Yep.
You know, and it can be really back and forth, but in a weird way. And it's about, you know, who can kind of create the advantages, who can be able to snowball it from there.
Yeah, but like, what's more than a stomp? Because these have been absolute murders, like both of these 2 games.
True.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
At like 10 minutes, it seems like there's no doubt who's going to win both of these games, and they're different teams both times.
Yeah, now the trick is, Espika might be in trouble. Oh, he got interrupted on his Q thanks to the Arctic Assault from Contracts. He's forced to flash away. The Permafrost stuns him, but he's still out alive. And I want to continue that point, Jap, because at least in game 1, after
I have no idea
the murder
why.
occurred from Dignitas' side against NRG, then NRG got back up, and they're like, hey, we're going to try and see if we can create any plays after 20 minutes and see if we can get back in this game. There were a couple. It didn't win them the game, but they at least got the mental win that they were still being competitive despite being down that much gold. Can Dignitas do the same? I don't think so at this point, but Jensen managing to survive before he finally burns down to the equalizer. The tier 2 turret falls thanks to the Siege of Energy, and now the rest of Dignitas are just getting absolutely cooked by Dokla's Rumble, and the rest of Energy continue the onslaught. Nice Cosmic Binding locks Licorice down, and Energy don't lose a single man.
They have been so active this entire game, always pushing the pace against Dignitas. 8,000 gold now at 17 minutes, another completely one-sided fight.
Yeah, it's just showing, you know, it's all about the execution in this series. NRG does have a bounce back game, and I think critically, again, Palafox is having another solid performance, and he's looking strong. He really has been the most important part to a lot of this team's success. So seeing him have 2 back-to-back good games is really nice. And again, just aggressive play after aggressive play. They start the dive here. They're able to delay things a little bit with the Bardal onto Contract, shuts off the tower, resets the aggro onto him, which was quite nice. And then they just get in, and they're just slamming him over the head with the wallet. It is a gold diff at this point. You know, Sven is free firing, but he just doesn't really have enough in the tank to turn it around.
Yeah, you can see Sven hitting Palafox with several auto attacks there and really not seeming to do any damage, just the static shiv. So, at this point, Azael, I have no idea what's going to happen in this series. I had some.
Bloody hit me for like 100 autos and did like 500 damage somehow.
Like 100 autos.
Palafox is all chatty?
That's what it's looking like, man.
Yep.
When you get behind this ADC, it's like you have a pea shooter. That thing feels awful.
He doesn't even have Tabby or anything. He's just got Merc Treads.
He's got a Triforce. He's got some HP.
I don't know what to make of this series anymore.
Well, it's going to be
whoever
kind of
gets
a reset,
the early lead, yeah.
And I would also say Energy bounced back from getting super stomped in game 1 very, very well. The question is going to become, can Dignitas do the same in the next game, right? You know, how is their mental going to be doing? Because the expectation versus reality for this Dig roster was very, very far apart. I think a lot of people had faith in them, you know, all the way up until last week, really, where they got absolutely decimated in their series last week. And then people started saying, okay, well, maybe it's actually not going to come together. But they have so many veterans, so much success on this team.
Oh, what a combo! The Tempered Fate set up the rest of the Wombo from NRG right on top of Sven. No way that he was able to escape. Had both Flash and Barrier, but the sequencing was just marvelous from NRG.
Not even close.
Bro,
Big
how
dope,
are objective bounties not on?
Big dope.
That's
my
question.
Bombs on
You know
him.
what? I bet you it's Dragons. Yeah. Dragons play really heavily into it. So there are some weird games where, especially when it first came out, where you could be down a ton of gold and have multiple dragons.
I think blue side is so much better in pro play. It's all because of first pick.
So dragons are definitely valued
Pro
very
play
heavily
is kind of
as
like
far as
solved.
that is
Well,
concerned,
they
but
think it's solved.
they
It's
are
not
active
solved.
now
But
finally, but I mean, you're down 9K. You're going to need a lot of bounties.
Yeah. I mean, I'm just thinking about the way that Energy pulled this off. got Prio in all 3 lanes. Contracts did the early engage, and then they were so connected throughout the entire game. And I feel like that level of connection is the secret sauce that got them the Summer Split Championship last year and allowed them to beat G2 at Worlds and make it to quarterfinals. But that level of connection has been largely absent for the whole year.
Yeah.
So it almost felt like a fever dream, and you wonder if they could ever bring it back. And this is not proof that they can do it, but it's proof that it can still happen occasionally.
I always think back to the quote from Contracts in their VOD review content they did with
I forget what I
Energy
was saying,
towards the tail end of summer, and how they were kind of joking around with Contracts, like, oh, why do you always push this limit? And he's like, well, I always feel like the best players in the world are always going to push the line as far as we can. And if we ever are synced up on that, then we can be one of the best teams in the world. That is what allowed them to achieve international success against G2 in Worlds last year. And like you said, Jad, it's been unfortunately absent for a majority of the year, but if they can continue building upon that, then this series can be theirs to claim.
Yeah, and also, like, I need to go back to this Rumble pick because it is just so abnormal for a pro team during the regular season to have 5 games in a row on the same champion and then just keep picking it.
Would you say it is counter to logic?
It does actually. It's counter to your emotion. It's
like,
actually, no.
I play a loud games in a row.
So weirdly enough, it is very
games.
logical.
I'm like, oh, the champ's
Emotionally,
bad.
you can't
Stop
do
playing her.
Because usually,
in
you're
reality,
just like,
I'd won the 50
lose on this
more
pick
before
all
that.
the time.
Yeah,
but if you're
lose
actually, Rafa, to your point, talking
Sometimes
about
you
trying
lose
to be a
game.
top team, the top teams play Rumble.
Yep.
The top teams win with Rumble. You'd have to learn how to do this, otherwise you will fail. So maybe that's something that can explain why they just never stop picking this champion.
It's interesting you say that because I think that it's like, while it can be true that you sometimes do have to play the meta, we also have Impact, who's mostly just playing tanks all the time forever.
But he's won with Rumble.
But he's also the most successful LCS top laner ever.
Sure.
And it looks like Sven might be caught out again. It's the same
Brother,
story. Tempered Fate and the rest of the ensemble.
Guys, you
picks
have
out the
0
AD carry
kills.
once
This
again.
is a
Energy now
professional
have 5
game.
men to 4, and they can look to turn this into a
Double
Baron
minutes.
play as,
Bye.
Isles is next on the menu, and now it's 5-3. Surely this is a Baron play.
Looking like it.
Well, Dokla is going to stall for time, and the rest of Energy are going to see if they can collapse and bail out their top laner and preserve his perfect KDA. And just the threat of the collapse alone pushes both Spica and Licorice off, and now Licorice is in trouble. Energy
is this how it was
just
last
picking up kills
week?
one after another across the map, and I don't think Spica's going to have enough
That
time
one
to get out
series
with
I
the
didn't
recall.
watch. Did they do this bad?
Too fast.
Uzi's just going to stall some time here. Donates the kill over to FBI. Does take a little bit more time.
If I
but
would have known
Energy,
that,
they're playing
I
with
probably
their
would have
food at
changed my
this
vote.
point. They don't even need the dragon. They can now turn their attention towards the Baron.
Yeah, accelerating the dragon, accelerating the Baron take right now. I actually did think they would just take the dragon and then kind of slowly move towards the Baron, but knowing there's no smite steal right now, I think this is the smart play. They're just playing a great game.
Especially with how delayed the death was there for Spica. You know, he is going to be pretty desynced from the rest of the team. So they guarantee the Baron here pretty well. No one from Dignitas really even looking like they're going to take a peek
was less than
until it's
18 minutes
already
long,
going to
bro.
be
Wait,
gone.
what?
Energy now 11,000 gold ahead, 23 minutes in. This one is looking like another quick closeout. This could easily end during this Baron buff if they play it well.
I kind of think Dig is going to try and get this Chemdrake. They'll get aced and the game will end.
I think they are going to get it.
But will they get aced?
No. I think they'll get it in the walk
And the walkout, they are pretty There's a Bard tunnel, though, maybe.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Azir
Pick
just
it up,
builds things
Huhi.
pretty fast, but we'll see
Ult
if they
that
can get
Drake.
fast enough.
Ult it.
Well, yeah, they got the Drake.
All right. They don't even care. They're going to try to catch Sven again, and he dodges the Tempered Fate, and he flashes away from the Glacial Prison. This time, the combo is dodged out by Dignitas' AD carry, and they manage to escape back to the safety of their base.
The question is, though, now do you
Guys,
just
can
get
we
dove
stop
when the game
fighting
ends,
in
right?
the
Because
fucking
Sven has no
chat
flash
room,
now.
please?
It's pretty easy for them to
Just
look
shut
to
up and watch some high-quality
Spica is
legends.
not with them. Spica is going for one of these
Ah.
long-distance plays.
There's an arrow on the Dokla. He gets cleansed by the Mikhail's Crucible. Licorice is
Clink.
trying to separate the two AD carries with the suppress on the Impale. Spica is sending it into the backline, but the Equalizer is now going to separate the competition. Good shuffle from Jensen, but I don't think it's enough, y'all. Energy are still just cooking Dignitas
0
alive.
damage.
And the curtain call will find a couple more bullets. The fourth one doesn't hit, but Spica is blinking low on HP and doesn't have a way back to the fountain. He's getting corralled by both Palafox and Huhi. But then maybe he can look for at least one more kill. Energy, they're having fun with it. They do not get the quite unhittable perfect game with
course,
21-0.
21-1.
They do give over a kill, but you know what? Energy, they get stomped in the game 1. They're going to stomp them right back
this
in
is gonna be
game
a 5-game
2,
series.
and the series is tied 1-1.
21-1 is absolutely a destruction of Dignitas here in game number 2. 2 extremely one-sided games, 1 apiece for each team to kick this one off. And now the question is, can Dignitas bounce back in the same way that Energy did after the first one?
Just shake it off. Short memories, long careers, that's what these players have to have moving through the rest of this series. It's the next 2 or 3 that's going to decide whose season gets to continue, and it is literally anybody's game right now because of how disparate both of these 2 games were.
Yeah, with that, we're going to head on over to the LCS Lounge to break game 2 down.
Your eyes, big T?
Welcome to the movie theater! What kind of movie are we watching
hanging out.
though?
We're watching
Deadpool?
a movie of pushing lanes. No, it's way more boring than that.
Raz wants to watch Wolverine and Deadpool.
I have it on the brain. I want to watch it at some point.
Pull that thing up. We just keep seeing stuff.
We're gonna start up. Ooh, this is a great state right here, right?
Oh my God, 3 arrows.
Yeah,
I mean, it's a very smart play.
And we'll play it out.
I noticed something similar with all these arrows. They're all pointing into Dignitas territory.
Dignitas territory. Look at that. We love pushing lanes, as we're going to see. And here comes Contracts.
The energy invasion.
This is what allows him to
There's no bot price.
come in and just really harass Spica. This is great, honestly. This is just like, I kind of want to throw confetti like over the mini-map. Yeah. Like, woo, this is such a good lane state.
Whoa, Spica's hating his life.
Wow, this is awesome.
Yeah. So this is what sets up, right? Because we were talking about NRG's success with Rumble hasn't been great thus far, even when the pick has been incredibly strong. This game, we finally see them execute on this.
Let me tell you, playing League of Legends with
ping this
lanes is the best way to play League of Legends.
Yeah.
I love that way to play League of Legends. And Energy with this draft, yes, it is. The series has been about execution, but this draft was also really nicely done. Standard lanes, pushing lanes, and as we just highlighted there, you had the roaming Bard, so it wasn't even just contract ganks. With all your winning lanes, you get the freedom for Bard to go around and get some ganks off too.
Can we pause?
And then you get top laners going for ganks too.
Infinity
Dokla using his pushing lane to that Rumble.
I can't because it's being blocked. I
true.
feel like,
It's blocked on her
I'm
screen.
getting
Give him some confetti or something.
Yeah.
Or something,
Woo!
something
This
else.
is
All right, we got
something used to
Dig
see
into
Dokka do
Energy.
more often, right? Before
This is something we should see most winning top laners.
Yeah.
Your level 6 timer, go bottom on your teleport timer after you push your wave. And the key is you free yourself up to go for a gank. So we saw junglers going for invades. We saw support going for ganks, top laners going for
See,
ganks.
you
and
can
then
stay
you
up
just teleport
longer
back
when
to
you're
your top
playing
wave,
League.
because
that's
you were
something
winning
to your brain.
your lane
You just
and
keep
pushing in,
queuing
and
up,
it
queuing
affords
up,
you all
queuing
this
up.
freedom.
Your
And
brain
that's
forgets
why
it's tired.
playing with 3
When
pushing
I'm not
lanes
playing, oh my God, it's
just
like
feels
all
so
those
good.
days
And
I haven't
honestly,
slept.
this reminds me of Energy at their peak. You get a play from of course, like Bard to go top side. Dokla's coming down bot lane, making the play happen, TPing top. This is an active NRG. Sure, they had the tools to be able to do so, but they are working through it, and this was a spectacular game.
All right, Emily, you're not allowed to draw any more arrows. Now
Why?
you're allowed to
I
draw
love drawing
explosions
arrows. I'm
or
only allowed to draw
lightning
explosions.
bolts.
I have fire.
Okay,
Fireworks. You can draw fire here, because that man was on fire this game.
Nice,
Well,
his
I
first
feel like
performance
fire's
all
really
game. He
bad
felt like
for
all
me. I
chatting.
like the confetti.
Why are you all
We're back
chatting?
to the confetti.
Like you're the best
But yes,
player in the league, brother.
This was
You're fighting
kind
glass.
of crazy, and Dignitas
You guys
could not
took it
pause
seriously.
at any point. Every time they tried to defend a play from
Embarrassing
happening,
for
as
the
you can
region.
see here, they
You
were
told me I
shocked.
couldn't draw arrows. So.
Yeah, now we're drawing
I mean,
shots,
you're a
basically.
legit artist, though. So I was thinking you're gonna draw something else.
Also,
What,
all
like,
sleepwalking.
we're on fire
Sleepwalk.
here, right?
You see?
Like,
That's
yeah,
what-
yeah,
That's your
yeah.
sleep
I
diddy
like
walk.
that.
Anyway, I think the big thing for me is off of their pushing lanes, Contracts was able to get off that really good invade. They had good map control, and more importantly, when Dokla was able to get ahead, he contributing actively to plays. So yeah, now we've had 2 very
Just
one-sided
stressed out.
swaps. Where do we go next?
Game number 1, Energy lane swap, and they almost destroy
Wait, what do we-
themselves in multiple
Yes, so maybe Energy should have won that
Raz,
first
not
game
me.
with that stupid-ass lane swap.
I feel like
Can
you're
they
doing.
even see goats? They can't see that.
They better
So
see the goat.
Yeah.
you can't draw
They
when
can
we
see it.
take...
They can see him.
They can see him.
Is it
Okay.
actually fixed?
I think
Raz,
everyone
you're
can see
essentially
that.
Guys.
making like a Palafox, like one of those K-pop
Yes,
videos.
it's Palafox
fan
the goat.
cam?
Yeah,
Why would you
you're
have
making a
formed this
Palafox
narrative?
fan cam right
He is
now.
my goat.
So last weekend they couldn't see it. I need
changed it, man. We
everyone in
changed it.
chat. I need
I was
everyone
trying
in
to draw
chat
a
to
crown
assure
on the
me.
side, but he
Bro,
didn't.
we see it, man. Get past it.
I don't trust you. I
Are
don't
they talking
trust
to chat right
producers.
now?
I only trust chat. I'm chat are my only friends.
All right, the chat's on our side.
Raz was dirty in my couch.
Wait, do they read chat nowadays?
Emily's dirty in the couch now.
None of us have manners.
I only trust chat.
And honestly, taking
I'm
a
talking
look at
to me,
this
you're
series
breaking
for
my
me,
immersion.
Yes, you can kind of see the demeanor.
Breaking the
from
fourth wall,
Dignitas.
stop.
It's been a stomp from one side to the next. I think the draft's pretty important, and also just being able to recognize when you're getting kind of, because the Bard movement from top side, that was not expected whatsoever. So now they should be pretty aware of, hey, if bot lane's getting a base off, and Bard for sure is going to want to look for a roam like that, just be aware and alert and calling that out early.
Yeah, and same thing for top laners. You know, when Licorice is losing top lane to the Rumble, hey, Rumble is in base right now. Rumble has a roam timer too. Calling out roam timers in standard lanes is something that you need to do. In the lane swap,
LS draft was
they
so fun to
completely
watch,
demolished
dude.
Energy, but in the
Okay,
standard lanes,
we talked
Dignitas
about this
were
last coach
unable to
stream.
track
Bro.
any of the people with the pushing lane.
Low key, I
We'll
know
see
why
how
LS
Josh goes
was
in
off
game
C9.
three.
I
We're
won't
tied
say, but I
1-1.
know it.
Flip
There, I
flop
said what I
for
said.
nothing, but now I need
I
to
said what I
fix my
said.
dig prediction.
I know why. I'm not
Game
saying it.
3 is coming up.
Just to
on
create
the other
drama,
side of
I'm
the
saying
break.
that I know. But I will say this. What LS did is what I was talking about. There are 180 champions in the league, or whatever, right? There is no world where the same 10 are picked all the time. Like Corki and Tris Meta, there is a champion in League of Legends that can counter them. But the pros don't want to scrim it. They don't want to learn anything new. They just want to stick to what they know. So LS actually had people pick those champions, and it worked, right? Well, I would like LS had like the Soraka mid or whatever, and it worked. So I mean, bro, but no, the pros didn't want to end up playing Soraka. I'm an alpha male. I don't want to play Soraka mid or Soraka top. Look at me. I'm 95 pounds, soaking wet. I bench 35 pounds. Like, you know what I mean? Like, bro, drop the ego.
Rumble and I can
yeah, we can sneak.
try to
wolves.
sneak 2 little wolves. Not bad. I can play it.
I'm just saying, LS as a coach was not bad.
I'll be top here.
And I think
Yeah, it looks not bad.
that is what, especially in A.
Go back,
What if in like?
Nice job.
What if at Worlds,
really fine trade
instead
here.
of NA just going to Worlds 24/7?
Yeah. Fighting bot, Rumble's
Come
bot,
on.
Rumble's bot, Rumble's bot.
Rumble
Hit
bot.
bot, hit bot, hit bot, hit bot. Fire no flash.
Take the tower right now. Oh, I'm gonna ult him. Maybe. No.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Fine.
okay.
To go now.
Yeah.
You guys look like you have it.
Okay, so
Sabrina, okay, wait for it. Okay, I will W. I will W one tier.
3 and 2.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm tanking.
Yeah. I have
One
shield
more?
for you.
Yeah, that's it.
Nice guy. Yeah, he's alone, I think.
I'm on a ward.
No flash on
Oh,
this guy.
fine.
No flash on this guy.
Has ult?
No, yeah, has ult.
No flash.
No flash.
If you get what I was saying, I want to hear the calm.
Oh, stop this Q. Stop this Q. No Q.
Brennan's flash.
No flash. That's it. We can't go more.
I have ult in 8.
Hey, we can dive on this
Yeah,
tower.
yeah,
I
I
can
volt. I
ult
volt.
you.
Yeah,
I can ult you too.
I will start with R. Okay.
Okay.
Coming. If
Yeah.
they hit, I think we can look for
I'm
arrow.
I'm looking for arrow right now.
Yeah, you can look for scoop maybe.
Hey, just drawing you. He's in
I'm here.
Alright,
between.
fuck the
We
comps.
have
What
a
I was
really
saying
deep
was,
DB flank, so if they
I'm
keep going, I'm gonna look.
well, listen,
Outside,
They're
I think
going,
they're
they're going.
I can only hit
LS
side. I can only hit side.
I forget what I was
side.
saying. Something about LS
It's not
making
good out.
teams
Take
or
a
some
right.
bullshit.
Turns go.
LS had
turns
people
I
play
nothing.
champions that
Take out.
countered other
No,
shit
nothing.
or
Round.
something. I forget.
Side no flash. Corky flash.
I got stunned after.
Oh.
Let's
I
get
never
out after.
forget.
Yeah, can you guys?
Oh, Worlds!
Yeah.
Oh!
We should
Dragon,
base,
dragon.
Yeah, so what if
Yeah,
instead
help
of
me on dragon.
NA,
I think
like,
I'll base.
getting
You guys-
shit on at Worlds constantly, we
Ward here.
Watching mid, guys.
Yeah, watching.
Alright, timing one.
as a region
Nash,
Let's
Nash,
go back.
Nash.
Let's
came
go
up
Who's
with
our turn?
I
Who's
don't
our
take
turn?
damage
like
from it, so
the
just don't-
quirky
Yeah, our
Tristana
turret is
counters,
just, like, running
not
down
the
with
strong.
it.
Now I'm
Yeah,
just
look at
saying,
this, look at this.
Yeah,
like
let's
one of those
keep-
hidden champions, like
that's
Yorick
fine.
mid. You
That's fine.
know what I mean? Hold on, I'll be back.
Okay, is this a top laner?
Yes.
Is it range champ?
Yes.
Is it a AD champ?
No.
AP, sorry, AP, does it have mana?
Yes.
Is it a guy?
Yes. I think.
Is it Yordle?
Yeah.
Is it Teemo?
No.
Gnar?
No.
Kennen?
You asked if it had mana.
Oh shit. A Yordle with mana?
You played against that, maybe?
Poppy?
Oh, never mind.
Range champ?
Yeah.
Oh man. Someone help me out. Okay.
He's smart. He's smart. This is not a stop lane. Okay.
I'll give you a hint. It has a really long name, and it's a weird
really
one.
long name. Any help?
Smart.
Dude,
He's smart.
Heimerdinger.
Yeah.
There you go.
Idiot. Dokla, be better, bro.
Welcome back, y'all, to Game 3 between Dignitas and Energy. And I feel like if you saw that bumper from Palafox, he kind of trolled him saying it was
They're
top
playing
lane.
off minutes,
Because
how would they know
the
it's
last time
from
we saw
saying?
Heimerdinger in competitive play was like support.
That's true. I still think of it as a top laner, though. Maybe I'm into denial. Now I'm curious what the solo queue pick rates are.
True.
If it's actually played top most, because that's still where I see it the most in solo queue, but definitely in competitive. We have not just seen that champion really at all. There was like one player from the LJL, I want to say, who played it mid a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
And
Saros
then-
back in the day.
And then it's been played support, obviously, a bit over the years.
Guys, you're
but
ready to add some. Sorry, I can't
definitely
stop
a hard one to guess. We are going on to game number 3. It's 1-1 after 2 absolute slams, one way, then the other. And now we got to find out what Dig is going to go for. They're back to banning Azir on blue side. And if you remember game number 1, that's when they first picked Senna. So the question is, does Energy ban Senna on red, or are they willing to let that go through? And if they do ban it, are you then giving up something like the Orianna or whatever?
Yeah, Renekton Open as well. Currently, that is now banned by Dignitas. So they want to set up that Senna first pick again, and I think it is smartly banned by Energy. Something I want to track throughout the rest of the series, though, was that sneaky Seraphine ban that we saw in Game 2, which I think was probably a potential counter pick to Senna. So if, let's say, they carry this game with Lilia, which has now gone through the draft, and we get into this situation again, I could see that matchup coming into play around Game 4 or 5.
Go Rengar.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the priorities does lie. Ashe, obviously, still up and available, quite high prio. I'm just really interested to see, like, I'm kind of fixated on the mages
It's so hard to
because
stare at my screen.
Jensen, has really not been performing on these ADs. So I really do wonder, if Energy should have higher prio on things like the Ori with these here banned out, take away some of this comfort from Jensen, force him onto an AD pick, and kind of take him out of that comfort zone. Because he did look good in Game 1 and Game 2. He was solid. He was fine. The game wasn't really about him. Palafox, though, has been having back-to-back strong performances. He was kind of that lone shining light in game number 1 and had another good game in game number 2. So seeing him performing again, I think, really is nice for Energy, but they are going to go more the standard way. They grab the Ashe, which is super high prio, across the world, and they obviously have a lot of engage already with those first 2 picks.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you who I'm also happy about seeing perform really well is Big Dokes. I don't feel like we've seen an awesome game like that from Dokla in quite some time, but one of the things that was crucial for Energy's late success towards the end of summer playoffs was Dokla finally being able to usurp and beat out all the other stronger top laners during that summer 2023 split. And a lot of the faith in that Rumble pick was finally rewarded. Obviously, it is banned this game as they don't want to give it over to Licorice, but we're going to see, now that Cassandra is blinded, what kind of counter pick they can give
Cassandra
for Dokla.
Yeah, do they want to actually answer mid, or do they want to answer top? Vi to Leah, really nice combo. So is going to be the lock-in here. This is one of those hard engage combos. Vi goes in with the ulti, you flick them back, you can really punish people. It's great against champions with
so
dashes as well, with both Corki and Cassante have. So pretty solid answer here already. And Corki obviously on the other side, you know, they kind of needed that AD pairing they felt alongside the Lilia. So it is Jensen back on marksman, and we'll see how he's going to perform.
I will say Corki's the most traditional marksman though, so it's something that he would have been playing competitively for probably a decade at this point. Corki's ear is a phrase for a reason. It's because that was locked in the meta for several years.
In that phrase, though.
He's been the Corki enough. I'm gonna find his Corki stats. He's played a lot of Corki.
He's definitely played a lot more Corki than the other marksmen, but I still do feel it is more outside of his comfort zone compared to some of these other champions. Like, historically, Orianna, Azir, Syndra, LeBlanc, Cassio, Victor, Ryze, Talia, Twisted Fate, and then Corki.
10th or 11th most played, and not a good win rate, 45%.
Exactly. Like, that's, you know, compare how many Azir games does he have?
Oh, 75?
Yeah, exactly. So more than triple, right? This is kind of what I'm saying. Is
103 Orianna.
He's always been more on the other side of that. It's not that he never plays them. And over the last couple of years, he has been kind of forced to try to pick them up. He has been kind of trying to adapt to that, as we've been seeing more and more marksman mid. But has definitely made his paychecks on those mages. That is what he was always so successful for. And a lot of these guys on Dig have had legendary careers, and they're fighting to say that
I would want Energy to win like Dokla, but I have Dig winning
it's not all the successes of the past that we're riding off of that we can still perform here today. But it is a tough end of the split if Dignitas were to go out today. They definitely want to keep fighting, want to stay on in playoffs.
So return to the Poppy. It could potentially go to Huhi in support since it is flex. We have seen it in both top lane and support this split on other teams. Now Dignitas, what is their answer and what is their support pickup since both Leona and Nautilus are taken off the table?
I think pretty much for sure we're going to see the Poppy top just because you have Ashe and your last picking here. I do think that they are going to look for a range counter pick or some sort of 2v2 counter pick. Whatever he feels is best in this matchup.
Poppy,
Ashe's a really strong early laner.
You just
play
around
about it yourself. We're talking between games about the priority bot and how important that has been, especially in game number 2. So I think that's what they're going for here. The Poppy is just going to be one of those reaction picks, and then they will look towards whatever they feel is strong in lane.
I could see them just locking it in if they wanted to, but that's
Alistar is kind of the classic because it's so easy to deny the Rel engage. Rel Ws you just knock away, or you can even Q them and try to turn around the fight onto them. So that is a pretty standard answer. It makes it so that generally Rel has to start engages with flash, otherwise you're always going to be able to respond to that. So you have to look for the Q flash to start things out. Otherwise, you just always get interrupted. It is very, very difficult because it means that you're always on the back foot, whereas the Alistar can actually start out fights, can actually start out these engages.
It's a really good synergy with Talia as well. A lot of times with Talia comps, you're just trying to have as much CC as possible to line up the flicks on any of the 3 squishy members on Dignitas. So I understand why he did it, but I also do know when their bot lane smashes, they win a lot of their games. So I was really liking that Seraphine hover. Maybe we'll see that later on in the series.
Yeah, it will be interesting. Of course, if you go Seraphine, you could, maybe dominate that lane, but then you have a quite squishy comp here, which does make you, worried about potential Rel combos into the engages there from the MF. But it's going to be an interesting one because there is a lot of onus, I think, on Palafox moving around the map on being this person who's working well with the team. He's had a great series so far. He's on the Talia. If he can get pushed, he can move to those side lanes. There's great combos.
Apologies. I'm used to my house settings in that audio.
The main combo that he's looking for. But even towards the Poppy, you can ult up towards top lane behind the enemy top laner. Poppy can stun you into the wall. There's a lot of nice combos that he can work around with really everyone on the map.
And I think this is the new role that Palafox will be serving in this game. The first 2 games, win or loss, he was just farming it out and just trying to become a reliable carry that scaled later and later into the game. As you already called out, this time, we're going to see if Palafox can sync up with Contracts and Huhi early on into the game, which is what brought a lot of that success that Energy had the last time they were at the top of the table.
And there's going to be some early scouting going on here, just because we did see a lane swap in game 1. We probably thought we were going to see a lane swap in game 2. At least that's what Energy thought. So definitely some defensive lines.
See if they find it.
And with that, we do have Emily on the sideline with Mabry, so we're going to toss to them for the interview.
Hello, I'm here with Coach Mayberry as he watches his team's level 1. It's always fun to get coaches back here as you guys are watching. In terms of game 1, really, really great. Game 2, pretty tough loss. How did you regroup going into
us! Ha ha!
We didn't worry too much about the game 2. The game kind of just spiraled out of control from the early game. I think Rumble made a good play on bot side, and when they saw Spica on the top side ward, they had an easy dive, and after that, the game was hard to play. So we kind of just regrouped and went to blue side and talked about what we wanted to do for the next game.
And it looks like, I'm not necessarily going to call it, but it looks like we're at least scouting for a potential lane swap. One of the things that did impress me in game 1 was that you guys did seem a lot more comfortable in swapping, even when NRG initiated it. That was something that you really struggled with against 100 Thieves. So talk to me in terms of your prep for this week with lane swaps specifically.
Yeah, that was one of the big things we focused on too, like each person's individual role in the lane swap, and just kind of like looking at some of the pieces of lane swap that we were missing the previous week, and I think we improved a lot on that.
What did you think you were missing the most?
I don't want to spoil too much, but just like all I will say is like individual roles and what each person should be doing. Take like in the early game, yeah.
All right. Well, all the best. Thank you so much for taking the time, and we will get back to the game.
All right, coaches have to hate that.
Thank you so much, Emily. And as you were saying, Azael, during the interview, this is just like game 1 all over again.
Yeah, it's very reminiscent. Doku actually being really annoying here. And he has Spica low enough.
He's being so annoying.
Might not actually be able to stick around. He has to heal up. You know,
Dokla's had enough of this lane swap bullshit.
Would have loved to be able to get that camp, but Dokla does deny it. So he will be pushed back towards that top side. And yeah, very reminiscent. You know, Dokla against this level 1. You know, he was coming in game number 1, gets the charging, gets a chunk on Jensen, and put him behind.
And it looks like Licorice actually does have to abandon ship though because Dokla was able to get presence.
Does he see the TP? He's gonna come back. I mean, that ward actually makes such a difference. Oh my God.
Dokla greeting this TP a little bit. I think the ability to deny the Cassante would have been bigger. He gets experience himself.
There was a flash from
Probably didn't want to respawn behind like he did game 1.
We didn't actually get to see the start of that. I'm not sure if it was like a Q flash.
God, lane swaps are so stupid.
I would love to be able to rewatch that. You know, it's hard to blame that one on Dokla because they obviously didn't have eyes on where that ward was. So he TPs, he gets spotted. At the same time, he's getting the XP on the other side. The question is, can they dive him and make it game 1?
Yeah, Dokla, we know he has the slam, but he also took the steadfast pressing to try to block any
good flash. Good
dashes, but at least it's a trade back from Contracts as he takes a knockout punch to
But the problem is this game's over now.
Fox mid lane. Ooh.
Yeah, it looked like Spica should have been able to get out of range of the tower. I'm not sure if he got bumped back by the Contract's Q and couldn't flash in time, or if he actually stepped back and thought he was out of range of the tower already, but reacquired tower aggro there and does end up going down in a trade. So this one not nearly as bad as that game 1 situation for NRG where everything went right for Dig and the wheels kind of fell off very quick.
That flick almost catching Jensen just on the tail end of that Valkyrie, but he survives. He is in trouble though, and
really not resetting. We are greeting this.
If he needs his help catching this wave, but Huhi is also around to see if he can try and punish
Trusting our hands,
Huhi has no flash though, so it would be difficult.
You're my age,
Maybe there's
bro.
an angle to try to hex
I'm a young
behind
29
him and just W him in, but likely you will die if you do that. So it would be a pretty high risk. So Huhi just trying to see if they'll overextend. Like Files comes in to help him try to push us out.
Damn. Goodness. Jensen really does not want to recall on this amount of gold.
He wants to get this wave reset. He wants to get more gold in. Isles is around. Spica is around. But this is really dicey stuff. I mean, there's an angle where Palafox could even look for a flash play himself.
Corky mid for
like
this.
If you flash E on him, if he overextends at all, and then try to hit that combo, there's not going to be much of a chance to Valkyrie.
Replay on the bottom left corner there. It was a Q flash from the Alistair. Then Licorice flashed over the wall as the headbutt was channeling. That's the Hex flash to try and threaten Jensen off the wave.
Yep, and not really going to be able to do it. So all this sustain, built into these marks, and this is something that kind of is being targeted and has been targeted over the last little while. But obviously he is playing Fleet, you Absorb Life, you have all these different runes that are helping you to kind of sustain in a situation where normally you would expect them to have to base.
And a common thread with all 3 games now is how active one of the supports, if not both supports from both teams, have been active in the first few minutes of the game. Obviously, we saw that once Isles got unlocked by the first turret push, he was able to just consistently help the top side of the map. Game 2, Huhi pays that favor back.
We have a swap.
Dokla, and now both supports, all eyes are in this mid lane, because if Palafox
I'm
is
still
unlocked,
doing the challenge.
then he
I'm
gets to be a
taking
rogue
a
monster.
2-hour break the
And
coast
he will
stream
be level
LCS,
6,
and I'll be right
completely
back.
clean, get his first buy, teleport back, and potentially impact these side lanes. Looks like Spica also making a play top lane, though.
I can still
on
win
the
it all.
roam with that stacking wave.
And I will say, this is similar to game 1 where Licorice is free farming again, and Doka is getting denied a lot.
Yep,
He
and he
is here to
plays
cover
poorly
because
from
they know if he
behind.
gets re-dove with no TP, then he's super out of the game. But Ashe cannot solo push Licorice off of that wave, so he's not getting much gold up here on the top side, while Licorice is getting paid on the bot side.
Yeah, I'd agree. This is in slight favor of Dignitas, but it is definitely closer.
It's way closer
than the first 2 games. Need to hold off here because Contracts are going to try and take at least one of these.
Spica smites the second grub. Contracts should have the smite for the third grub, so it's just a 2-1 split as Spica returns to the jungle.
So remember the stat that I called up about how strange this series was? If we are to, so it's a very specific stat here.
Yeah.
Add the gold difference in game 1 at 14 to the gold difference at 2 at 14.
True.
In every series since gold difference at 14 was tracked since 2020, this is the 3rd largest total number, 10,000 total gold difference. However, it's the largest number when the gold
Jet
difference
is
is
stats,
on different
man.
teams. So the game 1 and 2 were crazy different.
Meanwhile, Isles was forced to flash on that top turret dive, who he was trying to look for the pick, but quick hands, and Isles escapes with his life.
Yeah, and one of the reasons I think a lot of people sometimes, you know, especially if you're a newer fan to League, you may be asking, well, why do people keep believing in Dignitas? And it's reasons like this. This is just him in the LCS as
that's fine. Arrow for Clues has always
He had a
worked.
ton of success in EU, then comes over. He was the first player to actually win a title in both NA and EU.
Yeah.
And he's perennially at the top, right? And this is even a role swap in there where he went to support, is still winning titles, has been such a successful player for so long, both across, you know, multiple regions. Same with Jensen, you know, same with Licorice having a lot of success as well, and Spica had his moments too. So it's one of these things where people have seen these guys be good for so many years that you almost can't believe that they could just not do well all of a sudden.
Right.
I completely agree. And with Sven in particular, it's almost like, especially because he was able to do that in 2 different roles, there's this innate sense of knowing how to actually win games and be that voice in the room when things aren't going the way they need to go. And it really does come down to this series. It's who can win 2 of the next 3 games, and that's largely going to be dictated by literally who wins this game.
And I think there's
Douglas
so
has
much
to-
pressure on these kind of
Douglas
series
just started
because
picking
when you
Poppy,
are
I'm not
finishing,
sure
you
why.
know, towards the bottom.
They
whoever
for
loses
sure
would finish
planned this,
6th
though.
place overall in the LCS.
If they
We
take
have 2
Asante,
teams that
we
are
are
gonna come in that
slamming
are new
Poppy. They
next
for
split.
sure
You
prepped
are
it.
fighting for your career, right? You are fighting for a spot on a team. If you do not have a showing, if you go out on a really bad note, that can sour the taste of GMs or coaches or whoever who are making these roster decisions. And especially for really storied players, you don't want that to be happening, but here comes energy.
Yeah.
And Palafox has Weaver's Wall at the ready. Who he goes in for the engage first. Spica is knocked up, and the Weaver's Wall
everything.
bounces him back.
It's everything.
Will
Ooh, the combo!
Slam him into the
Wait, it was
wall.
actually
Spica
5-head!
tries to get the lilting lullaby off, but it's not enough as now Huhi with the flash.
Oh my god, is energy
pulverize
just that
will
much
set up
better?
the
Alistar's broken.
And that's
Wait, they put
Palafox making the move. They slowly walked up
they
towards
put
the river.
the mind
Dig
field
was a little
down,
bit
and
late
then
with their
Alistar
recall.
headbutted them
Licorice
over it
will
to
get
also get the
numerous
stun.
plates on the bot side, but those are the types of plays that Palafox was making when he was at his peak.
Yeah, I mean, Palafox.
Bro, I can't get
back-to-back
excited
games
because
now,
then I start
really
coughing.
Able to perform well for the squad, gets the play up towards topside, and I've got to say, Huhi has been having an incredible series as well. I think he has been everywhere. When there is success, he is there. He has been so heavily involved throughout this, and we can watch this one more time on the replay. It's all about the move from the river, finding this angle here for Palafox to try to get that wall in behind them. Sven has a pretty good bullet time to cover, but unfortunately for Isles, his W got interrupted by the ult there from Palafox. He got knocked out of it to the wrong side of the wall, so he didn't have that gap closer to get back over the wall, and they do end up getting taken down.
If you get the...
Yeah, no flash rail. Nice.
Yeah, get excited. Show some heart.
And those margins are so slim too. Spica had flash up, but thought he was going to be able to save it, ends up dying.
Palafox has talked about, you know, how he has really been getting held back by his own mental, right? You know, not being able to feel like he's the same player that he was. He's been so disappointed with the performances that he has been putting up. It's not like the fans are the only ones to see it. It's not like
be a
the
streamer,
only
bro.
ones to see it.
Couldn't
He has
handle
to feel it and live it, and he knows that he's capable of so much more. He felt that he could really turn things around, Honestly, I was doubting it when I saw that tweet. I'm like, well, it's been a whole year of not being able to have that level of
We got
performance.
KFC,
but
bro.
so far, looking really, really good in this series against Dig.
No better
Lilia
time to
always
show up
fall
when
behind,
literally
always
your
use-
career is on the line, your playoff season is on the line. Because here in the lower bracket, there's no more chances after a series loss. And for now, Dignitas, they are staring not quite down a huge deficit, but they're starting to feel the pressure that Energy are slowly winning out on some of these fights. As Huhi tries to lead the engage onto Speak Up, but he bullies his way back into the Dragon thanks to the teleport of Licorice, and that guarantees them the second Dragon of the game.
Yep, numbers advantage there for Dignitas being able to even these Drakes out and keep this game incredibly competitive. That's finally a little bit of Licorice's advantage paying forward there. It's ultimately his teleport that stopped Energy from being able to contest that Drake. Thanks for the leash moment right there.
And I think what we're going to see from Energy, over these next couple minutes is they want to keep pushing lanes, spread out the maps, and look for opportunities to use their vision advantage with the Ashe and find picks with all of this engage they have, with the ability to find things with the Vi, with the TYLER ultimate. They want to section members out from Dig and find those picks.
And Contracts actually just stole one of the grubs away. And they're being kited back towards the blue side jungle of Dignitas. Doesn't look like Spica is able to get one of them on the back end. So this could be 4 grubs going over to Energy.
That one stings. That's the break point that they wanted there, but Energy arrive at just the right moment. This game really has been about these fractions of a second to give I'd say a very, very small lead to Energy, but most of it is just about the Vi keeping the Lilia down. Spica's in a state where it's really hard for Lilia to play since she is not ahead in camps and can't cycle.
And Jensen's in trouble, but he flashes away from the headbutt pulverized combo, gets out alive, is going to give respect to the flick combo as well coming out from Palafox, but he should be fine collecting the next wave coming in.
Yeah, backs it up. Oh, K'Sante going all out.
Licorice all out on Adokla as you called it, but he's going to throw out the question mark frog because there's no more wave for Licorice to play through, as now the all out will time out. And Dokla should be fine. He's going to slam him into the wall, get some decent damage back. And he might be fine just enough to defend this turret by himself, but now Sven is collapsing in, and they want to get this first turret.
Still fighting.
Dokla under fire. Sven steps up. A couple more auto attacks. The bullet time plays
that
right
was
in
a
the
clean
flash
combo.
path to guarantee the kill. And this teleport, it's too late.
Oh no, the TP.
That was a
is not
clean
able to
ass
come through. That
combo,
turret
by
was
the way.
So low. I felt like Licorice was just going that aggressive and using the all out really to chunk him down for the tower. He was even proxying the wave, but Dokla was holding it off the tower to deny him from getting it. So he goes aggressive, he trades it
It was
out.
a noob
Sven
TP,
comes
yeah,
down
but
to help him pick that
I
up
was
with
stun
a
locked.
perfectly placed bullet time. That was very nice. He had it so if he backed up, he's going to walk into Licorice and die. And if he flashes out, you're flashing into the bullet time and you're dying either way. And then a TP coming in pretty late from Palafox, and insult to injury does
Pretty
get
late,
canceled.
brother. It was a silver
How poetic
TP.
is that
Palafox
after
does it
game
again.
1 stomp and game 2 stomp? Game 3 is now the most competitive game we've got in all series. This is now both teams trying to play at their best.
That's the joy of series play. It's just such a tragic moment there for Dokla.
Oh,
They need
Contract
him to
sees
be
Spica.
okay in this game.
He's on this ward. Are they going to go for it? Doesn't look like because no one else is
They don't
around.
have the angle.
They could set up for a trap. If the rest of Dignitas funnel into that corridor, maybe you can send it with a Huhi combo. Palafox is also getting ready. He has Weaver's Wall, but now Contracts.
Ooh.
He's got to be careful. He Vault Breakers right into Speak Up,
But
but he's
far.
holding himself until Huhi comes in with a 2-man knockup. The Weaver's Wall allows Palafox to collapse, and he's going to find Speak on the
Big
back
loss.
half, throwing that threaded volley. Isles is
Wow,
on the
he
run as
lived.
well, but manages to flash away. The rest of Energy now has
Asante.
to separate away from Licorice.
Yeah,
and
his flash.
Jensen, who
Now he
wants to
doesn't.
join into the fight. Isles goes back in, sets up a stun onto Huhi. That maybe gets the kill for Dignitas, and they get traded one
Hey,
back.
they'll
Isles
run
doesn't
back.
even die
They're
in
still
the
kind of
exchange.
chasing.
Really
They
greedy
know
there,
Ashe has
but
no
a
flash.
successful play
Asante
by
still has
Isles
flash.
to even the
Getting
kills
kited.
in this fight.
Arrow
They're going back
Cleanse.
more.
lands on his man, but good cleanse.
Stupid flash,
and
Leah.
sidesteps the flick from Palafox.
You know she has
Energy
cleanse,
are
bro.
forced back
That's an
off.
uncoordinated
Palafox
play.
even committed to flash there. Maybe not tracking that cleanse was still up. Sven doesn't even have to flash himself. He just cleanses, struts right out of there. So they get the flash off multiple key
You guys
members
got
here on the
ads.
Energy
I'm
side.
sorry. I
In the
forgot I
long
was
run,
co-streaming
do still think this
today.
is probably
I didn't
slightly
reduce the
positive
ads.
for
I'm
Dig,
sorry,
as now
okay?
there's
I'm
no
truly
flash
sorry.
on FBI, no flash
They
on
can't
Palafox,
hear me,
no
but
flash
just
on
know I'm
Contracts,
sorry.
all used in
Somebody
that
in chat
fight.
tell the people watching
And
ads
watching
that
it
tell them
one
I'm
more
sorry.
time, it's Spica who does get bursted down very fast at the start of this fight, continuing to have a pretty rough game as Palafox finishes him off. But then it's really just Dignitas surviving the rest of this fight. It looks pretty grim at this point. And like, just really watch Isles on the backside of this fight. Licorice kept him alive. He secures the kill, and Spica falls once again.
Yeah, poor Speaker. Every time we see a reaction of him, he just looks sad. He's just having a tough split. You know, not
Sum
having
up or
the
shut
performance
up.
that he wanted. And we'll see if he can try to turn things around. Still an incredibly close game. They're up 500 gold, in fact. 1 dragon apiece. So it really is going to be about the setups here in these later team fights. There's, I think, more playmaking for sure on the energy side. But the potential for an explosive team fight is absolutely there from Dignitas, especially as Jensen scales up. You know, as Corky's getting later on in the game.
Yeah.
There's
Dragons
so
are
much
even.
poke to
This
set
is
up
going to
these
be a
potential
long
hard
game, I
engage
think.
that then could come through from Isles with the follow-up from Sven to really blow people up. Because there are some squishy members. I mean, FBI and Palafox are going to be scary, but by the same token, if you get caught
Bro,
by
it's
a
crazy
Q
how
flash
fast this helps.
into a sleep from Speaka both times
Does
over the
caffeine
top,
hit,
even
like,
with cleanse, you might
instantly?
just be going 100-0.
Yeah.
How does that work?
It's definitely rough for
In
the
the body.
Lilia in this
Weird.
early game, but there's always the reassurance that later on, as you accumulate more farm with an even game state, you will be such a huge damage threat against something like the Vi, whose only job is, I'm going in, I'm setting up one target to die, and then that's probably the extent of my job.
And I think a really interesting choice here by Dig. I think they're potentially leaving this Drake to be started. Jensen wants to get this turret gold up top lane and allows Energy to
I
start
see
on the Drake. I wonder if he's going to have time to TP in.
Could just be a 4v4.
Well, it doesn't have
potentially,
flash.
but Jensen is
I don't think
backing
they
off
fight.
to look for a TP, maybe. He's
Here
going
he
to TP
comes.
now.
Yeah, they want to stop it.
It's matched by Dokla, who's also teleporting
doesn't
in.
have flash?
Vi sends it. They look for the seismic
Fuck.
throw combo onto Speaka, but he's
they're all
still
slept.
surviving.
FBI
The
is
Ignite ticking
completely
down, but
zoned.
he will not fall. Palafox is going to try to cut off the fight and separate the backliners from getting in. Palafox
White.
gets taken out and blasted by the double marksman composition from Dignitas,
Big
and
season.
somehow they persevere through the energy onslaught.
Yeah, they hard commit there on to Speaka, spend all their spells on the jungler, hoping to burst him down right off the bat, but he survives, and it buys so much space there for Jensen, for Sven to step forward.
I don't know, bro. These
Feeling
lane swaps are
totally
trash.
confident to go into that fight. We can watch it one more time. They make
Dokla
the call
is-
to go for Speaka here. He's off to the side, and they say, we can burst down the jungler and then take the fight, but committing everything to him and not getting the kill
My
was
Jesus.
critical. And look at Licorice blocking the follow-up Ash arrow there was massive with the
Zoning
Pathmaker.
in that hole.
Beautiful bullet time there by Sven as well, arriving at the back of the fight. And then once the original dive doesn't get the kill, Dig completely having the upper hand in this one. Palafox knows that's a very crucial fight to lose.
And with that, we have a huge milestone pass for all of our players in this game. Jensen passing Bjergsen for second all-time in the LCS for career kills.
Oh, Isles.
Congratulations, big man.
As Isles is now in trouble. Energy looks like they just got a free pick as Isles was trying to look for vision control.
So it may have been someone Dignitas dying while we showed that, but at least it wasn't Jensen dying while we showed the lower
True.
third. You know, Jensen, say what you want about how his performance this split, definitely not up to his standard, but he's absolutely one of the most legendary LCS mid laners of all time.
Yeah.
Got second, I think rightfully so, behind Bjergsen when we did that voting for the top 10 all time for each position. He has been incredible for so long, even holding the global record for most Worlds appearances in a row. Made Worlds
EU
8
talent.
straight times, which is
Bro,
just
speaking
ridiculous.
of EU,
He
dude,
made World semifinals.
I've
he
been
made MSI finals.
petitioning
This guy is one of the best
to
Western
get the
players
EU
of all time.
streamers
And, congratulations
to
to him
boot
for it. I
camp
think a
on
pretty
an
big
A.
achievement.
Nero from downtown instantly
I've been
plays
in like
once
all
again
their
by Sven.
ears. Trying to boot camp on an A.
He's been doing a good job. of
Everybody
making sure
always
that
goes
he's
to like
not caught
Korea
out
or whatever.
position. Since second game, it was a lot tougher.
I've been
You had
telling
play
them to go
against Tempest
to
Fate and Glacial
NA,
Prison and Equalizer.
and they're working on
This time
getting
around,
their
Sven has been
visas.
ensuring that he
Because
is
apparently the
in a
reason
safe
that a lot of people
position.
don't go is
He's
because in
not been
NA you need a work visa.
Yeah, he is down both summoners though, so Energy will probably
Bro,
look to
I'm telling you,
target him a little
all
bit
these
more.
EU
Most of
streamers
this
would
game
get
they've been going
exposed, by the
heavily
way.
at Speaka's Lilia, but now with the stasis
Like,
available to Lilia, he's
This
less
ain't no
of a target.
light
Let's see
work.
if Palafox
This is
can
a hard
make
shit
one
over
work.
here.
Contracts and Palafox syncing
Oh,
up,
nice.
but Licorice with the all-out buffers through the cease and desist.
Yeah, that was really well played there from Licorice. He had the Pathmaker to immune the Q coming through from Contracts, then times his all-out to immune the knock-up from the cease
Boosie
and
doesn't get out of
desist.
diamond.
Gets
I
out of that
promise on
seismic shove,
everything
both
I love.
ultis down, Licorice playing
Dude, I'm
it
sorry.
well.
I'm a
Is gonna
nightmare.
TP back
Angel
up
Maniac,
towards that
weak side
top
William.
but he's
The
full out,
boys,
without those
they're not.
tools, there's no
He's
target
not
to
leaving D1.
And the Dignitas are going to slowly rotate towards the top side of the map to offer even further support and protection to see if they can control and prevent that top tier 1.
Not with the way he
falling
plays,
anytime
hell no.
soon. Meanwhile, Jensen still has teleport. He's going to be pushing Dokla out on the bottom side of the map. As Isles
He's
takes a
trying to
big
recruit,
jump.
but can't get Diamond
And
in
I
it.
will
You don't
say, Energy
understand.
has remained active.
People don't
They
understand
were
how bad
extremely
NA
active in
is.
game 2
NA
and
is
blowing
so
out
bad,
Dignitas.
it's hard,
Even
I
from
swear
a
to God.
deficit here, looks like they're trying to start a lot of
as a
plays,
content
so that's going
creator.
to be what Dig has to watch out for a little bit since they've accumulated this goal lead, is just guarding against Energy picks, because they do actually have the upper hand in mid lane with the MF against the Ashe, and they do have a really far behind Poppy that they can get side lane push against for the rest of the game. So Energy actually has to keep creating action.
Figures said the same thing. It's
They
true.
absolutely do.
Seeing
And I
gap
think the key
everywhere,
is, can
by the
they
way.
get to those right targets? Because it's easy to say,
Wait,
oh,
let's fill
Energy,
this
you're
up.
choosing the wrong targets. But at the same time, you have to credit Sven and Jensen for not really exposing themselves.
Yep.
Because those are the guys you really want to catch. You know, you don't necessarily really want to get Spica or Isles or even you know, Licorice up on the top side, who we saw them try to go for earlier. If you can kill off Sven or Jensen to start a fight, you absolutely can
I don't think
win
Poppy
it.
is the answer
But
to
it is
Cassante
very
they think
tough
it
if
is.
they are far
I
back
think
and you're
they
getting poked and
because
prodded
they
away
just
at,
started picking this, by the way.
because you're gonna
I think they
kinda
like
be
scrimmed
forced
it
to
all
press the
week.
go button
They
before you
planned
want to.
around
And
it
that small
all week.
window where Sven did not have both summoner spells.
But what does it matter if you're just lane
back
swapping?
Up.
It
Cleanse will
doesn't.
be coming back up in just a few seconds as well. But you know, there was a moment where Energy probably could have gone for him, and the target priority just did not execute funnily for them on the top side of the map.
And I mean, it's always tough when you're playing a tank and you're pretty far behind. I mean, Dokla's down now nearly 2,000 gold individually in that matchup against Licorice. But you also have
Energy
two
know they're down
carries on the
3K?
other side
Probably
who are
not.
actually
It probably
quite
doesn't
fed.
feel that bad.
LDR
I talked about it
already done for
earlier.
Sven. He's gonna be
Some
working
games
towards
the
his
score
IE.
is close.
The second item here is done for
But it
Jensen as
feels
well.
harder to
Flash
play.
on Jensen. He still
They
has
probably
flash, trying
feel.
to get
Oh
to his
shit.
team. Isles will
MF
try to bail him
oh,
out
that's
with
a
the
good
Magnus Storm.
Talia wall.
Cease and desist will lock Jensen further down, and the seismic shove is true. Big shutdown goes over to Contracts, but Sven will look to equalize it. Still has the bullet
Wait,
time.
oh my
looking for
God,
the right
Palafox
angle,
actually carried.
But FBI finds another kill on the Isles. Spica, maybe he can turn around with the lilting lullaby, and the bullet time is only going to get a couple members of the
Licorice.
front line, but Licorice is going huge into the back line.
Oh my God.
Demolishes the two
Wow.
backliners, and Energy somehow lost
The
fight.
wall zoned
Cassante
MF,
gaming,
so she
Licorice
couldn't get in range
arrives
to R.
With 2 full items, he might be taking Dokla out as well for a delayed triple kill underneath the turret. Why the hell? Right there. They're going for that pick on
You guys
Jensen,
riot
but
Alawi,
it's
by
too
the way.
slow, and Cassante always arrives.
This is giving me flashbacks to the Golden Guardians Malphite turnaround.
Oh my God.
Watch
Licorice
his wall.
turning on a
Okay,
massive
Rel goes
fight
in.
here over by the
Huge
dragon.
engage.
Energy
Fortune
full
can
send it
ult.
onto Jensen. They had to commit so much to actually taking him down, but they do finally get him. And then Doku was actually positioning pretty well to keep Sven from being able to just let that bullet time
This
rip.
caffeine's working
We're back
instantly,
alive,
by the
though.
way. This
Jensen
shit
caught
is
again.
OP.
No.
And they're punishing him since he doesn't have flash from the skirmish
do they start
prior.
Baron?
Well played,
Now
Jensen.
Energy, they have man advantage on the map.
Jensen sets the kill record. He's done with it. He doesn't need it
His
anymore.
work's done for the day.
Yeah,
He got the
LCS
kill
is
record.
too easy. He's fine.
Now he's going for another record. He's going for the
Oh my goodness.
Gonna boot camp in EUS for
Remember,
Worlds.
Lower bracket continues next
They asked
Friday.
me
We are
to.
going to be on Friday once again.
we go
as
back
well
to
as the regular
EUS
Saturday
boot
and
camp
Sunday. So don't
for
miss
Worlds,
out
guys.
on that. We're going to have more lower bracket action. And the matches are just going to get better and better.
With all the
I'm
pros.
really excited for the remaining
Guys,
matches in playoffs
I am a
as
father.
we get down to it.
And Contracts wants to send it on to speak at the blast code.
What are we
Hunts him,
doing?
Unfortunately, back into Huhi, so they get further.
This literally looks like the Middle Eastern server at 25 minutes.
And Magnustorm combo gets a decent amount of damage onto Contracts, but
When your
Sven
teammates
is
start
being
like
offside
doing
by
random
Dokla,
shit.
Who now punts back to safety.
Dude,
of his
they're
own
fighting
team, and
4
Sven cannot
separate fights, by the
contribute
way.
any Further into the fight as Licorice. Can he pull off another miracle? Can he get another Cassante gaming moment here? But the seismic shove will catch him, throw him back into the arms of Contracts, and they get the beat down on him. Jensen is back from the first pick that we saw just 30 seconds ago, and he's able to trade back onto Huhi, but he's slammed into the wall.
What the f is
Energy
happening?
now have a window for Baron.
They could maybe go for it. It's Contracts, Palafox, and
Risky.
Dokla
Brother,
against a Flash
the ME
Misfortune. I think
the
they just need to take the
MENA
gold from this
special.
last fight. Maybe they can get a kill on Sven if he gets too aggressive, but still, this is Energy's game plan. Just stay aggressive. They're going for picks every time.
I have to give a lot of credit to Dokla.
Okay, this is
I
a
actually
wild
think
fight.
He played this fight
Okay.
very, very well. He made Sven's job so
Face
hard.
check
So I really
this.
want you to try to focus on that
Get
in
ulted,
this replay.
knocked
We're
up.
going to be watching Sven over on this side here.
So
And
Rel
he's
comes
really
in.
strong at this point of the game, but watch out Dokla.
But now Poppy
charges in,
gets
he
on
hit by
MF in the
arrow at same
background, so
time, and
everybody is
Dokla
just standing right
tanking
there.
up as
But
long
then
as he
Licorice
possibly
like,
can.
look at these
Sven
fights. There's
fighting
literally
back,
3
making
separate
sure that
fights at the
Sven
same
can never
time.
hit any
What
key
the fuck?
targets, and even later in the fight, fight when Sven wants to try to threaten to re-enter as Licorice is trying to fight on the side. You'll notice again that Dokla will come over here, Hui will come over here. They'll make sure that they're not actually getting this opportunity to re-enter the fight. Dokla again just kind of trying to threaten, trying to poke and prod, and keep Sven out of that. And that is really the problem here for
Yeah, we'll
Dig.
kill him. 3 on my A, 2.
Nice.
Oh.
I mean, with no Jensen, you're just so reliant on Sven's damage, right?
Yep.
So Dokla knew his job, played it well, and as a result, they do come up with that team fight win. They're going to be able to grab this
Why we
bottom
never
lane
get
tower
played a
as
pro
well.
play?
So
Bad champ.
Energy closing
She's
the
good against
gap
Renekton.
a little bit here, but it is also
But
Dig
she
on
has
the
you
precipice
right
of
in the team fight?
grabbing
No.
an Infernal Soul.
Dodge E, bro.
Dokla might be picked out here, though.
What is going
He's
on?
gonna
Why
stall
are they
as much
playing
time
so
as he
low
can,
IQ?
but Palafox, now knowing that his top laner is in danger, is going to try to create an objective opportunity on the bottom side of the map, further pushing the turret since the rest of Dignitas was on the top side.
It's crazy how objective bounties are up for Energy, by the way, when they when we're
it's the
spawning
2
earlier.
Drakes.
It's the Drakes, yep. And Dignitas just going to be starting up this Baron, trying to force the issue here.
Wait, they have
Dokla's dead for
objective
30,
bounties
and he has no
only
GP
down
when he
one
respawns, and there's no
point
GP on
7K?
Palafox either, so Energy are just going to have to try to flip this. It's all up to Contracts.
Okay.
Forgiving.
Licorice this time is able to come around the other side of the Baron pit, force his Contracts out, no chance for a steal.
Of all the things, though, with Energy, that tiny bounty window.
They got double bounty.
They double bountied off mid turret and tier 2 bot. So the actual gold difference off of losing that Baron, not that bad. Bounty's immediately turning off, though, because they collected 2 of them right away. So I think Energy, because the bounties were up, decided to take them instead of contesting.
I think it was actually completely correct from that spot because Palafox had no TP anyway. He would have to make this desperation run up towards top. Very likely if Contracts goes in there, he just dies. And then if you die in that situation, you're giving over Infernal Soul as well, right? So I think it's actually the smarter decision here. They go back, they're completing some items. You can see 3 items now for Palafox are done. And we'll see, can they make this fight happen? Because Dig has priority with the Baron. They're going to get pushed, and they're going to be trying to play for this soul to close this one out.
And it's the moment at this game. The gold is only 1,800 different. All flashes are up on the side of Dig and Energy. It's a lot about position, but they're going to throw down in this fight with these summoner spells up.
Critically as well, Jensen now 16 and completes his 3 items, so also very strong.
Sven R is huge.
Here we go, Energy. They're going to spawn out Licorice on the bottom side of the map, knowing that he's
point they
looking
have
for
to
a
fight.
flank
Get
in
mid
to the
push.
bottom
This is
lane.
textbook.
Energy are going to take their time,
Get mid push and pressures them.
slowly gaining control, and they're going to turn
Oh,
right onto Licorice.
there's no way.
He
He
the
just ult
before
out. He just
it
ult
even
out.
happens.
Just pressure
Licorice
R.
is in
Pressure R.
trouble,
Press
getting
R.
absolutely pummeled, and the rest of Dignitas are now trying to burn the dragon before he can
Okay.
react. But Palafox cuts
Good
him off.
wall!
Weaver's wall. Contract.
Bro, this Palafox walls!
The smite. It goes over to Spica. The rest of Energy now have to fight through
They're
the
winning!
time as he gets interrupted by Hui. Spica now finds himself.
That
in
takes him to the
battle.
wall?
All out on FBI, brings him in isolation and takes him down. The rest of Energy are forced to run. Dokla is going to try to hold his own against
Bro,
Spica,
I'm not gonna
but he
lie.
cannot
Palafox
outrun the
is
deer.
smurfing with these ult,
But
Probably some of the best ults I've ever seen. I swear to God, by the way.
Trying to end the game right here, right now.
That's the question. That went down to
It was just
1
too
HP,
late
and I
because
don't
they had
even
to flip
think
the
Spica used his
dragon.
Smite. I think he got it with a tick of damage from the Leandries or the passive, but Dignitas do get the soul, do win the fight, and are marching on the base.
Palafox and Contract
Still
would have to
loses
pull
because
off
it was
the
too late of a
miracle, but
wall.
It doesn't seem like Dignitas are confident in ending the game
blow my nose.
outright. They're going to continue extending their Baron play through the bottom side of the map and take out another turret.
How much of a tilter is that, though, for Contracts? To literal 1 HP. That is insane. I think that might be the first time I've ever seen that in competitive, where I actually saw the number 1.
Yeah. So I slow-mode this. He smote at about
Look at this wall.
1,500
It splits
as he
MF
was
off a rel
comboing it with his
again.
spells. And then it
125,
ticked
27
27
to
to 1.
1.
So I think the 27 to 1 to death was all Lilia dot damage.
He got stunned by the rel, so he couldn't continue his combo. So the smite went through, but Isles actually CC'd him up there. So the auto attack didn't go through from Contracts to actually combo that down. That is actually insane. It has to be incredibly frustrating for Contracts because not only don't you get the steal, it is so much worse than that. You give over the soul, you lose the fight, and may have lost the game off of that tiny, tiny difference.
I want to echo a phrase
they
from
have to
Jat
on
said
blue side.
earlier in this
On-
game.
with the red
it's
side.
all been about
Shit's just
slim
like,
margins.
FBI can't
It has
play.
been so close in so many of these fights and these skirmishes. Before
And the
then,
lane swap
the
isn't
gold
working. Like, it's
advantage
so bad for
was
them always.
never
Because Sante's
that
way
really
good in the lane
significant
swap.
for either side. But now, the Baron achieved Infernal Soul acquired. I feel like this is now Dignitas' game to close out.
2 of the stompiest opening games you will ever see in a series, followed by this absolute banger. 31 kills in 30 minutes. With the soul point, though, Dig seems to have swung it completely in their favor. What a game.
And MF now on 4 full AD items, has all the BF items.
It's fun to wrap up these games in LCS, man.
Where you got all the Infinity Stones. If you
I agree. I think they all do.
Arrow on the
Like,
Isles.
because that's why.
Clean pick.
Why is Isles just going? What is going on? What are they doing?
He still has flash and he has cleanse. And he flashes away from
Like,
the
why
side
is
of the shot.
Isles
Good
solo
patience to wait
winning
until the
up
end
there?
of the combo first. Licorice is now pushing through the bottom side of the map.
Oh my god.
And a swirling seed into a lilting lullaby is going to stop energy from being able to phase.
Oh god.
Teleport from
Sante's
Licorice.
coming in
He wants
hot.
to commit to the
Sante's
play.
coming in
Contract
hot.
is popped by
Run
James,
it!
but he still gets traded back by FBI. But now he's isolated as Licorice comes from behind. Sven still survives despite Dokla bringing him to low HP. And Dignitas, they have 3-2-2. They could push for the end.
I mean, what a mess that whole sequence was. With the original pick onto Isles into Dignitas trying to play a 2v4, but actually winning it in the end.
For the love of
because
God, can
Sven,
FBI
with
get
his
some
Infinity
peel? No, he
Stones of
can't
BF
actually. It's not
lifesteal stays
peelable.
alive against Dokla, and Kasante Gaming takes FBI down in the
Alistar,
back.
he
Let's see what they
buffers
can do with this
Alistar's
push.
combo.
Palafox clears the minion wave out, so Dignitas turned their attention to the
Can you
bottom
imagine
inhibitor
playing
instead.
Ashe right here?
It doesn't look like Energy's game is over just yet. Dignitas, we're going to have to look for another fight next.
Yeah, and if you can't end it now, you always have that little nervous voice in the back of your head saying that, well, if they steal Elder, like Elder can be the great equalizer, but Dokla, again, doing a great job marking Sven,
I'd be
stopping
pissed,
the
bro.
ultimate immediately as it started, because what I was talking about is you get all of these AD items.
I couldn't play
the
pro
ulti
play.
fully channeled does 5,500 damage
Imagine
from
you're
Sven.
like
It is
Patrick
actually insane how
Mahomes,
much
the
damage the MF ult can
MVP,
do
the best
late game,
player ever.
but it's
But
very
you're
to position
sinner?
properly to get it off. If you position too far back, they take one step, they're out of it.
Or you're like
Position too far
tackling
forward,
your
you're gonna get
guards, keep
interrupted,
like
and Dokla is just
not
staring
blocking
at
anybody,
him
and you get
every
blown up
single fight,
instantly.
waiting to stop
Like, how do you
that.
not
So
flame
if
them?
Sven can get that
Yo,
perfect
dipshit,
ult,
block.
absolutely
Yo,
beat Big
idiots,
Man, but
peel
by the
me.
same token, if he
Scrubs, I'm
stopped,
carrying
he
this
has
shit
no
whole
summoners,
team.
That could be really problems for them too.
I think they're still quite favored. I will say their objective secures have been effective, if not, but not very reliable. Because even in the stomp of game 1, Contracts had a total shot at stealing that Baron. This Infernal Soul going over was a 1 HP. And now, though, they at least get Contracts flash out, which makes the steal less likely on Baron.
Makes it really hard if they go to Baron now, because they also have flash on Isles, they have flash on
Rel has
Licorice,
flash.
so they could go over the wall to actually stop Contracts. So now
You
with
wanna
no
win?
flash
I
on him
predicted
and
Dig
him
wins
having to go
3-1.
back in base, you just start it. Hui does have a potential long flank here, but the rest of the team is so far behind the play, it's just going to be gone.
I mean, Palafox comes in with the Weaver's Wall, and it gives them vision. Do they want to still play for this?
This is
Hui
not
right on
fightable.
top
This
of
is
Sven,
not fightable.
but Palafox cannot
Look
find the
at
combo, and now
Kasante.
Hui is just absolutely destroyed.
Wait, they got one.
Palafox has the flash and run away
Look,
for
look,
his
Gil,
life.
look at Dokla. He's like, huh? Look at that. You see Dokla?
Trying to peel him off, but the rest of Energy are able to
We're gonna
do
watch
the
that
backline.
VOD.
Dignitas, Vin, and
They kind of
Jensen
won the
up
fight,
top,
though.
and now they can turn on to
Dude, that
Licorice
shit's
instead.
so ass.
Spica
They
has
won
to
the
keep
fight,
the
though.
Baron buff because everyone else
Wait,
on
Elder's up in
Dignitas
20.
got
Wait, did they just
destroyed.
win?
I mean, the fight starts with Hugi finding this angle on the flashless Sven.
I was just
They're
watching
able to
Kasante.
kill off Sven with Palafox and Hugi. Then they're able to take down Jensen, and the fight just becomes chaos. It's skirmishes on either side. It's all about who's going to succeed in these small, multiple number fights.
I have to apologize for circling Kasante Gaming because the upset was happening
Hey.
on the other side of the fight. Licorice was taking on 2, but then every carry of Dig gets completely wiped out as the
Sorry, guys.
Elder will get started now by Contracts.
Jensen has TP. He's up
both
in
have TP.
11 seconds. Sven is up now. Licorice will be up in 20 seconds, but I don't think
gonna give it.
Spica is going to chance
Oh, shit.
for a steal over the Elder. He recalled. They're just conceding it.
And now you have this kind of small window during the Elder buff where Energy are supremely powerful. You know, they will run the show. The question is, can they actually push in and be able to threaten these inhibitor towers, be able to threaten the inhibitors? Because while you are incredibly strong in a fight, it doesn't make your minions any tankier, and all Dignitas is going to want to do is delay, clear out the waves, avoid any sort of potential conflict, and just try to buy time for that Elder to fall off.
This is such a close game now.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened.
That Baron play was an absolute shocker.
We're going to show the replay.
Yeah, I mean, Hui just really found a great angle, and credit to him. You know, he bought so much time waiting in the tri-brush, finds the angle. I didn't think they were actually going to be able to finish off Sven because the seismic shove didn't hit from Palafox, but was able to thread enough of those Qs through the members over on the Dignitas side to kill off Sven.
Can't fix my ads
really
until
did
tomorrow,
change
I'm sorry.
things, but now Sven
I said what I
his
said.
summoners back,
Shut up or
is
shut
a
up.
lot safer. MF so reliant on those summoners because you have no dash. You know, you just have high move speed. That's what you're really counting on, but move speed does not get you out of a Flash All-Star combo.
Yep. And for Dignitas, even though they've had such a decent advantage after the Baron play that we first saw, persistence has been so key to energy.
Yeah, it's on Cassante. They have
throw out
Elder on
an arrow.
everybody.
It is tanked by Licorice. No further fight will occur from it. But I can't imagine that energy are going to let go
They're just
of
gonna
gas
5-stack.
anytime soon. The past 10 minutes have just spoken volumes of how much they are willing to throw against the wall.
I mean, energy either have to just hard force a dive or accept that the Elder is gone now because it's so easy. Even if desperation calls, Sven can just ult a wave. Like, they only have to defend this wave and one more. This wave is mostly already gone. They are going to be able to push up and get the tier 2, but I don't think it has enough legs to even get them to be able to threaten that next tower. You can see Doka's pushing up bot wave. They're hoping to make some sort of an angle there. But again, only 30 seconds. Worst case, you ult it.
Yeah, it still keeps him in the game, though. It's yet another bounty secured.
Yep.
Game kind of turned up.
Even in gold. 20 seconds left if Dignitas try to defend a little bit too strongly. They might go here.
The arrow is a field goal.
Auto.
Weaver's wall was already used by Palafox to cut off Dignitas
Not
members.
one auto?
All of them ended up on the safe side of the wall. Energy are running out of the Elder Dragon buff. And it doesn't look like they're going to continue the siege.
The gold is dead even, but because of the soul, they still have objective bounties. So they're actually getting so close as far as gold. Of course, the soul is going to give you, it's around 4,000 gold worth of stats ballpark. You know, so it is quite powerful. They are still in a lead in that way, but you know, it's definitely not that clear cut of a game anymore. And while Cassante is enormously ahead in top lane,
let's take a power nap with sunglasses on. They won't notice.
Palafox in mid lane, which is absolutely
that's
absurd.
enormous.
Like, that is ridiculous.
Oh,
he has
I can literally
almost
put a pair of
100
glasses
CS,
on.
He's 90 CS up, has a lot more kills, has taken a lot of
This is actually a
power
good game.
gold. So he is ridiculously fed. He's on true 6 items, has a potion. Jensen still needs to buy a full item and has a cheaper build. So, you know, it's really going to come down to these super fed members. Who can get more done? Is it going to be about Palafox or is it going to be Licorice getting into that backline?
Palafox has actually earned 20,000 gold this game, so he has 1,200 gold that he can't even spend at the moment because he's collected a lot of bounties. So
this next fight's going to be lit. I think it just comes down to if Pharrell gets a good ult.
And this could be a pick.
See, Alistar. Oh, no, she didn't. Nice. Game's over. Game's over. They win easily.
Now it's 5-on-4 for the side of Energy, but it doesn't look like they
Gets
can
it
find
bad
any further picks.
and
Speaker
also
uses
waste her
sleep,
flash.
but it was just on Hui, so now not only is your support dead with no flash, Spica lost his engage tool there as well, so Dignitas really has no way to start a fight. The Baron is going to be up here in 45.
Calling this shit, bro.
Isles will be
Alistar's
alive,
so
but
good
no
against
flash really does make it a one-way trip. It makes it
Alistar
much harder to
is
reach
broken.
the
I've been saying it all day.
if he were to go
Alistar
for it. You
is
also have to
broken.
Look at
His
the map,
ult
and we're
needs to
seeing
not reduce
you know,
as
very
much damage
little
as it
deep
does.
vision from them. You know, really, they have this one ward over on this side.
Because
They've
it lets
got
him
nothing,
take a
you know, past
keystone
the
that he
Baron.
shouldn't be able to
so
take
if
in
it is
phase rush.
energy starting up a Baron, there's nowhere for Licorice to TP.
Maybe a pick on the Licorice. Sees some
Didn't buffer
assist
it.
into the seismic shove combo. Tries to knock
They're
him
dead.
down.
How are they
Teleport is coming in
losing?
for
They can
Energy.
get
They
him.
want to guarantee this. The bullet time.
That is a
is
massive
going up
MF
for
ult.
Energy, and that will save Licorice's life as it pushes Energy's front line back into the shadows.
I mean, that shows how fed he is, but that also shows how disconnected Dignitas continue to be. That was almost another pick for Energy when there are currently no objectives that are
they're
available
playing like
when
Middle
that
Eastern
happened. Now
players.
the
I'm not
Baron is
lying.
up.
They
They've
actually
chunked
are.
A few of
This
Energy
is like the Middle Eastern
and they're
server.
gonna
I
start
swear to
setting
God.
up this Baron.
Like when I play
Yeah,
with
there's the
Lucius,
TP in
randomly
from
at
Palafox,
25
so
minutes,
everyone
everybody's like
from here
starts running around the map for fun.
It's going to be playing about the engage, and it's all about the execution in this situation.
It's going to be a flip.
Licorice is
No
getting
way they're
zoned off.
flipping it.
6,000
For
HP on
fun?
the Baron. They have full vision. You can't imagine
Ooh, he
that
tried to
they will
popular him
continue,
out.
and now
Oh,
it's
here we go.
3,000 HP and contracts
How
is
he's trying to help.
hit. Who's
Nobody
going
wants
to
to
get
hit.
the Baron? They stopped damage
Baron.
on it. They're trying to turn around for the fight. Doka
Did
is
the 50
getting
yet?
zoned out.
You're giving?
2,000 HP. Contracts is flash. Oh, he tried to flash back in to steal it, but it's secured by Sven. And now Contracts is solo by himself, and the rest of the Dignitas.
Okay, Isles got
hit,
picked. They're in the
but
fight.
Isles is traded back. The rest
Puts
of
him up.
Energy
Really
now
good.
to reposition around
Fully
the new
ult
front line.
again.
Dolan, who he have to hold the line and guarantee that Palafox and FBI can escape. Who he is going to give his life for the
I don't know.
cause.
That Baron steal is weird. They didn't want to do damage to it because they were sure they could get it.
And they're going to march into the base.
Contracts got back into the pit, and again, Spica doesn't even smite, but they got it anyway.
Q flash into the sleep. Dokla is going to take a nap, and he might just get
Is he
blown
the
up.
Infernal
by the
Cinder?
onslaught
Ah!
of
Dead.
Jensen.
It'll
The
work.
rockets pour in, and he burns to the passive. Dignitas are looking for the win.
All their carries alive. Palafox and FBI, one last stand.
Palafox, no flash available. It's the shutdown from Jensen in the
That game
bloodiest
sucks.
game of the
Palafox
series,
played a
but
really
it
good game.
ends with Dignitas triumph, and they move to match point.
Palafox played a really good game.
Wow. That looked for a while like it was going to be Dignitas' game. Then Energy started getting bounty after bounty
Leah,
after
go to
bounty,
YouTube real quick.
fight after fight after fight. And were it not for two incredibly close smites, this could have been an Energy win. A 1 HP smites. This could have been an that dragon where the Lilia burn takes it. Spica didn't even use smite on that one that secured soul. Also didn't even use smite on the Baron, as its contracts queuing out of the pit, flashing back in, smiting. It gets really, really low. But then Sven of all people does take it with a hit, and jeez, what a close series.
And if you're
Bro.
Jeez, what a close series. And very difficult to position properly to get it off.
No chance.
Let's watch this peel.
Of all the things, though, with Energy, that tiny bounty, they could
but now
series
pushing through the base. Still,
what a match with his FBI.
Dignitas turn their attention to the bottom inhibitor instead. It doesn't look like Energy's game is over just yet. Dignitas, we're going to have to look for another fight next.
You get
position less
able to deal with the even with run away
Brother.
for his. And now who he is.
We were just talking about this. Guys, we were just talking about this. Okay? Literally right before this, we were like, okay, somebody needs to peel Ash. Blah, 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 blah. Brother, watch this.
Just
Sante is an abomination. I don't care.
absolutely destroyed. Palafox has the
Oh, nice! The guy that came and watch!
combo, and now who he is just absolutely destroyed. Palafox has the flash and run away for his life. Licorice is solo killing FBI in the.
Okay, you see that? But that's not even the main thing. Like watching Cassante and Ash isn't even the main thing. Watch how Dokla breaks his brain. By the way.
Do they want to still play
Watch
for this? Who he right
Dokla sees Licorice right here. This damn ad's in the way. But look, he sees him right here getting on Ash. He's like, oh shit, I gotta peel my 80 carry.
on top of
Ults.
Sven, but Palafox
It gets buffered.
cannot
So he's like, oh shit,
find the combo, and now
I'll push him back. Haha, my Ash is safe now.
is just absolutely
Slowed.
destroyed.
Nope. Dash,
Palafox
flash,
has the flash
ult.
and run away for his.
Now, look, he's like clicking back and forth. He's like, wait, what do I do now? The team's right there. Do I keep killing my Ash?
Life.
He starts to walk backwards again. He's like, I'll help.
Licorice
oh, wait, I can't really help. I need to walk away. Like, he can't play.
killing FBI in the back. Even
Like, so not only did Cassante 1v1 the Ash, he stun-locked an enemy top laner. He literally dropped a 5-man stun. Excuse me, a 5-second stun on Poppy. Somehow they still win the fight.
for his life is just absolutely destroyed. Palafox has the flash and run away for his life.
Like, look at Dokla in this fight.
Palafox has the flash and
He's
run
like
away
trying to
for
look at.
his
He's literally
life.
not doing anything because he doesn't know what to do.
Solo killing FBI in the back, even with Dokla trying to peel him off. But the rest of Energy are able to deal with the backline of Dignitas. Vin and Jensen got popped, and now they can turn on to Licorice instead. Spica has to keep the Baron buff because everyone else on Dignitas just got destroyed.
I mean, the fight starts with who
Oh,
on the
bro.
Sven. They are able to kill off Sven.
I don't
with
think he played it
Palafox
like,
and
dude, he wanted to
Huki.
peel his
Then
80
they're able
carry.
to take down Jensen,
FBI in
and
comps like,
the
guys,
fight
can somebody
becomes
peel me,
chaos. It's
please?
skirmishes on either
They
side.
just don't
It's all
understand.
about who's going to succeed in these small.
It felt like
I want to hear
dying.
comps for
They
that
get
fight
a
too.
really good pick onto him, right? And so it's like, okay, we're good. We get a positive play. The game is still really close. And then as we come down, they're like immediately, okay, we have an angle onto Sven, which is fine, except for the fact that he actually ends up escaping. And this is a really small thing, but I've noticed a lot
Poppy
of
E's
this out of
Cassante,
energy
then
where
Cassante
they feel
dashes
like
3 more
when
times
they
and
get
kills Ash
one
anyway.
positive
No.
play, they then
Poppy
have to go
saw Cassante
super
instantly,
ham onto another
tried to
play
ult away, got
instead
buffered,
of
tried to
kind
stun,
of
he
backing,
triple dash
resetting,
flashed
seeing
onto
what else they'd be
Ash
able to
anyway.
get. Now I know like they saw the angle on this, it looks really good, but then Jensen is able to come in.
Bro, what's
Sven
Cassante's
gets
win
out,
rate?
And now they have all of this stuff down when it could have been like in a lot of these situations.
Bro,
I guess I'd like to
because this
play
chimp is legitimately
less
More
trash
ham,
in
yeah.
solo queue.
More discipline in those plays.
My
'Cause-
brain lost.
Why is the correlation
word I
so
was
bad?
going
Like,
for.
dude.
And here's the thing. Game 1, stomp.
Yep.
In the direction of like Dignitas. Game 2,
I don't know,
another
bro.
stomp
It just
for
wa- it-
NRG.
I don't
Game
know.
3, a lot more competitive. Now we're looking at the wider series as we move back.
So what
Take
should
a
Liquor
seat.
have done?
My legs are getting a little tired.
I mean, it's sad to say, but the best thing he has to do is just let Ash die there. Like, like Ash doesn't get to play. I'm sorry, it is what it is. The 9-kill Cassante is on you. It's worth it. Accept your death. I'm gonna go help the team.
Picks and some of the strategies that they did when they were at their peak. The Vi to Leah was something that was so core to this team.
Yeah.
And for the majority of that game, Palafox, he had almost a 6,000 gold lead over Jensen
Played well.
individually.
Yeah.
It was just the rest of energy that were so far behind. And so it was really Contracts and Palafox doing a lot of work, getting all these picks and doing so much work for the team. But because of the lane
Is he
swap at the
mewing?
beginning, Dignitas were able
He's
to get
mewing,
such nice
or
leads
whatever
on
it's called.
Licorice and on their
I've seen it
bottom
on Twitter.
lane that the rest of the squad was able to take it.
And that's my big thing from the Dig side, right? Is talking to Mayberry, he's like, we wanted to get our lane swap down. We wanted to be better in terms of who was responding.
He is,
to
bro.
what.
Look at him.
Obviously, he kept it KG because he doesn't want
He
to
knows
give
the
too much
camera's
away.
on him, so he's look at him.
in these
He's
games,
flexing his
Dignitas
jaw.
have looked a lot more comfortable in the swap, even with the way that, like Dokla, for example, has been able to harass and get the good lane for Palafox, who's actually later contributed to the topside play and all that stuff snowballs. Licorice, especially on the Cassante,
Yes.
is getting massive leads. And in this game in particular, he was the raid boss that they could not kill.
Really showing up in those team fights. And just like, if NRG had won this game, we would have done a very similar highlight on just Palafox's plays really early on in the games.
Yeah, I mean, he
Being
played
able to
really well.
find picks
I'll
topside.
give
So it's
Palafox
back and
props.
forth.
He
We're
played
hoping
very well.
It's going to be a banger of a series. We're going to be heading straight to game 4 right after this break.
I'll give it to him. Hold on, I gotta watch the video. 1 second.
Maybe the jungler just caught all his camps too.
You wanna go or?
Wait. Yeah, you can look. Wait. Let me get close. Let me go melee. Yeah, you can look.
I'm looking real.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
I'm
Ready.
going,
Ready.
I'm
Ready.
going.
Ready.
I'm gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, bro. If you get the...
Yeah. No flash rail.
Nice.
Nice. Lilia. Lilia. Yeah, looking Lilia first.
I can't go, really.
That's okay. You can play slow.
think about going flood, okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna look at him if
I
he stays. I
yeah,
want to stay
I'll
top.
go, I'll go.
Nice job, guys.
I think we're playing the next top wave.
Copy.
I want to take this wood. Yeah, the next top wave, I'll be there.
Go
Okay.
down, okay?
Yeah.
Bot.
How's it if he? I can look.
I wanna play it.
Sailor sat up
Flash?
the first time.
Oh,
You're so big.
nice try.
King.
Right here. Look me. I'm fine. I can flash out. I can flash out maybe.
I have flash too. I have flash too.
Go Vine. Vine no flash. Vine has nothing.
Are we on the cow or no?
Cow has no flash. Cow no flash. Cow has nothing.
Slow start.
Yep.
Cow.
Just go Alistar and leave after.
It's hard damage here, but trying.
Just kill Alistar and leave.
Is that
nice?
They're TPing?
Yeah.
We're TPing? Okay.
I have an angle from the
This
left.
is a good-
They're looking on you guys fast. I can
Leah wall here.
I'm fine.
Find that.
One to die.
Getting the cow?
Yeah.
I'm alive.
I have
I have nothing, guys.
Oh, fuck. Looking real. Real, no flash.
Cut out.
No, try it out. Oh, I didn't mean to click R. Yeah.
Okay, it's
we
okay.
we don't need to use everything on
And you missed
Lily,
it?
okay? If
You
Vi's
can't
already
think
ulting,
like
I
that.
will just combo off of it.
Yeah.
Come back, I can't
Another
enter.
good wall.
I can't enter right now. Look at Vi. Vi's walking up too far.
Watch out, MF after.
Yeah.
Watch out, MF. Watch out, MF.
Rumble flash.
Lily the flash.
Okay, that's that. You guys got it? Okay, careful,
Nice.
careful. Let's kite a little.
Combo in.
Keep going. His combo's up now. I'll just sleep him. No cleanse.
Tally as well.
Hit front. It's fine. It's really good.
Eric is doing
I'm
well.
busy,
Eric's
I'm
doing well.
busy.
You can't think like that, bro. You can't be there for everything in your child's life. You can't be. You're gonna miss something. No, you can't, bro. That's how you create a child that is like when they're like 15 and 16 and you're like still just like over their shoulder the whole time. They try and like sneak away from you for their own time.
Most likely
So it's okay to miss things. It's good to like you learn it early. It's hard for me to miss things now, but I understand
but it's not me.
that at some point I'm gonna have to miss something anyway.
Jensen.
Most likely to have a clutch play.
Me. Why are you guys laughing? Freaks.
Didn't get to actually catch the very beginning of it, but both players trying to sidestep each other over and over again. It looked like Masu was just hitting every single cue, and then Sven making sure he can.
I'm missing anything. I'm missing a lot. I'm missing a lot of sailors first.
Clutch play? Me. Me.
Most likely to be president.
Sven!
I mean, I don't think anyone here should be president, but it would be funny if Sven became president.
Sven. Me.
Most likely to talk trash in all chat.
Me or speaker? Maybe me or Sven.
Oh, we got a lot of all chat this time around. Ooh, what do we got? Okay, GLHF, you guys don't type now. I'm just confused. It won't work on us again. How you guys didn't win in 15 minutes?
How did the video cut off?
Sven.
Speaker.
Jensen.
I mean, that would probably be me.
Working for your family's future, true. Yeah, you can't be there for everything, bro. You get to like, if you're still trying to be there for everything of your kids first,
the LCS
and your
Lounge.
kid, like,
in case you missed it
need
last
some
week,
time
you can
alone,
now
bro.
subscribe to
So they'll
the
try and
LCS
find it,
Twitch
like, behind your
channel.
back or something
Paid
like
and
that.
gifted subs will unlock
Or
an
sneak away
in-game
from you,
emote,
shit like
and
that.
all subs unlock your typical
Oh, they
Twitch
cut it off
features like
officially
badges
because it was
and
speaker
emotes.
typed? I
Linked
see, I see.
Discord accounts will get access to sub-only chat and content, which is very fun, by the way. And lastly, Riot will match all proceeds from subscriptions to the LCS Championship.
Guys,
pool.
sub to the
Riot
LCS
prize
now.
with
You can
others.
get amazing
we've been
benefits like the
creating some
LCS
fun
badge, sub emotes,
Yes.
pro view.
backstage content
There's a few
here.
of them that I enjoy a lot. There's the Azael Nodders, which is just hilarious, by the way, and is a little uncanny. And then you have Blabber's Crabbers, which is Blabber's face that's green on top of Crabber, like the crab, and it's just
Oh,
dancing. So
I hadn't seen that one yet.
a few of
That's
them
a
are
good
great.
one.
A few of them are solid.
Yeah.
So that's good. But we're in the draft now for Game 4. So already Cassante being banned, they do not want to see
Okay,
Licorice
there you
on that
go.
champion
Okay,
anymore.
there's the Cassante
I think
ban.
that's completely understandable.
They
It's
saw
also a
that
little bit
bullshit
hectic for the
last
lane
game.
swap.
They're like, that.
Cassante is king.
Yeah, he's really, really good in the swap. And the most notable thing coming out here, last time NRG were on blue side and did standard lanes, Rumble was a huge part of their composition. That's been banned out by Dignitas on red side, along with Contracts Ivern.
With the way this series has gone, I'm feeling regardless of draft, almost agnostic entirely of draft.
Same.
NRG do not want lane swaps.
Yes.
They have just been getting blasted in these lane swaps, even the ones that they initiate. So
Dokla,
I feel like they should
is
be
he fake
aiming
yawning
to
at this
ensure
point?
there are standard lanes.
Brother,
no matter
he's
what.
yawned 7
And Dignitas
times
should
before
be trying
every
to get those
match.
swaps no matter what, because
Either
every
he's
single time
depressed,
puts Licorice in this
so much
giant
sleep.
advantage over Dokla, and their bottom lane also comes out with an advantage. So NRG, they need to
Or he's
play
faking
to
it
the
in front of the
mid
camera,
difference
seem
that
nonchalant.
Cowbox has been creating over Jensen.
And the interview that you did, Emily, with Mabry, where he was talking about how now they've really focused on lane swapping and everyone has their own roles, it's really paying off. they are the better lane swap team by a large margin.
Also a
in this
stress
series,
response?
It feels like. So,
yeah.
I heard
gonna
it's
be
also
interesting to
if
see
your body
NRG
needs
can
oxygen,
really improve
you'll
upon that if they are forced to swap or are able to try and match it.
And a lot of it, as we see the Azir coming down for Palafox, we talked so much about how mages are really important for both of these mid laners, as Wei immediately locked in by Dig. So that's an interesting
and Ashe is
pick
available.
for, yeah.
It's
and
much-
Ashe is still up.
It's definitely much more comfortable for Jensen. Hui has really good wave clear, has good long range damage. And the key about the buffs to Azir, it was armor and health regeneration. So with the Hui pick here, while it is technically flexible into the bottom lane, I think that is for sure a Jensen pick. It was one of the mages that he put a lot of time into, even as soon as it was released. And it is good into the new Azir here with the extra armor. So I do like that response from Dignitas. But NRG obviously have been thinking the exact same thing where they want to index much more heavily into that. And we get the steal away from Skarner. So I touched on Skarner at the beginning of the day and in the dig game. Skarner in the hand of NRG, I believe, is going to be a jungle Skarner pick, not a top lane Skarner pick like Licorice had.
Yeah, and I'm thinking maybe the Ashe comes in third.
That's probably the most surprising part
I think
of this.
that's another big pick for.
Bot lane, bot lane probably is big, but yeah, they want to deny the Sejuani Renekton combo. That 2v2 is
Blur's
insane,
global ban because
so they're worried about that.
She's not
they're
bugged,
thinking that
but
it's going
they
to be standard lanes then, though.
Yeah. And the problem that I would have
Chrono
now for
Break,
Dignitas,
if
you
she's
already
in the
have
game or
Sejuani,
something.
If you pick yourself up a Ashe, my only issue is that you're probably going to have less damage overall in scaling than NRG, and also they're already incentivized to go cleanse. So now it's only going to be clear for that. So they're going for a Poppy instead, which, I mean, we'll see how it goes. Licorice in the hands of Licorice. She's the best Poppy player in the region on that one.
It is his favorite champion of all time, and it is also better suited to lane swaps. Does really well with low econ. So I would be thinking now in the draft, NRG want to try and ban out. Like, it's kind of hard because you kind of want to deny like scaling bottom lanes, but you also want to deny
I'm not gonna bother her.
the Callista combos here for spends. So they actually go for banning the Callista instead when looking at Dig's bottom lane. But I think Dig still have the option, grab a scaling bottom lane and try and swap themselves. They've got a nice looking Poppy here for Licorice.
Especially since the way that NRG have played out these swaps, like to your point, has not been good, and it's been more
abysmal.
it's been more about, so like the one thing that I will say in their defense is the thing that I do like that they've been prioing early, and you saw it in this past match as well, was Dokla coming through mid, making sure that is in a really good place for Palafox, like super early.
If they give
and then
swap,
he
I
was
think they're
also
losing.
able to harass Spica at Chickens as well, at Raptors, which I liked. It's been how they've responded to the side lanes, as we see the Ashe coming out for Dig, and also their like swap backs. So like their actual lane assignments that they've, as Dokla said in his first interview with Jat, like to kick off the day, they've been dizzy on the map.
Yeah, and also I would say, aside even from the lane assignments, which usually when you're dizzy, they're talking about, you know, where people are going on the map. I would also say their execution of dives and their dealing with dives has been way better for on the side of the
And refocusing on the draft here, the 4-5 has been really interesting because now we've been seeing what is 480 carry bans.
It's fine. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Made it so Dignitas is already really confident about it that they would go.
Brother, I've had a long week.
Smolder
You understand that?
Newer pick. Obviously, we've been seeing a little bit more of Smolder in mid lane, but this is a bot lane Smolder that we've seen in the hands of FBI.
I've had a long week. I'm sorry,
FBI
guys.
in the past, when you've had Smolders, his one big concern is his team making active plays around the map without him. So as long as they are aware that he's not going to be as active on the map, you know, I think this is going to be a great pick for them.
They do have some interesting setup too, right?
Okay, so we went
presumably
Smolder,
Maokai coming in. I don't think we're going to see
Maokai support.
So you do have the Maokai ult to set up.
Nautilus, you want a bit more range.
The poke from Smolder.
Yeah.
Easier to hit CC on the Smolder, just
and
press
then
R.
the Nautilus coming out.
I'm not sure it's the best Nautilus game.
What do you guys think?
I like the composition here from Dignitas quite a bit. Adding Nautilus too, like sure,
a lot of
Cleanse
easy
works
to hit
well
CC.
versus both Sejuani and Ashe, but I think Nautilus is a good touch to it.
I don't know.
That
I'm
being
gonna
said,
say
I'm gonna
Dig
go straight
because
to the
again,
casters. I want
I
to hear
did
what they
predict
have to say
everyone.
on this one as we go straight into game 4.
Muchas gracias, y'all. And we are heading into Game 4. This is match point for Dignitas. And personally, guys, I'm very excited about the Skarner jungle because this has been a wave originated by Griffin, who plays on the T1 Academy roster, so the Tier 3 roster. He has been spamming Grasp of the Undying on Skarner in the jungle, rushes Heartsteel, then Sterix Gauge, and makes use of the increased base attack damage. And
Talked
makes
about
Skarner
that.
And actually formidable
Grasp
scaling
and
fighter later
Heartsteel
into the game.
on
Yeah, it
Skarner
is a
does
really
much more
interesting
damage than
build.
Grasp,
Skarner
Heartsteel, and
just gets
Cho'Gath.
scaling on everything from health, right? So, you know, building these pure HP builds can be pretty effective. You don't necessarily have to build as much MR or armor or whatever. But that being said, it is an expensive build, and it's one that's slow to turn on. So the question is, you know, how will that translate to pro play? Will Contracts be able to get enough gold that he feels like he can rush towards that, or is he going to go, you know, more traditional kind of tank supportive style items?
With the Grasp, I would imagine he actually does do the Heartsteel. He's also got a Poppy, Sejuani, and Nautilus that he could technically proc it off in teamfights. So we'll see if the game can stay active and skirmish heavy once he gets that item.
Yeah.
It's a risk, though, because Energy is in that situation now where they're one loss away from total elimination.
Well, boys,
Against the
Energy, you
wall,
lose this game,
and
you're
they're
packing
throwing
it up
out
home.
A huge curveball and try to keep Dignitas on their toes. I can't imagine this is something they've had a lot of practice against.
Yeah, no, I mean, absolutely. Skarner jungle is not that popular. Most people I talk to think it is not good at all. So it's going to be interesting to see how Contracts will be able to perform. You know, the E can be powerful as far as the gank paths you can actually go through, but any sort of CC cancels the channel. You know, so it's one of those things where it's like you're going
hallucinating, or
and he can
did
throw
you
out
guys
the
see that
fear
too?
to actually interrupt you. You can get, you know, so many different little mini CCs that can be pretty frustrating to actually deal with. But I'm excited to see how they do it. And as far as, you know, the actual composition goes for Energy, this is about as standard gets when you think about like old school LCS type scomps. You have three big frontliners, you have two hyper carries, one that does physical, one that does magic, and you're just really playing to enable Palafox and FBI. And it's pretty damn similar on the Dignitas side, where it's just 3 meatballs and 2 carries again. So it's really going to matter how your carries are doing, because if one of your carries falls way behind, all of a sudden you don't really have any damage in team fights.
And speaking of these players having experience playing standard comps, they have a lot of experience winning LCS trophies too. So 9 of the 10 players in this game have been LCS champions, 16 cumulative LCS trophies across them.
And who's
and
the one
as
who
we
wasn't?
say elimination series, they could go down.
Okay,
Energy,
they
all 5 of those guys
swap
will be eliminated from the LCS
again.
playoffs if they lose this game. And again, we have the swap.
Yeah, again we have the swap, but in a very weird way, because Dokla is
I
not
don't know why
helping
they're
to leash
doing
or
this,
anything.
because
He's actually just
Energy
soaking
loses
XP
every
with
time.
FBI. So what they have elected to do is basically Huhi is playing the role of the top laner and leashing the jungler and not getting any XP, and Energy are sharing the XP between Dokla and FBI. So this does get Dokla level 2 and is going to be more useful
Christ.
on the potential dive. So now, because the Renekton isn't just level 1, he can E on you and stun you, so Licorice can't stay around on the tower whatsoever.
Yeah.
So I actually think this is a really kind of cool adaptation. Yeah, Huhi is going to be put down, but Dokla getting the
prepped
XP
that.
is
That was
more
good.
important and puts more threat onto Licorice. So interesting adaptation. I like it from Energy. And I want to see how it pans out over these next couple minutes, especially because we have to take into consideration Licorice has been slamming it in this series.
Now
in
the
both
lane
Dignitas'
swaps are
wins,
evolving.
He was between
Great.
3 and even last game up above 5,000 gold ahead of Dokla. So they're trying to hold Licorice down and enable Dokla a little bit more.
At the very least, I feel like this is the first experience advantage Dokla's had on Licorice in any lane swap. Because he's been stuck at level 1 in basically every game, and now they're even giving him the plate. So they're definitely prioritizing the top lane health in this game.
I think they're going to swap back. Oh, wow, they canceled that. So now it's getting kind of weird, because now they're losing a lot bot, and
a lot of plates.
Energy are going to farm another wave up here. One thing I will say that is also a cost to this is, as long as Licorice is just staying away from Smolder, yeah, FBI is getting stacks, but he's not getting any stacks from trading. There's no like Ws that are being spammed out onto them. There's no champion that he can interact.
My games, this will never work in
Super
solo.
Scorcher Breath, the Q.
It needs
over
way
and
too
over
much
on.
coordination. It'll
So
never happen.
His stacks
Never.
are going to be really, really slow, and when you get slow early stacks, it really delays everything else. As we see Licorice try to battle his way back to that tower, Dokla probably can't dive him because he should get 2, but if those spells come up and he's
Even if
still
they add
one,
voice
there
comms,
is a
it
threat
still
of
won't
a
work.
dive.
It takes
Did get
practice.
2 though.
Yeah. So now here comes the question for Energy. Is the trade-off of putting Dokla ahead of Licorice worth all the free gold and plates you gave over to Sven and Isles on the bottom side of the map, because that further decelerates FBI's own advantage on the Smolder.
It absolutely does, and I don't really know what happened mid lane, but Jensen is already 200 gold ahead. Like an entire wave of farm was missed by Palafox, which is pretty surprising.
No Soloki top laner wants to do this shit either. True. 100%, because no, true.
You're gonna say
Ego
he's
roll.
This, yeah.
Well,
I mean,
it's
like
similar to what
Mead
happened
on
in game
Hulk
one, actually,
Smash,
with your
I would do
versus
it,
Jace,
obviously.
he started that lane like
but
100
like,
HP,
he's like,
and we checked back, and he
like
was
Surdy's
the first
not
to
doing this shit
recall
in
a
solo
better
queue.
condition. So in the mage matchups, when Jensen's
Viper's not doing this shit in solo queue. Like these guys are these ego players.
Totally
These
different
ego,
player.
Kia Blade's not doing this shit in solo
game
queue.
3,
Absolutely
he's
not.
coming off an awful game. That Corki game, especially in the mid game, was very disastrous for Jensen.
It was an awful win.
Yeah, we were joking. We were joking. Between 22 and 25 minutes last game on Corki, Jensen was dead for 2 minutes. Like, he literally died, respawned, and died again twice in a row.
But actually, like, not you say you're joking, but that was
one time
actually
he
what happened.
teleported back to die faster.
Yeah,
like it was
crazy.
such a rough
And see,
performance.
let's
But then
combos these
he
players,
goes
because I'm talking
back
about solo
onto
queue top
Magus,
players.
Wei versus Zir, comfort zone right away. Good performance in lane.
And they want to force something here. Contracts is going to stun Isles into the
I did
wall.
not
Who
give
he
up
gets
on the
the
challenge
follow-up,
that
and
was
I don't
so-
think Isles has a chance to even
That'd
flash
be a 1-for-1.
away.
Nope.
Tries to trade an
Oh,
ignite
he
down
did
and
flash
a
forward.
and
It
that
was
sets
been
up
flashed.
Sven for a trade kill back, but
Yeah,
first blood
get
still
there in
goes
time. I think
forward
so.
to FBI, and now Sven is in trouble. That's a double for the Baby Dragon, and Spica unfortunately is just a little too late to the party.
Yeah,
Do not
Sven
go
is able
game
to
5,
flash in and
guys,
get a trade
please.
kill, but that was super
Guys,
not worth
please.
it. He flashes
I don't
in,
have
gets
time.
a trade kill. He's going to lose an entire wave. FBI gets another kill. So in
I have
this
to
case,
film
even though it is a
something
trade
in
kill, who you're getting the
another,
kills on matters
another
so much.
thingy.
And that one
I have
went
to film
really bad
in
for them. As
Contract tries to pull Spica
10
back under
hours.
the tower, but it's not in
No,
range,
not
so Spica
9
is
hours.
not under
Guys,
threat.
please.
Just trying to make sure that they can't push the wave out.
Yeah, just having a little jungle fun at the moment. And any advantage that Sven and Isles would have had by getting the extra plates at the start of the game are actually erased by that little sequence there where FBI picks up 2 kills. So now Doka's got the experience advantage and their bot lane has the gold advantage.
at the very least, though, they do hold the wave there. You know, Jungler was able to hold the wave, so the wave is really bad now for FBI, so that could even things out, and they're getting the dragon. So I want to see if Sven does actually try to hold it. We're just watching this one more time. It's just a nice little surprise gank there from Contracts. Uses the E well, gets the stun, and there's that flash in from Sven. Yeah, you get the kill, but at what cost? And FBI picks up a double, and then Spica is able to hold the wave, and you can see still holding that
Very good.
wave. He's thinned it out quite a lot, so the gold, you know, yeah, it's still in FBI's favor,
Maybe
but it's
support
even
could
out
actually
a
work.
lot because of that small move from Spica.
I know
at
there's
the
some
end of the
situations
play.
where
really
support
nice.
has to take
That's
exhaust,
some
but he
veteran
gets
play
kid in.
coming there. But we're back
I
to
think
swap
TP on
town.
support
So
is
now Sven is in a different situation where
honestly
the
probably
can
the move.
definitely step up at level 5. And FBI and Huhi are going to be trying to farm a few more plates up top lane. I do like this Maokai early on here for Huhi, the way they started the lane swap with him starving himself of experience, and then also being able to run bot to top and litter the map with saplings is setting up some really nice wave states for them.
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because obviously they were thinking, all right, Smolder early is weaker than Ashe early, so we want to avoid this, but we really don't want to screw our Renekton over because Renekton needs gold, needs experience more than the Poppy does. So they kind of tried to find a middle ground. Whether or not that does pay off in the long run, we'll have to find out because Doka is still, of course, you know, way down in farm from where he would normally be, but his experience is a lot better than what you would expect in a normal lane swap.
The rest of Energy still trying to see if they can continue finding advantageous positions with these lane assignments as they continue to swap them around the map. Approaching 8 minutes where second rotation of Groves will be coming in the next 3 minutes. The first dragon was secured by Dignitas thanks to Spica holding the
Neela's
wave and making
Alka-Seltzer.
sure that
That's
Energy
it.
couldn't crash it in, and they had the respawn timers
They're
on
fine.
their
Chicken.
laners as well.
Like
so
3.
we're at an even state of the game once again, y'all. And from what we remember in Game 3, it was the bloodiest one that we've had yet in this series.
No, it was pretty slow
We might
early.
be heading for another bloody banger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Energy, you know, on the precipice of being eliminated. And in this new era, we're going to have a gank because Sven should be able to walk this out. In this era where we see teams change so often, these guys have been the core trio of Energy, have been together for quite some time, and they are at risk of getting broken up if this team does not turn something around in playoffs. This is such an important series for them. You know, they've had a lot of success together. They've been through a lot of adversity together. And now we'll have to see if they can once again turn something around
I haven't played
make a
Smolder
bit
on
of
this
a miracle
server
run happen for the squad.
Doka definitely wants to play at a high level here. He's had massive ups and downs. Palafox, massive ups and downs this split as well. Bad split, but a great series so far for Palafox. And we got some Really dynamic stuff happening around the map here. Huhi and FBI want to get a bit aggressive up top.
Meanwhile, Contracts is being a nuisance to Sven and preventing him from getting his recall and base off, so that stalls the amount of time that he is not able to come back and collect the wave.
Yeah, this has actually been really nice. So the second kind of execution of this lane swap, or whatever you want to call it, the lane assignments, when they went back up top, because Isles went up there to actually defend with Licorice, it ended up being this 2v2 lane where Smolder is free stacking off of 2 melee champions that can't threaten him, the Poppy and the Nautilus. So that situation ended up being really, really good, because on the other side of the map, the Renekton was able to and did threaten Sven. He forced out the cleanse, he pushes him back, then Contracts interrupts the recall, so he's losing that farm. So now they have actually extended the gold lead quite a lot in the bottom lane. We saw it got down to under 200, now it's over 600, and the stack acceleration is there for FBI. So the second initiation of that swap was really, really good, I think, for Energy.
And the third one might be too. Sven top, but that's on the reset of Poppy, who's going to catch this giant wave and then would be able to farm off of Poppy if they stick around.
It's kind of funny because I actually love playing Smolder a lot, and one of the situations where it's normally really good to pick is into tanks, right?
They're
and so
like swapping
he's taking
it's like
basically a
every
top
third
Smolder
wave
approach and just trying to farm the
They're
Poppy,
literally just trying to
follow
like
him around the
avoid
map, constantly poke and prod him.
They don't want
because
Smolder
when you
to stack
can
for
farm
free, so
all
they're
of the
trying to
stacks
match, but
perfectly
then they
off the
swap,
minions
but then
and
they
press
swap,
Q
and
and
then they
W on
analyze the
cooldown
swap,
on these
so then they
champions,
swap, and then
you
they
get
swap, and then they
accelerated
swap, like, bro.
ridiculously fast. You can easily eclipse a lot of the kind of timings that we see in pro, where people are often, well into the 20s before they can actually get that farm done.
Yeah. I mean, under 11 minutes, he's just under 100 stacks, so he's well on his way to hitting that 225 stack mark very early on into the game. And for Energy, this is such a late game oriented composition. Really the only early bridges that you have is Dokla on this Renekton and a little bit of the early game skirmishing power that you get with Maokai with Lockdown, but that Lockdown is always going to be useful later the game goes on as well.
And that being said, we have seen Hui take over games in the late game. This champion can put out a monstrous amount of
reminder, I'm not
going to
be able to watch do Sunday Coast
about
stream,
where you're fighting, how you're fighting when you're against Hui.
Yeah.
If you try to funnel through an area, this champion can AoE so many people down, get multiple passive procs, which can absolutely destroy you. But at the same token, not nearly as safe as someone like the Azir, and the same goes for the Ashe, because the Azir
should win right
both
now.
have dashes, both have ways to reposition.
Whoever hits their CC wins. If Ashe arrow hits, they win.
Spikes here. Contracts has Heartsteel. FBI has Triforce, as the grub contest could be happening. So
they're gonna give this
some
shit
power
for sure.
spikes here for Energy that I think they'd like to take advantage of.
Dignitas have all 5 members here first.
You flying back?
So
No, I fly. Yeah.
Struggling on the entrance, but Huhi's going to throw out the ultimate. Try and brute force their way in.
Yes.
Mom comes over the top and Contracts is in.
Oh,
finds
they
the
fucked up their
impale
engage.
onto
Okay, there it is.
Tries to
But
bring
it's
it
on
over to Palafox,
Skarner.
But the turn from Spica forces
I have
Contracts
no finish.
out of the fight.
It's the Hex Flash
as
over
he
this
now
wall.
is able to secure a grub for himself.
Oh, a
They
little
try
bit
to
too
turn
deep.
on
Nice
the
Ashe
Dokla.
AoE.
Huhi tries to jump on him back, but Licorice has already picked up the first
Should go back
kill
in the
alongside
Rift
Jensen,
Pit, help him.
And FBI is getting brute forced out, but now
Bad
Smolder's trying
comms.
to make his way back in. Meanwhile, the Baron Pit is still a huge fight going on, and Contracts finally falls to the power of Dignitas.
At the end of the day, Dignitas get those extra kills, but the grubs do go to Energy. They got 4 total grubs, so they are going to have that grub spawn. That is nice for them, but Jensen got a lot of work done in that fight. Was really, really big for his squad, while on the other side, FBI was a massive threat, with that early Triforce, with the tier stack.
Okay, let's see this.
A lot of stacks in this fight.
Maokai started
and
it.
because of the item power spikes, Energy was pretty happy to
Boink,
take
he's
this
out of the fight.
initial
Good Poppy ult.
But you can see the Hui's impact really just
A
blocked
really
the
good
spells
Poppy ult. He had to go
that
all the way
Jensen
around.
throws
Oh my
out.
god.
From a safe distance over here, really just nukes this bottom side throughout most of the fight. Able to get that kill onto Licorice as Isles buys a ton of time in the pit with Contracts and Palafox. So I think Dig will take this since they were down in items before this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Jensen chunked out Dokla as he was coming in, used the Spiraling Spear, got him to half, then that re-engage from Licorice, stuns him against the wall, is able to finish him off, with a Q there.
Dokla's so
from the Hui.
sneaky.
Already has his first
He's
item
not, man. I don't think
as
he's.
well,
He
the
just
tier stacking
like when
up,
he.
so
I don't think
gonna
he's
be
built
a
it. He just
little bit
can't play
tankier
lane
when
swap.
that does complete.
Just
You
can't
can
do
see
it.
all the
It's not
damage
bad.
done by Hui and by Smolder on the other side, where Dokla could really barely be involved in that.
Ah, there's TP for the turret
Teleport
here.
coming in for Dignitas will force Dokla off for the safety of this tower. This should be first Brick going over to the side of Dignitas, and because they have a majority of their members on this bottom side of the map as well, that's also second Dragon going their way.
And you've got to say, despite the fact that Energy tried to facilitate a way where Dokla could get more out of the lane swap than Licorice, Licorice is now up gold. He has more farm. You're looking at an 80 CS Renekton here with no kills at 14 minutes. So he is really behind the pace
Does
of
he
the
have
game,
Cleaver?
and I think could really struggle to get a lot done. You're always going to have the ability to just flash in, stun someone up, and that's
They can't
kinda gonna
ban
be
people
what
from
you
walking to
offer,
certain
but
points of the
as
map.
far
I mean,
as
they
damage
could
done, it's
actually.
getting pretty low.
I agree, especially thinking about the way these team fights would play out with all the CC that Dig has if Renekton ever tries to go in. It's really all
Guys,
about
don't go.
Palafox and FBI wanting
Bot laners
front
don't go
line.
topside first
Renekton
minute.
doesn't really do much for them, aside from maybe setting up side waves. But because he's not actually ahead of the Poppy, he's not going to have priority. So I think if Energy wins this game, it's more off the back of Palafox and FBI.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just kind of hope when you're that far behind in Renekton that your carries are really strong, and then you can basically just play to peel for them, right?
Yeah.
You just play to hit whatever they're hitting, stun up Poppy if Poppy's trying to go for a stun on
Or
your
else
carries.
what?
You know,
Or
try to
else
protect
get
them
banned
and
from
be
the
a
league or
body
fined.
that creates space for the Smolder and the Azir to consistently get that damage out.
Dignitas
Fine, their ass.
summon
This is a
the
good riff.
Herald that they just acquired into the
Dignitas
mid
turns
lane.
big. It opens up
Guaranteed
the
tier
map.
1 is destroyed. And
Yes.
Energy
Oh my nose.
are just trying to do what they can to pick up the pieces. Dokla has completed Black Cleaver, so he can start shredding the armor of Licorice, but he's just gonna concede the fight.
Yeah, and he uses his ultimate there to make Licorice reset, I suppose. Now he'll be less threatening if there is a skirmish later. Interesting sequence there, actually, because I felt like Palafox collected a lot of gold. He got solo top lane turret and then solo
not
bot
bad.
lane turret.
Mid laners
but
have been
then
non-existent.
Dig, instead of trying to match side lane turrets, got the mid turret. So from an overall map perspective, you'd favor Dignitas, but from a gold distribution standpoint, that's exactly the guy you want to be giving those early game turrets to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, quietly, we also have to talk about the dragons, because Dig did pick up the first 2 dragons. It is an Infernal Soul. They have lots of easy ways to apply it with their carries, both the Ashe and the Way. Lots of ways to actually just poke away at your opponents and proc that Infernal Soul. So they're going to be looking to play towards that. And the question is, can NRG find a way to try to turn things around?
Boulder stacks 151
or,
at
will
16.
they just
Very
really
good.
struggle to enter the fight? Because I really think being there first is going to be so important for both squads.
And
We
with
rooting
how you
for?
already
Well,
outlined
I picked
the
Dig
maps being
3-1.
different for both teams here, Jay.
I like Dokla, but I don't like the way he plays late side. But now I
How can
really
they
want Dig
play
3-1
through
because
the
I
advantage
need
of
this
side
series
lanes
to
and
end.
collapse in on that mid-turn, whereas Dignitas, they're the ones that are trying to open up the map further, taking off the tier 1 turret. Like, what is the next step of plan for both teams?
Well, it's just going to be a bit of a pick game before the objectives end up coming up, and it's about making sure Smolder and Azir always have some level of safety to farm
They
up,
made a
which
ban
becomes
offense lane
more
swap and
difficult
penalty
now
is
for
3
energy.
hours of
That's
no ads
why
gift blade.
I think if we look at the minimap,
What if
we have
the penalty
just
for
a
lane
little bit
swapping
more
is
vision in the river,
you
but
have
as
to
soon as
watch
that
a
gets
TF
cleared,
Blade stream?
Smolder's no longer safe.
And not
And you can see
TF
Smolder
Blade,
actually came over,
no
took
cam,
all
no
the
mic
Raptors
stream. It's
on the
TF Blade
camp
with
there to get
cam
additional
and
stacks,
mic
is
on
fully
stream.
stacking every single wave that
I
comes
promise
through.
you they would
And
stop
every
blade
time
swap.
Spica and Isles come over, I like that FBI is making a point of rotating over with his team and trying to get additional stacks from them.
Yeah.
Again, so much is from the skirmish. That really does help to accelerate you. He's at 172 now, so now he's eclipsing that kind of 10 per minute. He could be done here if there's a big around
It's
20
banter.
minutes, maybe a little bit after that, which is going to be a really good clip, especially for pro play, and is going to have him being a big threat against this team that has 3 meatballs that are going to be walking across you. They are constantly applying an AoE true damage spell to.
And it's going to almost guarantee that he'll have it by the time Dignitas is on soul point. That's what this boost will give them in terms of insurance. They would, in a strange world, love the
Like this
skirmish because they
fucking
can get the
dragon,
Heartsteel
these guys.
stacks and they can get the Smolder stacks. But if they lose those skirmishes, they lose complete control of the game. So I think they're doing the right thing at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. It's really that kind of fine balance. You don't want to get too far in and be overcommitted to a play and get burst down, because there's lots of pick, lots of CC over on the Dignitas side. But anytime you can find those skirmishes safely, it's going to be really, really good for you as Contrast
Doom is so slow now for the other.
Setbacks presence is already popped by Licorice.
Gonna
Contrast
flash?
would
It's not worth
have
his
to
flash.
to get in range for the impale, but
Yeah, it
Keeper's
wasn't.
verdict
I mean,
will punt
they
both
got
teams
his
away.
ult before Dragon.
See you later. Licorice, very
So now
hard
Starter
target
should
to
just
gank
reset
for,
and run
but
Dragon.
You can see Contracts was jobless in that moment. All
Bro,
his
I blew my
jungle
nose
camps
with
were
my
dead.
headset on and now my
the
ears
Azir
are
was farming, the Smolder was farming, so as long as they don't get picked by losing control of this jungle, they'll be just fine making that gank attempt.
And Dignitas on this ward, unbeknownst to them, they are stacking over on that. They're trying to set up for a potential pick here prior to Dragon. Of course, Palafox now knows that
Wouldn't
it's
be a
just
time for
Spica
Dragon?
there. Trying to
Poppy's ult's
play a
like
little
at
bit
least
dumb,
60
see if he can
seconds.
force him into committing, and then he had everyone there behind him. Spica does not go for it, knowing that no one is there to back him up just yet. And Licorice and Dokla both have TP available, so both teams posturing like they want to fight for this. I do think we're going to have a big battle potentially here over this third Dragon.
190 stacks on Smolder. He's just 35 away from hitting that Elder Execute.
They're 2 items. Azir's almost 2 items.
Dignitas are
They need
running
a
down
fight
this
here.
dragon very
Hui doesn't have his
fast, and the
Archangels.
control ward
Here we
blocks
go.
out all vision. The Maokai ultimate is going to give them brief vision, seeing that it's 4K, and Contracts is in the pit. Flash
Not bad. They have no
tail,
follow-up. This pump is
finds 2.
terrible.
Isles is going to try to stall the backline. Massive CC
They have
on
no
FBI
follow-up.
Palafox, and he tries to come in, swoop,
This
and
is-
pushing
oh,
on
wow.
back in. Huhi's the first one to fall.
Bro,
but
is
the dragon
Palafox-
secured by Contracts, and Energy walk away with more kills.
Bro.
That is a massive fight for Energy. Contracts absolutely popped off
Wait,
here. Not
Palafox
only
might
does he
just
get
be
the
playing out of
double
his mind
ult to
this series.
initiate the fight, he finally gets the steal. This one pops over to them. You can see FBI even more accelerated in this game. Let's check it out one more time.
And you can watch on the other side, Jensen
Don't
actually got
rush.
so much damage down, but they just really weren't able to follow up and capitalize on that as they all group together here. Contracts
Okay,
goes
whatever.
in, finds a multi-man impale, but then watch the damage as he gets out of this here from Jensen.
Huge
You can see
Nautilus
the Nautilus
ult.
ult came through over onto
Bought
Smolder.
so
The
much
ulti
time.
goes down. The spiraling despair that's on Contracts actually gets pulled back in onto FBI, and he snaps him in with the E into the ulti. So FBI almost gets first
God,
down,
they just
but
got
there's no
cooked
one else
everywhere.
that can get in the back line. Sven is just stuck hitting
Go to
front the
game 5.
entire
Oh my
fight,
god.
and they're not able to actually finish off any of those kills, so a massive win for
Rapid,
Energy.
you guys see that again, or is it just me still?
Garner's back.
Yep, I know we're going to be seeing more Flowers face on the POV sometime soon. Huhi might have found another pick on Isles. He doesn't have splash from the prior skirmish. Sven tries to throw out an arrow, but I think the fight is already lost. Spica flashing over the red buff wall just to escape.
Looks like the momentum is turning towards Energy. Game 5 could be on its way, but that's also a little too early to call because it is just 1,800 gold, and the fights continue.
And Contracts, I'm not sure if he was able to steal the red buff away, but he's got Spica locked in this wall. He's got
God.
nowhere else to run, and yeah,
Go to
21
game 5,
minutes.
holy
Baron
fuck.
is alive for the taking, and Energy should be able to turn for it.
And Jensen just used his ult. It did force the flash from Huhi. No, they're not actually going to start it. I thought for sure they would go to it, but they feel it's too risky right now. Licorice is healthy. There's lots of AoE, so they don't want to risk anything and feeling like they're in a good position. I thought at the very least they would start it and look for a turn, but they elect not to do so. And we'll
I mean,
have to
Smolder's
see
not
if
even
they can
stacked. He's
capitalize
about to
on any
stack
of these
here.
missing summoners now, as so many people are missing those flashes and could be targets in these coming fights. I mean, FBI is that big juicy target that you really want to kill. 600 gold bounty on him and no flash.
Looking for Jensen, but there's no more impale from Contracts as he already used it in that prior skirmish, so Jensen should be fine.
And honestly, as long as Contracts doesn't have flash, there's just no way you ever get up onto the way. Like with the E, you have to walk straight
Don't
at him.
stream for
and he can
15
throw
hours
you out of
before
that
your
every single
co-stream?
time. Not
Yeah,
only does it push you
ideally
away,
that's
it
the
cancels
case,
your
bro.
E,
Unfortunately,
so,
I was doing something
any
this-
CC
I'll be
does
back to
that.
normal next
So
week.
it is really, really difficult to actually get in on that way without some sort of player to actually set you up.
This is really looking
That's freaking awesome.
like Energy momentum to me, and FBI has played such a clean
Guys,
game.
sub
but
now,
the
sub now.
way he got to this point was
Sub to the LCS
through
Twitch
Energy's
channel. I
best
know I will.
lane swap yet. We started this series with them having an absolutely disastrous lane swap, failing a dive and getting dove, and then they kind of just stuck to it. This time, they had a new variation where they actually had Dokla getting level 2 with his 80 carry, so he couldn't get completely starved. But the biggest beneficiary here was FBI.
Yeah.
236 stacks at 22 minutes, very good.
Yeah, it's really good. And I just really liked, especially the extended part of the play where he farmed so many stacks off of Isles, off of Licorice.
Yeah.
You know, that really did accelerate him because it is a risk in a lane swap to really put yourself behind that clock. And FBI now in a great spot, and especially when you get the rapid fire, it's such a big spike for Smolder because then it's so easy to just apply this Q, and you're constantly splashing that true damage.
Oh my
back
God,
onto
he's almost
multiple
3
people,
items. He
burning
never
them
dies.
down. You really do become a very
I mean,
frustrating
Ash is
champion
even.
to deal with because it's not just about the high DPS, which Smolder does have. It's about that poke and prod that is so tough to stop.
The proactive adaptations from Energy has now put themselves into a spot where they're not that far ahead in gold, but considering the champions that they've had, they're at the points of the game where Dignitas are the most terrified, and they're still waiting for Jensen to really come online.
You also have to note, though, that Sven has quietly had quite a good game himself. He's not actually that far behind where FBI is. And as he builds in towards that third item, he is going to be pretty threatening for the frontliners.
I mean, they're waiting for nothing. I don't see how they win.
But he doesn't have any armor, so you can
They have to one-shot
Same thing with Dokla.
Skarner, or they have to one-shot Malachi. Skarner actually built Styrax, which I think is brilliant. So he has Mercs and the Styrax tenacity. I think it's so smart.
Well, I do think they can win potentially front-to-back fights still.
Rest of Dignitas trying to take up space in the mid lane. Thankfully for them, they still have the safety of this tier 1 turret. Whereas for Energy, they lost theirs almost 10 minutes ago. Contrast is going to look for the engage, but gets slowed. Cancels the E. The rest of Energy just starting to slowly corral and get ready to push Dignitas off the tier.
Gotta give this
We're
Dragon as
talking
well.
about who's stronger, though. Jensen's the one that just received that Knight's Vow from Spica, because he is the one who needs to do the most damage in this team fight for them to win. I think Sven's not quite there, even with his gold. He needs to complete that third item at least. So it's an incredibly difficult Drake to contest here.
Licorice trying to see if he
Look
can
at
be the first
Palafox.
one
Look at
in.
Palafox.
Palafox is waiting for the rest of the backline to swoop on in. Mom comes through, he gets slowed, but FBI got punted out by Licorice, and now Energy have to stall because more of their damage dealers was taken out of the fight, but no one else from Dignitas could really step on up despite FBI getting punted, and that's the second Dragon for Energy.
Yeah, this is the power of being there first. The setup from Energy was really, really good. Dignitas is having to funnel through this kind of side angle. Palafox is threatening on the side, so if you fully commit your backline to that fight, he's going to swoop in, he's going to flash on them, he's going to ult them into the team, and you're going to be toast. So it made it very, very difficult to approach. Even when they knocked out the Smolder, they still didn't feel comfortable to fully commit to it because Spica had gotten chunked down. So again, just watch Palafox, his positioning right here. They have no vision on him. If you walk up too far, you basically can't go past that line as Dignitas backline, or you're going to be getting attacked by Palafox and by these members from this side. So I think it was really nice positioning here from NRG, even with the good ult from Licorice.
This cancel's annoying.
Might catch Jensen.
Contracts.
No, ult actually.
He's waiting for the lockdown.
Can't even flash
I'm
away.
not sure if Impale is at the ready quite yet, but he's going to flash forward, guarantees the slow from the Q. Palafox
He doesn't
arrives.
flash
There's
that,
the
he takes a
Impale,
death.
tries to bring him
Now he
back,
flashes.
but Isles does a great job
Not good.
of stuffing
Good.
the engage
Shavar.
and ensuring the safety of his mid laner, as now they're trying to maybe look for a turn. Severing Bolt does some
Way
decent
too much.
damage.
MR Hui's going to need void staff. They have
get
4
the flash
tabs.
out of
They have 4
Jensen,
Merc
and they
treads.
have very high Baron damage, so Dig have to at least respect it. I gotta say though, Palafox is having his best series of
He
the
is
year
way
so far. He's been a
outperformed
performer
Jensen
in all
this
4
series.
games. Really great team fighting, and he made this tweet right after their loss that he just feels like he's had this mental block. Maybe he has gotten over it for this series, and he needs to continue to perform for their season to stay alive.
Absolutely. I have to give credit to Contracts there. Found a nice angle coming over the wall that
back.
Jensen did not see in time, so couldn't get the fear out to actually interrupt him. I'm not sure if it was caught window shopping, because it is, fairly subtle, that little marker on the wall that Skarner's coming over, so you really have to be watching and see that specific spot on the wall to see that he is coming over to be able to actually interrupt that. And getting the flash off Jensen is so big. Jensen has no Zonias. He really has very little defense.
This is good. This is the window.
Spica lands right on the Contracts, but he just speeds on out with his
Vince
E.
pop it. Ooh.
And now
Wait, he faked me.
He dashed in, he's forced to flash out, but that could be a big punish. Oh no, Dignitas capitalize on a misplay from Palafox, and now Energy are on the run. Another Severing Bolt finds its mark on the Dokla, and just like that, Dignitas get 2 free picks.
Palafox might have just thrown the entire series. Eden accidentally realized his mistake, tries to flash out, then nothing as he's on the retreat.
God.
Instead of just committing to the play, that was a complete
This
panic.
guy.
And now Digger on the bear.
I said it at the start of this series. What the is wrong with Palafox?
Isles is looping around for a deep flank, ready for the turn. The arrow's back up again. It's on the Contracts. Big 2-man Impale. FBI's gonna pop Spica. Looks for Licorice next. But now it's up to Contracts and FBI, who he has been taken out of the fight. And
Okay, the game's not over because they stalled the Baron.
From FBI Smolder, it's enough to stop
Oh my God.
Dignitas from taking the Baron.
They're gonna keep
even
chasing.
by losing Palafox, he teleports back into the fight, and now they have the advantage.
Oh my God, he
Sven is
gets
caught
bailed out.
Jensen's
So
got
lucky.
nowhere else to run.
So
Somehow,
lucky.
Some way, Energy are bailed out by the power of the baby dragon.
And listen, this is why it's a team game. Because Palafox had been playing great, he makes what could have been a game or season-ending mistake, and everybody else on Energy steps up to push Dignitas off the Baron there. FBI is
just happened.
Absolutely gargantuan on that smolder.
And here it is one more time from that initial play.
Did he
goes
misclick?
back in, and I thought at first, oh, he's going back in for a re-engage, but instead he doesn't ult. He flashes back out, ults nothing, dies, and then you think, okay, this could be it. He realizes, oh, you can, don't read those lips.
No audio on this one.
And there is the reaction from ThinkGuard, who knows how bad this was. But then they just get a little bit too close. The double ulti there from Contracts, pulling them back into FBI was massive. And Sven and Jensen were softened up, so they couldn't actually push forward to get a kill because one Q from FBI could get them in XE range.
Also, Sven out of mana here. The size of that shield from Contracts goes to show how scaled he is from health as well.
Man, Huhi is always having a good time.
All right, that should be GG. We're going to game 5.
Even
Lovely.
when he potentially watches mid later throw the game, he's like, no, guys, we're still in it. And Energy persevere, rally behind the power of this Skarner, of this Smolder. They get the Baron buff, and they're back to being in the driver's seat and sieging into
Smolder's so strong.
FBI is also going into
He didn't use
kind of
any sums in that fight either.
Really
not
like.
Cleanse, not Ghost,
or Riftmaker,
or not
nice
Flash.
sidestep. Both are quite good at this point in the game, and it really just facilitates.
Smolder's actually broken. I think so too.
It makes your W
I've been saying it
more
solo.
annoying. If you go the Riftmaker route, obviously
He's not
you
like
have,
a
some sustain from
an
that,
innocent,
but I
like
do think it's kind
one-shottable,
of an
like
part of the Smolder kit, and can be quite powerful late.
Punching bag,
Doko's gonna face
as he
Rush,
was
stunned
before.
up by Spica, and he's gonna absorb it with the Dominus.
He's
might
walking
be in
up a little
trouble,
bit.
but the Death Charge does not lock him down for further damage as he just flaps away.
Ooh,
Doko's
Skarner
still
ult.
trouble on
Oh,
the
skip zone.
outside flank. Huge spiraling despair. Polyfox arrives to the party,
They
and
did
now
kill
maybe
Licorice in
Energy
the back,
can
and they're all low.
regroup.
Oh my
Dignitas have already lost out on Jensen, but Energy lose Dokla.
Oh, such a messy fight right there. As Dokla was getting collapsed on, Contracts landed a huge ultimate right at that mid turret to be able to pick up Jensen. That should be enough to secure Energy this third Infernal Drake.
Yeah, it's looking like it will. And man, if you get a 4 Infernal Drake, Infernal Soul, you are doing so much damage, especially for FBI, who's already monster-fed 9-0-4. We can watch this one more time as Dignitas trying to defend this tower very, very heavily. They do push out Dokla, but look at that. That one Q onto Sven is like a third of his health that he lost. Contracts comes in, they realize, hey, we can actually finish the tower and make a fight happen.
Beautiful flank at the end by Palafox. Made sure that the rest of Dignitas couldn't continue to fight through them. I'd say still not your cleanest approach if you're Energy,
Ash is a
because
big
I think
pick.
if they're
I don't
playing
think Ash is
behind
bad.
the
If you like
Smolder,
Ash Braum.
that not
I really
much
don't think it
can
is.
go
In these
wrong
games,
at
though,
the
it's so
moment,
hard because these
my
tanksters
goodness.
running at her.
Leandry's completed now. Vamp Scepter,
Probably
his
BT
last build
last.
as well. Yeah, just for some defensive
Yeah.
and ability to stay in the fight, because Wei, he needs to be able to heal up the poke.
That's really the only way he's being threatened, is if he is getting poked. With 3 big frontliners ahead of you, with the ability to actually fly over walls, with your summoners up, you're really only going to die if you get poked down first. So I think it is smart. He is monstrously strong.
An arrow will find FBI, but he instantly cleanses it, and they turn the target on the Jensen. He flashes over the Emperor's Divide. Spiraling Despair right on top, but he's got the stasis to block out the damage. Licorice tries to slam into the wall, and they find the kill trait back, but FBI and Contracts are still alive, and they can rally and try and stay alive in this fight. Another flash slam right into FBI.
What is Palafox doing, bro?
Dignitas persevere through the power of the dragon. Contracts is going low. Dokla tries to save the fight, and Contracts finds one trade before falling to Licorice's Poppy. And now Dokla, maybe he can find something on Seth. Big Dokes will stall the fight out
That's
for
dope,
Energy.
bro.
And now
That's big
Spica
Dokes,
Licorice.
bitch.
Eventually, maybe they'll take out this Crocodile, but Dokla is really making them work for it. We've got
Holy
another
shit.
banger on our hands.
Daddy
Never
Dokes, bitch.
a dull moment in Energy versus Dignitas.
Because a lot happened. They got all the
As a
subs that's big.
4v5.
What is the
Renekton
fuck
is
is
in the
Palafox
mid lane.
doing?
The arrow lands and burns the cleanse, and it's
Okay,
Energy
he goes
who
in,
want to go
misses
for Jensen.
everything, man.
Palafox really just needs to slow things down. He goes in with the ulti here, whiffs again on the ulti, and it's because he put himself in such a bad position that the follow-up is even able to happen. Licorice comes in, stuns him right off the Zonias. They get that kill.
Like,
they get
he
access
is
to the
troll.
back
He
line.
played that.
It was a great
He was
sidestep
playing well.
there on the hook from Isles. That
Had a
did
good
extend
series.
the fight, but then that slam from Licorice. He set up the first kill on Palafox. He gets the second onto the Smolder.
And that 1,000 gold shutdown goes to Sven. So gold-wise, he's actually equal with the Smolder now. So it's not just the Hui show, as Jensen is happy that his team is able to turn that around after he dies. And Energy is feeling it a little bit right now. They cannot let this one slip through their fingers.
I mean, Palafox is just trying to do too much. Like,
Yep.
that felt like one of those situations where maybe he's trying to make up for the previous play. You do not need to be sliding into the tower.
Look at his build.
Yeah.
That's too much.
I mean, your bot
There's
lane
3
is
different
so strong.
components.
All you need to do is stand on the smolder and push anyone away who comes. Like, that's it. That's your whole job. You just need to make space for the smolder. FBI will win you the game. He has 400 stacks. He's ridiculously fed. He just has to poke and prod away, and eventually Dignitas will get pushed back because they have very little, if any, sustain across their entire
He did
team.
get his crypto. Crypto, whatever it's called.
Now Energy have to regroup. They need to
Recton has hourglass or stop or
how to
yeah, it's really
play
good. There's
the
still a
rest
lot
of
of
the
gold.
game out. They have this huge late game advantage, but they've been constantly slipping up on some of these key targets against Dignitas, and they've been making the most of
Forcing
the
it.
count. Engage onto Dokla. Bomb pushes them back
This is
off.
awkward,
Dokla is
actually.
falling to the spiral of despair. He tries to go in. Jensen is caught by Contract. Big target, and Energy are going to be able to take out Sven first, and now they're looking for the next target. I think that one is
flank.
Licorice, and
Look at
Energy
flank.
now have a 5-on-3 advantage. Palafox tries to go in.
Hey, we've done
Finds
it, bro.
a scoop on the aisles, but it's another target that they can drop in a body bag. Dignitas are now falling on the reliance of Jensen and Spica to keep their base alive.
That is a big fight win for Energy. They do not have a minion wave at the moment. Contracts has been so clutch in this Skarner game,
Well,
finding engage after engage.
He has
Baron
been.
up,
I think this game's just
Soul
jungle
in
diff.
45 seconds.
Does he get the steal? I don't think he can even try.
This one's not over yet.
No, they're going to try to go for it, but we do see Spica in the area, has no flash. Jensen almost has the ulti back up, but
It's
look
so
at who's
slow.
trying to find the angle and has flash available, so could look for Jensen if they go for it.
Yeah.
They're going to back it up. I
Gonna
think
get
this
the
is the
Soul,
right
they're
choice,
gonna stop the
absolutely.
Soul.
Especially with Soul on the horizon here in 20 seconds. If you die going for Baron, then Soul is lost.
Yeah.
If you just give this up, you can go down towards this dragon and potentially move yourself to Soul Point here. So we'll see if Energy can get back out on the map fast enough to actually contest this.
This is pretty tight. I mean, Dokla has teleport, but they're running out pretty quick, and they're setting a
waiting.
trap.
They're waiting in the bush to see if Palafox gets too close, but Dignitas are spotted as they move.
They're going to try and
forward.
burst it.
Long.
Yep. Flip it.
Way too long. This game's over.
Contracts does not have flash. He would have to make a slow
They
approach
took
with
way
that
too
E.
long.
The Ishtal's impact still ready and available, but Spica secures the dragon. The Infernal Soul is denied, and a huge objective bounty is
3
claimed
dragons
for
to
the
3
side of
dragons.
Dignitas.
Yeah, really well played there by Dig. Now if you can just actually withstand the onslaught of this Baron buff, and they have very good wave clear with the Hue, then all of a sudden the game is actually a lot closer than it looks, because you add about 4K for the Soul. You know, potentially if they could get that, that would be huge.
Arrow right onto Dokla, but he takes it. Maokai Root stuns up the front line of Dignitas. Isles
This
is
is
rooted
burn.
as they go in for the engage. Spiraling the spare right onto who he flashes back into the team. That big,
Smolder, Jesus
big
Christ.
chunk onto Dokla, but
450
Energy got what they came
stack.
for and take down the inhibitor.
That Smolder is accidentally killing people at this point. He landed 1 Q on Jensen. Jensen went to half health. He completely opened up the inhibitor there for Energy, and they still have a long time on this
The lane
Baron.
swap,
FBI
bro.
full health. They're going to go for
Look
more.
out.
Now rotating over to the top side of the map. Baron buff is still alive and available, but it looks like Energy are going to stop the siege for now and try to deny even more resources from Dignitas' top red quadrant. We'll see if they want to continue the siege. Sven gets some decent vision down on the top quadrant with that hawk shot, and Energy still staying around, looking for another pick.
It's just the RFC poke every time, and it's actually crazy that Jensen has more damage, but FBI has been dumping on
I mean, Jensen has been doing so much. You know, it is much more quiet because it's harder for them to actually follow up on it, where FBI has just been executing people left and right. This is the power of the Smolder. And look at Contracts. Contracts has done more damage than Azir in a nearly 40-minute game. Contracts has been monstrous for them this game, including setting up that pick onto Zen in that previous fight around mid lane. He is really doing a lot of the heavy lifting for this one when Contracts is having an awful game.
And with Dokla pushing on the bottom side of the map, Energy can maintain a 4-man push on the top side. Sven already used the arrow. The Keeper's Verdict was used to punt out Contracts, but he returns back to the top turret. The root from
I mean, they can't play.
Pookie will stun up Spica. He throws out the Glacial Prison, stops Energy in their tracks, but they are just brute forcing their way through, and they only care about taking out
They
the
can't even
inhibitor
auto.
at all
This thing-
costs. Dokla is fighting Licorice
Oh,
on the
it's done.
bottom side of the map, and he's got the power of the Baron minion wave to make sure that he can win and push him off. They're rotating over to seeing if they can take out this inhibitor turret as well. Energy now corralling through, looking for Licorice. Good W, blocks the dash in. Who he goes in, Contract, now with the install impact, flash impact, impale right onto the backline. Jensen could be the next target. He's getting
bad,
low,
actually.
that's the execute. Energy might just have everything they need to close this game out. The first Nexus turret will fall. Dignitas trying to stand tall and endure the onslaught, but this dragon is just pumping out the damage. And we're about to go to game 5 in the bloodiest series we've seen yet.
12-1-7, make it 13-1-7, and he's still
God.
going for more on the Smolder. FBI popping off this game, and Contracts
Oh my God,
on
I'm
the
cooked.
Skarner. How about that? Played
I am
such a
cooked.
good game, finding key ult after key ult, including that final fight. Getting in onto Jensen, gets him with the impale, locks him down, and without Jensen there, they just don't have nearly enough to punch through that front line.
FBI is definitely the star of this game, but to me, it's all about that Contract Skarner. He made so many engages, pulling that out of his deep back pocket and making it work when they're on the brink of elimination.
Energy bring us to match point on both sides. Cue up the Silver Scrapes, y'all. We're going to game 5.
Woo! Uh-oh, game 5. Winner go home. Who's going home, boys? Hold on.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. We are at game 5. We're gonna recap really quick how games 1 and 2 went. So,
all right, quick. Game number 1. Could have been an email. It could have been up here. The title of the email
Dude,
is
Kayla just sent me a
Energy
video of
Sailor
giggling or trying to giggle when she laughs.
Though, this turned into a theme for the series, though. In the standard games,
Smiling.
number 2 here, Energy was fine. They did well. In the lane swap games, they had really.
Let us see, please, man. I can't.
It's
so
That's
adorable.
game number 2 right there.
Yep. The other notable
Oh
thing
my
coming out of
God.
this game is I did think they played the Rumble well for the first time in a while.
Oh my
We talked about
God.
how they kept blocking Rumble. Rumble was such a strong pick, but they weren't
So
able to a lot of these comps. This one was not the case, and now we'll
Bro, and of
go
course
ahead
this goes to game 5, by the way.
It was a lot closer, and a lot more banger.
Yeah, game 3 was amazing, but even in that game 2, you got to see glimpses of the NRG that was so iconic last year. Like the fact that we saw the Rumble go straight bot lane, make a play happen, TP topside. We saw Huhi go up topside, make a play up there for Dokla. Everything was happening, and then we got to see Dignitas really show some fire in them.
Yeah, this one, game number 3, as Energy used their Vi Talia combo again, but right there we saw a little bit of the desync.
By the way, sorry, real quick. I went to check Boofius's OP.GG, by the way. Brother, this guy's 500 LP. Look who he's played against. Like, where are my fans? This guy said Boost Fangirl just transferred the account. All 3 games he's ran down against him, giving him free wins. Look, not even playing. Not even playing. And again, not even playing the game. Wait, he literally transferred the account to give him free wins? He didn't get him this game, so he just remade. Like, bro, how many people have done that for him? So many, it's pissing me off.
Damage with Spica and getting the last little bit. But yeah, the biggest story for those ones were the lane swaps. Licorice was getting these large leads on Cassante over Dokla. The bottom lane was also getting
Bro, it's all the time with these freaks. They're like try-harding, blown as whatever, and they're sitting here griefing everybody else. So stupid.
This combo,
Dog
so
shit
Kobe,
EU
you
kids,
talked
man.
about the Skarner coming in. I thought Contracts did a really good job piloting this.
You lost to a 0-33 Corki? Yes, because that's my transfer players. My transfer teammates are allowing me to lose to 0-3. It doesn't matter that an enemy Corki's dying 35 times.
Keeps on focusing on Jensen, and Contracts was able to be the
Piss
big
me off.
playmaker, the big difference maker this time around.
Yeah, and the Azir ulti right in that fight was incredible. Now, that being said, let's just say from that point forward, there was a lot of inconsistency coming from Palafox specifically, but also just NRG's team fighting was tough. But man, both FBI and Contracts really was able to carry them on to the next game, and I really need to see a mental reset from Palafox specifically.
And I think this game that we just saw, for me, was a big game changer because this was the first one where it felt like Energy actually had a handle on the lane swap.
Yes.
And they actually got benefits out of it. They got FBI off to a very good start, Smolder stacking a whole bunch to start out the game, and then had a pretty smooth transition into mid lane.
Yeah, that was the most important thing to me coming out of that, is that there wasn't as big of a discrepancy in the side lanes, and also they focused on, okay, for our composition to really like take off, we want to get early kills onto the Smolder. They did just that, and it ended up that some of these fights were so messy because NRG still, I don't think, is quite synced on some of these 5v5s, where it would end up being Contracts and FBI on the Skarner Smolder combo.
You were saying they might have to take LP from him because of that games? They were so bad? Oh, yeah, and oh yeah, how about the time where he was getting drop hacked and wins? What the f is going on, by the way? Like, is this kid just that loved by you freaks?
And the Smolder, I thought, was the best executed Smolder I've seen from them. Even when the criticism was there in the early parts of the split, he was like, no, I think we're a better team now.
You got this, Boosie. We love you, Boosie.
The front line for his team couldn't really
We're gonna creep for everybody else and give you the win, Boosie. Like, bro, he ends every game.
Licorice.
Yes.
Right? In a lot of these swap situations, he's been coming out significantly.
Bro, I promise if you played with him, you'd hate it.
This was, you can see it especially in his goal difference of 15. I feel like stats are so fake a lot of the time.
I mean, those are real.
But those are like
Doing it because it makes you mad? True. Like that Volley
off
Bear
of
we played with earlier.
NRG's mistakes in the swap.
Yes.
And I think
Why are people is
for
seeing me
me
mad
has
that
been, like,
entertaining?
where Palafox has had some
Like,
really
it has
good
to
games,
be
even though he
the
was
most
shaky
entertaining thing in the
last
entire
game,
world.
where it was, like,
TYLER1
really high
legitimately
highs, really
pissed.
low lows.
It
Licorice,
is
to me,
comedy
has
gold.
been kind of the person that really has stepped up for Dignitas.
Biggest takeaway from me, get Captain Flowers on the phone. Skarner is back, baby.
He's back.
That's true.
Skarner right there for contracts in that game. Such a playmaker, honestly. And those are the exciting energy games that you remember when they were at their peak. So hopefully game number 5 will be a banger.
Yeah.
Look, I know that.
What are we stalling for, lads?
Silver medal at the show match.
Wait, you still have that?
I still have that thing. It's
I have
always
my
a memory
gold
in my
medal at
heart.
home.
But now he was going up against Dokla, the gold medalist in this one. Don't want to be second place in a series like this, and I feel like he's been playing so well. I think you have to, if you're Dignitas, be really confident in the lessons you learned in lane swapping. Go back to it. We've been playing
Good
so well.
hate
Even
watch
when the
makes me
Cassante has
forget
been
all
banned
my
and played away
problems.
from, I think he's been playing regardless well without the Cassante.
They choose blue side for game 5. Blue side's been big. Who you guys have? Are you changing your prediction?
I had
flopped
one
and
guy
lost, so,
run it
like,
down
I'm
for me,
out.
That's
I
but he was
said
a dumb
Dignitas-
about it.
Flopped.
He ran it
I
down
didn't
once,
think
his
NRG
account
are
got
gonna
banned.
3-0.
And then he was going to run it on me again, but he got on my team and said, sorry, I'm not dodging with 2,000
Speaking of my
ping.
guns, I had a 3-2 for NRG. I'll hold on to that one.
Raz is the only one with his predictions still alive.
I've had
As we toss
one
it up to
NA
casters
fanboy.
to see what they think.
NA. You want to see me mad, NA?
Gracias, yo.
Huh?
I love that Kobe
Let's
is
see me
still
mad?
living in an energy 3-0 where it's like, logically it is not possible, brother. We're already at 2-2 in score, but the faithful might just be rewarded in this last game here, guys.
He's predicting purely off of vibes, which I can respect.
Don't let your memes be dreams, you know? Kobe's living by it. We'll
You
see.
can
what the
connect
Game
here.
5
Yes,
draft
you
is
can.
gonna look like here.
You
Dignitas
just
is
got to
back
play on
on
300
blue
ping and you
side.
can't transfer
Has
back for a
won
month, but it's
every
fine.
Game of the series so
It
far,
has.
as Gat just pointed out. But I'm dubious that it's the reason for the win.
So we were just discussing the value of what the first pick on
All
blue
right,
side
game
has
5.
granted throughout the series. Early on in the series, I think it was getting some really big value with the first pick Senna in
Senna
game
was-
1 for
was
Dig,
big, yep.
and
Yep.
they stopped them. And then the Rumble finally
Also
working for
big.
Energy also ended up being big. But the last 2 games, it's definitely been less valuable in our opinion because the Lilia was the first pick by Dig in game 3, and this last game, the Azir ended up being the first pick, which wasn't close to the deciding factor in the game. So it is really up for grabs in terms
Guys,
of the series.
what if
itself.
I gave
Game
you
3 and
guys
4
my
have been
10
ridiculously
NA
close,
master
so it's
accounts and
absolutely
transferred
up in
them on
the
the
air.
server
I think
for you?
Contracts, the man who was previously on screen, getting
I had a
locked
Blominus.
in there, was taking a moment, has been having a very, very good series.
Yeah.
Absolutely bailed out Palafox in that last game after a catastrophic play that could have ended their entire season. This guy was on fire on the Skarner. I'm definitely a Skarner doubter. You know, a lot of the pros that I talk to think that it is bad pick. And I was much more in that train. Usually when I see this pick in solo queue, it's not doing very well. It's not looking that strong.
Why
But
is
when I
this
watch
delayed,
the
man?
pros play it, it doesn't look that strong usually, but Contracts really showcasing what you can get done. Had very creative angles, coming behind the mid lane and catching Sven multiple times, finding the flash ult onto Jensen. Really was such a difference maker.
Yeah.
I don't think he had a bad ult the entire game.
Yeah, he always grabbed either a bunch of frontline targets, which gives you free space for your backline to free hit,
And
or he
Silver's
grabbed a
aiming them.
priority target. And that always ensured that Sven or Jensen was popped.
And if I'm comparing this game
All right, we're
to the
getting rid
game
of the
3
wreck.
draft, which is the last time Dignitas was on blue side, there's been a small change. Energy is the banned Lilia that had been the first pick for Dignitas in game 3. Dignitas' bans are the same, if only in a slightly different order.
Rumble is
Azir,
up.
Renekton, Sejuani, and
Oh.
Rumble is what goes through. That's
There
the
you go.
dropped energy
Yep,
ban.
Exactly. That's the question, because it's like you can't give that over to them on red side. You really can't afford to. So Licorice is going to grab it, and we'll have to
Doke
see
Labar's
how
top.
he's
Do
gonna
it, Big
perform
Doke.
on the champion.
Do it.
Definitely has been mostly on tank duty.
Let's see. Come on, Dokla.
We're gonna get the Kennen as the answer here from Dokla. This is not that surprising to me, because range
It's
champions
a
are kind of
Corky
his
locked him.
specialty these days. If you ever watch his stream, and he streams a lot, he is the range top laner CEO. He is playing Varus, he is playing Kennen, he's playing Akshan, he's playing Vayne, he's playing all kinds of stuff. He's playing Zeri.
Varus
He
top
is
too,
loving that stuff. So
I will say, though, you don't get lane swapped on in solo queue. And if this is supposed to be
True.
the counter pick in Rumble, we're going to be seeing some swap wars.
yeah, it'll be interesting, right? Because the other side of it is, do you want to pour Rumble? Not really, right? So it's like, it's kind of tough. You don't really want, neither team wants their top laner to be poor. So I think if there's a bad bot lane matchup, I think that would instigate the swap more so than this matchup. Whereas, you know, we might just see them, I was going to say, lock at a good early game jungler and try to attack the Kennen, because that is always an option. And now they have that Vi, so it is going to be the Zeri getting locked in, which I'm assuming is going to be.
I predicted Dig to win 3-1.
But again, you know,
Dig
do
overall.
you want Jensen Game 5, your season on the line, to be playing a marksman?
I would say probably not, but
that's how I feel.
The last 2 times he's played Zeri against Energy, he's killed the opponent Nexus.
Yep.
True.
So it's
Another
to me,
contract.
the marksman pick that he's looked best on all summer split has actually been Zeri. It is still a valid flex pick for them until we actually see the conclusion of the draft.
You were telling me he was going to look good on Corki earlier too, Jet.
And he won that game.
He did, yes.
Yes, he did win.
We're seeing the contracts run back here on the Skarner, which is exciting. And now I'm interested in Energy. You know, are you going to be banning out picks that you're assuming are mid lane or bot? The Ziggs is much more of a bot lane ban towards Sven. Jensen, I don't really remember him playing Ziggs like ever. I do think their read.
Oh, you're a big Dokes fan? Yeah, but I'm not a Palafox fan.
Pick for Jensen that they would want to have AP from bot. But I am excited to see what it's going to be for this final game here.
And Dignitas are trying to target out any remaining 80 carry picks for FBI. I just want to remind that Smolder is still available, and it was such a difficult wall that Dignitas had to play through once he got online with the 225 stacks being reached.
I think Energy should ban Seraphine. If I'm seeing this has been a ban that's been sneaking throughout the series. It's a double range bot lane if Dig is trying to snowball hard, and it also gives them a little bit of magic damage, because if they go tank, support, normal 80 carry, they're way too physical. But I think Seraphine can give them enough of like fake magic damage throughout the game, and maybe even a pushing bot lane. I'm not sure though. That's a shot out of left field, but I think that's what Dig could go for.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, because the other angle of that is having solo AP threat often means that no one on the other team builds any MR, and then Kennen having a good game can sometimes just absolutely light you up. So, you know, it could just be them trying to set up for that angle. Likewise, you know, you often only go solo AP if you're playing LeBlanc. Kennen can have a similar kind of thought process. I think that is probably going to be what they go for.
I mean, it's for both teams. I was thinking Dig would be the team to lock Seraphine, but to your point, both teams have exactly the same solo AP top, and then kind of AD and normal mid laner.
Okay, Jhin is going to be the lock, which always makes you a little bit nervous when you're playing Vi Rumble. Like, you are pretty darn vulnerable, but maybe the thought is you have really good counter engage with the Kennen. You have a secondary
Draven, you're not about that action, boss. Put it up.
Corki, so you don't necessarily have to be worried if they're hard diving onto you on that Jhin. And now looking to find, is it going to be an AD that's going, you know, towards Sven here, or is it going to be the Zeri going down with the MF locked in? It is going to be Jensen piloting that Zeri mid. So it is just double 80 carry here for Dignitas. Season on the line.
I'll start again, or what?
Be piloting that Zeri solo AP top there for the Rumble from Licorice.
And heavy AD
Rom
for Dignitas as well.
Rom is
the
here.
Seraphine was a bait and switch with early random ban priority throughout the series. I doubt anyone locks it in at this point. And
I don't
Bard
like
from who he was so
Rom or
effective
Alistar.
in their game 2 win. Bard Jhin is also a nasty combo.
Yeah.
Nice lock.
It's also really annoying playing MF against these types of champions because now you have the Bard ult to cancel your ult as well.
Oh, I didn't think about that. That makes sense.
Last time it was the Poppy that was really being disruptive to Sven's MF. This time he has to really watch out for potential flanks from Dokla, for flanks and flashes from Contracts, and also now from that Bard ult, which could be really disruptive as well.
Energy are really prioritizing.
I think NRG's draft is way, or excuse me, Dig's draft is way easier to play.
Another Smolder pick and just play towards the late game, but they are banking their season on ensuring that all lanes are winning and they're pushing, and it gives Contracts the edge in trying to invade and keep tabs on Spica.
I think this is going to be a really exciting game, and it's one that could be pretty snowbally one way or the other. Last time we essentially had the kind of 3 meatballs and 2 carries. Now we don't really have much of a true frontline on either side. It is Contracts who's obviously going to be stacking HP on the Skarner if he does that same build as last time. And then really it's just Rel on the other side. We might get some Zonias from the top laners, but everyone is pretty darn squishy. And if you misexecute, if you misposition, you can go down in a hurry.
Low durability, high engage is a recipe for an extremely snowbally game.
Game 5,
swap
better
is
be
also
good.
Something that could be on the table. with how good Bard can be in the mobility game, and it really does all come down to this. Game 5, with the season on the line, the loser goes home.
Energy and Dignitas, one last time potentially for one of these two teams in the LCS Summer Split as we take to the Rift for the last game of the series.
It's going to be an exciting one here, and already
All right.
Energy moving out on the map. They have all 5 members up on top side. Spica did spot them, so they are aware that they're in the area. And the question is, is this just a level 1 invade into a reset, or is this a precursor to a potential swap, or trying to scout out your opponent's swap?
Are we lane swapping?
Dig is also moving their bot lane up towards mid in case there's any sort of shenanigans. Can maybe catch someone who's kind of walking a dangerous way down towards bot lane. So I do think that Energy really wants the lane 2v2 with their double range here to try to get that advantage. And the question is just kind of like, well, can Dig dodge it?
You can see FBI did 49% of his team's damage in game 4.
That's crazy.
It's going to be lower on Jhin, but Jhin contributes in other ways. Strong laning phase, good CC.
By looking cool.
Counting to 4 many times.
Isles will find Huhi and FBI poking their head out of the brush, and they can now detect.
Oh, wait, we're matching the swap.
So they're actually trying to opt into this. This is interesting. I thought that Dig would want to
Okay,
dodge
thank God. They're matching the
because of
swap.
that bot lane 2v2, but they're happy to answer it. Sven was sitting around mid, and Isles did this little poke and prod
They're
forward.
late, though,
scouted
way late.
it out, and then they could have actually said, all right, Sven, go down to bot, but instead he's going up to top, so they're going to lane 2v2.
It's a little bit rough
It's
now
gonna
because
be,
they're so late.
Australian lanes here. 2v2
Bard
top
should
and
walk up
1v1
there. That
down in
HP
bot,
trade is worth it.
but it will be quote-unquote standard lanes.
HP trade on support for AD.
1724 damage a minute, 4th LCS all time. That's crazy.
Smolder was pumping damage, man.
Was.
Yeah.
There's a lot of frontliners to hit. It's pretty much an ideal game to get that much damage out, where your Q splash is going to be hitting multiple people.
And they're trading
Early
and
2v2 all in from Huhi and FBI as they just fight for
Terrible
control
trade.
of getting level 2 first, and they push them off the wave.
Yeah, and that binding for Huhi really changed things up because they were both level
You
1.
wanted
They
to
hit a
win,
double
I predicted
binding,
Dig.
And Sven took a lot of extra damage, had used his barrier, so now down a summoner, and is chunked out here quite heavily. Plus the push is on that energy side, so we'll see if they can survive.
And I'm thinking surely these lanes favor Energy. Range advantage bot lane, stronger trade
dive.
top lane, and it's a bold path here by Contract, skipping his bottom 3 camps and going straight into the jungle to find
Bard
the
can
bot
help.
with his pushing lanes.
All right,
This
now
is
they've
bad.
both been spotted. They both have red buff here, but Huhi's moving in, so there's the added man for Energy.
And this is the game plan that we talked about for Energy. They're prioritizing
This is
strong,
really bad.
dominant laning phases for all of their lanes so that they can start keeping tabs on Spica and preventing him from being able to clear most of his camps and contracts, even if Spica tries to
He's
jump
out.
on him, but he has the Ishtal impact, is able to skirt away. But this gives you full information on where Spica is, and if you're able to deflect Vi's ganks early on, this Skarner will be much more useful.
Really nicely done by Contracts. I think the expectation now is that he go towards the top side of his jungle, but he's actually doing a re-invade. He didn't smite his blue, so he wants to try and steal this, but Spica held his smite as well, and it ends up actually, that extra play kind of neutralizes this lane a little bit because Contracts doesn't have as big of an advantage.
Yeah, it's also tough because now Spica
Full on
shows him
vision.
this ward here, so Contract's going to take top
Bard
scuttle,
is
and he
acting
can
like
actually
it's not
cross
warded.
over
It's really
and
smart
double
to do 'cause
scuttle
it
here.
could waste your jungle's time.
Pretty
A lot of
likely
people,
if
they
he
would
wanted,
see
but
that,
he
they'd
is
back,
staying around
they would
top
walk
'cause
off.
he's
That's
worried about
bad,
potential
bad,
3v3.
bad, bad. You
It
want to
would
wait
be a
and act like
heavily
you don't
winning
see them
3v3
if
for
you're
them.
safe.
So if Energy
to
can
waste
just
their
play
time
a
like
little
that.
dumb, walk up, try to force them to engage, it could be good.
Oh,
Jensen pressuring Palafox out, has the Valkyrie to get out safely, but Contracts was trying to match Spica to see if he was going to go for a flip on that top side of the map. Now has an angle to look for Jensen, but he should be able to flash away from it nicely timed, and Contract just skirts towards the bottom side of the map.
Still gets the flash,
He's
and he
gonna
can just go
back.
right back.
Oh, this is crazy in Contracts.
Oh, yeah, he has no E. It was a little fast.
He was thinking about it.
No.
Yeah, either way, Jensen is forced to flash, and he still has to feel pretty nervous, and Contract should be able to get the double scuttle at the end of the day. So he hasn't had time to base, so Spica does have a little bit more combat power right now. Obviously, he did go back and did get that base off, but it is Jensen who's going to be a little bit vulnerable, has to be aware of where this jungler could be.
Okay, so the CS bot lane will be down about 6.
Pushing that big wave, Spica returns to the bottom side of the map with a decent purchase, just some sub-components of the Longsword and the Ruby Crystal. But Contracts still has a chance to pick up all these camps. He didn't get a chance to farm on the bottom side of the map. He'll be able to rubber band, get some more experience from the top camps, and try and look for another invade again as Huhi
That
now
flash.
arrives to a
Orchid has enough
flashless
mana for
Jensen.
two.
A couple more auto attacks could be enough. The Guardian proc trying to take up the turn aggro. Well played from Palafox and Huhi to draw first blood.
Death by 1,000 cuts in the mid lane there for Jensen. He wasn't ready to reset just yet. He can teleport back in, but he's going to be down in gold for quite some time thanks to the Skarner visit and eventually the Bard visit.
Yeah, that's tough. I mean, he turned around at the end there to try to get the fleet proc, see if that could get him out. I wonder if he just kept walking straight down, if that would have been better than looking for that zap to try to maybe trade back a kill or get a slow, but didn't end up working out for him.
And it's a repeat of the same story from Game 2 of this series, where Huhi is unlocked in the early laning phase, finds a roam opportunity on someone who has already lost their summer.
Bard went around. Oh, it's so annoying.
And he just
We're
used his
so
E.
broke.
We hadn't seen
Holy
that
shit.
initially. He just went out to ward,
No!
and Hui's just in a spot that he doesn't have a ward for. You can't ward everywhere. You do need some help covering you around those lanes, and unfortunately for him, the ward did not spot it out, and he had just used his E to try to get the shove. So unlucky
guy's
for
happy.
Jensen,
The
does
run
get
back.
punished on the timing, and it's a good move there from Energy.
Really nice observing there to show us that ward placement by Jensen. And I don't know, this game, as the grubs start, and we got to watch to see if Palafox can disrupt it all. But it's just, this is a nerve-wracking game. This is not your normal Game 5.
Yeah.
Why not?
I mean,
I'll come back to this and just waiting to see if the grubs do something.
I feel like there's probably not going to be anything because Contract's going down the bot side, so you can keep going.
It's because it's just the fact that this is the summer split, so the loser has such an extended time off. The fact that the league is changing next year, and also the fact that these are all such veteran players. It's like there is an energy from
It's their last hurrah.
that the team that falls here, it's going to be the last game they play together, but for some of them, it might be the last game they play in the LCS. But if they are to win some of these games and make a run,
and Spica is found on the return of the red buff. Well played by Contracts and Dokla, knowing that timer
You know,
was
I don't know.
available,
They should have
and they punished
actually
Spica for it.
I'm really
just let them
surprised
lane
that Spica
swap.
actually went forward after going over and
I don't
seeing
know
that
why
there's nothing
they.
in
I don't
the
know why
pit,
Dig
and
went to
Dokla's
the lane
missing
swap.
bot. It's pretty risky. He obviously thought that there was some sort of a timer there where maybe Dokla's coming out of base or something, but that was very bold to walk in like that.
nice juke by Jensen. And it does speak to Contracts clutching up in such a big
Dig
way.
getting
These
cut
last
next
two
year?
Star
I don't think
games
the
are
T2
gonna
officially
Go
been
for the
announced.
turn. Jensen still doesn't have flash, and he already
Jesus,
used the
this is
E.
over.
No way he
I
gets
think
out
people have been
alive.
saying Immortals
Energy
is
are just
guaranteed, and some people
hammering
said
in
100
pain
Thieves
in
is
the mid
leaving.
lane.
Yeah, this is just rough. I mean, Jensen has really
I'm seeing shit, sorry.
almost no blame in this, right? Like, I don't think he's been playing badly. I think he's actually avoided a lot of these ganks pretty well. Had a good sidestep on that previous Bard play, but you have to use your E. Then you have to go back to the wave because the wave is pushing into you. And all of a sudden, they're here again from the other side. And his team has not been there to cover. Who he has been making such a difference. Contracts has been making such a difference in their wins. And these guys are putting Jensen at a really big deficit and trying to set Palafox up to have a great game.
And they would love to dive here, but it's just so slow. It's so telegraphed. Dokla's under the turret. Who he's here to defend. Can Bard ult to safety if he needs to.
And Spica's going to be forced off. I mean, he's going to force this onto Hui, but he just all of him. Back into the waiting arms of Contracts.
And then you fail flash.
Thankfully, no impale available, but Spica is forced to flash back to safety.
It's a disaster.
Contracts actually missed his R there. Post Bard portal.
my
That could have pulled Spica completely in.
I missed that.
Yeah, I mean, that was close on a lot of cases. I'm not sure if Spica did flash, so maybe he actually was able to flash out of it. Isles also tried to follow up, thinking that they were going to get the stun on the other side of the Bard portal, so he flashed in to try to go for his combo and wasn't able to find it. Sven had a flash, so many summoners being used there. More on the side of Dig, though. Who he gets out pretty much scot-free. He really didn't have to use anything. They just spent those ults, so we can watch it one more time. Yeah. They think they're going to get this initial lockdown, and then Isles wants to follow up on it.
Bro, this was so disgusting. I mean, he should have died here.
Goes through, and then
his ult barely
just
missed.
to the left of that, because otherwise he would have been pulled with the Impale into that Tier 2 tower and very likely died. So, costly attempt at a play there, and this is likely when Jensen did die. You can see a little bit of frustration, but very locked in, trying to really focus up here in this game.
And they really need to claw something back because we mentioned with these team compositions, such low front line for both teams can end up being a very snowbally game. And it's, you have a snowball that's formed. It's just a matter of rolling it over the snow at this point. It does feel very dire right now for Dig to stay alive in this game.
And I just want to go back to the fact that Energy has been so unlocked thanks to their
Thank you guys
priority
for all
of
the
getting
support.
that counter pick for Huhi. He has been able to create so many plays with contracts in the early stage of this game. And Dignitas, you can see that the pressure is getting to them where they're feeling forced to make desperate plays, and it's getting countered every single time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's been such a difference maker. Both the Bard games, well, this one's obviously early on, but the last one was amazing. This one has started off incredibly well, has the symbiotic souls, so wants to be out there roaming, moving around the
everywhere.
map nonstop. And now it's not just contracts that can come through wall. The whole team can with Bard as well, so it's very, very difficult. And I feel for Jensen in these kind of situations, at a certain point, there's nothing you can do if you're getting focused this hard without the help of your team. At the very least, you need wards. At the very least, you need something to try to keep you safe.
Dokla forced to pop the slicing maelstrom against Licorice, who threw down the equalizer.
Getting his flash is big.
It has to burn flash just to get away. Maybe Dignitas can try and rally behind. Licorice takes a turret shot, but blocks it with the shield on his W. Spica's now trying to rally around, has ulti available. If they can get this kill, this would be huge.
Just got to push in the wave. There's nothing that they should really be able to do. They see a lot of members up on the top side. They knew that they were over by Grubs. Spica kind of preempting the play because he's worried about the 1v1.
Yeah, I mean, Licorice is almost...
Oh my god, wow. Big Dokla.
Gets the solo kill, and yeah,
Big Doke.
Spica, but he'll take
Holy
that
shit,
trade.
and he gets
That
his
is
flash.
tough. I mean, Licorice was trying to really shove
Okay,
in the wave.
Dokes.
Honestly, I feel like Spica could just walk into the tower and just press R, and it's a guaranteed kill. Instead, Dokla able to find the outplay on the delayed fight there, because with Licorice spending his spells to push in the wave, guess what that means? You can't fight back in the 1v1. You're exposing yourself to the attempt from Dokla, ends up spinning the flash and dies as Contracts looks mid once again.
He's trying to be ground Zach in the mid lane, just jumping from all the different angles. I do agree though with this play. Once the cooldowns
I don't know if he could have actually ulted. I don't know.
Dokla actually sees his window. But if Spica had gone 10 seconds earlier, he probably gets him. Then first he misses,
first he doesn't die.
Dokla lands it all, and ends up making a very nice 1-for-1 despite being in a dire situation.
Yeah, I mean, that's tough. That's a really nice outplay there from Dokla.
Nice
that
job,
should have
bro.
been a guaranteed kill for free. Instead, it's a trade, and Licorice spends his flash. So the initial good play there, as you can see there, pumped up on that one. The initial good play from Licorice totally canceled out. Now Hui's here again.
And he knows that Licorice doesn't have flash from before. It's a big chunk from Dokla. Not enough to look for the all-in quite yet. He would have to expend much more tools to do it, but this should set up Dokla for a nice lane state as the next dragon is coming up in 2 minutes.
Yeah, we might even see Licorice have to just use his equalizer, you know, as it comes up here in a couple seconds on the wave and then base. Wouldn't surprise me if that's what it's going to be. But it feels that he is still healthy enough to at least get this wave. At the very least, though, that roam gets the chunk, which gets a plate for Dokla. So Huhi again, yes, this one did not actually get a kill. But it is feeling very, very nice, and you can see the boots have been upgraded now, so he has the empowered recalls active with his boots, and he is just going to be flying around the map. I mean, we've barely even seen Isles on screen, and Huhi has been
You guys must be a billion times better than chat, Low, but some of them are not. Okay, yes, they are.
Against FlyQuest for NRG.
The worst player in the LCS is 500 billion times any of you.
Time for playoffs, and I feel like everyone on this squad has been having such a big standout moment at some point in this series. As Palafox might be in trouble, but the Temper Fate will buy enough time for Palafox
Bard is
to
1v9,
survive
by the way.
dive, and now Isles is in trouble. He's
Oh
flashing
god,
away.
that's Kidden.
CP's coming
He has
in from
everything.
both sides. Who is going to make the move first? Slicing
That is
Maelstrom from
trolls.
Dokla,
Oh,
but
and he got
he's isolated
exhausted.
onto two, but
Got
he at
one.
least trades one back on Isles before he falls. The bullet time from Sven zones Huhi and Palafox away from the fight so they cannot collapse to help Dokla.
Jin is coming up as well, though, as his contract.
Huh?
So FBI wants to make something happen.
Burn call for the bullets and the slow. The last one lands on a Licorice. Not much damage, but it does force Dignitas off the tower.
Game on a razor's edge here. Dignitas had a nice window there where they had a sustained numbers advantage, but Huhi really played that exquisitely, getting the ultimate to save Dokla, but not even turn off his own turret to make the dive even more desperate.
He's
was
1v9.
big.
This
Now
is
they
fucking
counter.
wild.
And now that Palafox was saved, he and Contracts and Huhi will try to look for a dive with it as well. Jensen's flashed away from the Impale.
Wow, that divine, that sky,
Thunder
Thunder
back
Sky.
to safety thanks to the magical journey.
And that's so frustrating for Spica as well. He goes for the Q flash in, but Contracts is already channeling the ulti. The ulti cannot be canceled by any stuns. Once you start pressing the button, it's going to go off. So that goes through and just impales him as he comes in, so he has no follow-up damage. Can actually get a kill there, even though he commits the flash.
Oh man, this game continues to be extremely tense. Winner of this goes to lower bracket round 2, which will play on Friday next week. still just, the gold lead
Will be
seems
better.
very frozen at about this 2K mark.
Yeah. I thought the Licorice was going to have another opportunity for an all-in that was almost just an exact repeat of what happened before, but he didn't have the equalizer available, so he didn't elect to go for it.
He also doesn't have the items yet. Doku is walking back with Leandres, and Licorice hasn't completed it yet. So even if he gets that same jump on him, he might not have been able to win the 1v1.
True.
Second rotation of Grubs was already taken as well.
Bard
by
is
Energy.
so annoying.
Now it's equalized across both sides. Rift Herald is alive for the taking. Second Dragon
Hit
also
Dragon
up.
ASAP.
And Palafox, thanks to the push and the
I mean, do they
consistent,
outscale? Okay, they have Rel Flash.
energy on that top side
But
of the
Kenny
map,
can always
will
counter
claim first
engage.
Yeah, I mean,
and
it's a
zone.
team game, and Energy has just been
If
playing
Rel
around
is the one
Palafox
engaging,
so
she doesn't
much
have
better
flash
than
for the
Dig has been
Kinflake.
playing around Jensen.
Doesn't have exhaust
you
for the Kinflake.
definitely critical of Jensen in some of these games, but he's had some really good ones as well.
Yeah.
And this one, you really cannot fault him.
Are you
for
cheering
what
for
is
Energy?
happening, who he is just
It was,
being
but I
a
picked
menace.
Dignitas
He is
to win the whole
everywhere
thing,
on this
and I-
part. It's so frustrating. Even
But
when he
people
doesn't get a kill,
respect my
he chunks you out. He drops some health
co-streamer.
shrines for his
I need-
teammates. You know, they get healed back up. It's
I'm
like
tripping. I need
constantly
Dignitas to
affecting
win.
the lanes from every angle, it feels like.
And it's also going to be so difficult for Dig to kill Contracts' Skarner moving forward in this game. Plated steel caps already versus almost an entirely physical damage team. I don't expect Rumble to be dropping ults on the Skarner when he has the Jhin and the Corki to target. So Contracts with the
Why is
2-0
this kid
as
talking
well.
in riddles?
Very strong start to this
I'm
game.
a young 29. You're right.
Contract's looking good. It has to be said, though, it's not going to be the kind of more scaling build that we saw last time. He didn't go for that Heartsteel. He did elect for that really quick Zeeks to have a bigger spike. This is a very efficient item. It is a tanky item. It has armor, MR, you know, it has health, it has cooldown cooldown reduction, it has all this stuff. But when you get that late game, he had so many stacks on the Heartsteel. You're obviously going to be a lot tankier with that build than you would with this style.
Yeah, and it makes sense. Contracts knowing that he is practically the sole frontliner for this squad. He doesn't have the luxury of going for a more economically expensive build. He has
Sub
to
to
go out
LCS,
stock.
guys,
He has to just
for all those
rush
crazy
cheap items
things.
as fast as possible so he can be an efficient frontline.
And I think partially as well, last time it was like meatballs versus meatballs. So there's a lot of people to proc Heartsteel off of and get grass procs off of.
I mean, it's
Magnus
big,
with
but
Miles
the team
trying to
is a
set
little
up
bit
for a
far
combo.
away. What?
Bullet time is there, but only gets a little bit of chip damage on the Contracts as he tries to bring Licorice back into the fight. Temper Fade is
What
a
is going
whip,
on?
and the
They're
rest
both
of Energy
playing like
seed the
solo
fight.
queue.
4v5 though in mid lane for Energy. All this buys time for Dokla to get free hits on that bot turret and maybe expend the lead. That
was weird.
A decent look for Isles, but they were just a
Throw it
little
too
bit
early.
too far away. They still have Vialt.
Yeah, Licorice doesn't have Equalizer though, and Dokla is going to be able to walk back to the safety of his tower. Deadly Flourish right onto Sven. He doesn't have Cleanse this game. The barrier's still alive,
Doesn't
but he
flash it,
goes
really?
right through the damage. Isles could be next, and the rest of Energy are trying to find the support as he flashes over the wall, but he might be in trouble because Hui is incredibly fast. The flash Cosmic Binding for the slow. Deadly Flourish connects, and Palafox is there trying to pump the damage through the exhaust, but it's Contracts on the Skarner that rams him
Guess
into
this
the
is
wall.
my second series I'm wrong about. I guess I just
this
literally.
last game is absolutely on point. They are taking
Yeah, this is
over in
hard
this
to
one,
get.
extending the advantage here. With their season on the line, it feels like they're really making it work.
It's really a difference as Dokla goes
1v2.
in.
He might just get a kill onto them.
Get it.
Okay, he gets a 1-for-1 in a 1v2, kills the wave, stops the turret from falling, and now Contracts is on the chase. Gonna
Fast.
force Spica to run away.
I mean, he's very fast. He's going to be going for more here. Don't go too deep. This whole last 2 minutes has been just the slightest difference of how well coordinated your team is.
Yeah.
The original engage by Dig was
The
half a
challenge
second
going
too
great.
early. I think Isles was a little worried they were going to walk out of range, so he goes in early. But then Sven's not quite in range to get the bullet time, and they can't secure this kill. So, and then
This whole sequence
after
is weird.
that play fails, Energy's re-engage was just more patient and more coordinated.
That replay, okay.
Curve the bullet.
How about those?
It-
And this is a situation where you can be like, oh, just stand behind him. But
Wow,
Palafox
it
is
did-
on
it
your
did a
face.
curve.
You have to be running and trying to dodge Palafox as well. So there was no
That's
getting
why
out
it
of
didn't
that
flash.
situation. I got to say, FBI really on point with the deadly flourishes, instantly throwing those out. Tags another one that gets them another kill. They are pumped up, and Dig on the other side
Oh, man.
knows that this could very well be the end of the year for their team unless they can pull something back. It's going to depend on those big engages. It's going to depend on those picks. Can they coordinate to get it done? We have seen the games become very swingy as they get towards the later stages, but Contrax has just been on fire.
Yeah.
He's been goated so far to me.
He's been absolutely.
Him and Hui are so good, man. I'm just thinking it's like if they win this,
Contrax looks good on Skarner.
Have been really, really good.
Hui looks good on Bard.
For Hui, I feel like he was the one dictating the entire game, but Contrax has been good even in their losses. So it is a tough call. You know, both these players, I think, really standing out for Energy.
And for Energy fans, this is such a huge blessing to see.
You're such a hater. I'm not a hater.
Their team that they watched achieve incredible heights.
Speaking
in
what I've
run
seen
for the summer title last year, take down G2 at Worlds.
I love everybody equally.
And now return to form after what has been, for the most part, a very disappointing year here in 2024.
And for specifically Dokla, Contrax, Palafox, 3 consecutive years together. They do not want it to end in the first round of the lower bracket of the summer playoffs. They want to make this continue onwards as long as they possibly can. So important they close out the last bit of this game from what looks to be a winning position.
I mean, Palafox, despite the
4,000 gold
rough game, he's had a really good series overall. Yeah. And, you know, he talked about, hey, if he can get over his mental block, they will come back, they will win the split. If they win this series, you have to give a little bit more credence to that as Energy crashing forward here, going to take another tower. What is happening with that Herald? That seemed like an unusually long windup, or is that just me?
Not sure, but you know what? They got the tier 2 turret anyway, and Energy got what they wanted. So now they will back into the shadows of the jungle.
I mean, I will say the Palafox tried to throw that last game. He still played better.
There is a pink in the pit.
This has been invisible.
Spica gets grabbed by the Impale, and it's just easy food for Palafox to chow on. And the Temper Fate locks down Isles. Dignitas are just in disarray, dying one after another.
And they're pinging on Baron here instead of taking the easy Drake. They know they have a 3v5. They're trying to take it all.
I was wrong, guys.
It's a 4,000 gold advantage here, y'all. Energy are just accelerating the game beyond the point that Dignitas can stabilize. It's up to Jensen and Sven and Licorice, who's now
I guess that's the reason I'm hard stuck low masters on the Middle Eastern server.
10,000 HP.
Sorry, guys.
Just look at Dokla and Hui. They're setting up for a flank here. They're going to try to turn onto Dig.
Hui, blast cones in. The target is Sven. He flashes on top of him. He tries to flash away, but he still dies.
1v9. Bro, I told you. Dokla looks like a completely different player when they play out 1v1.
From the grave, but just to die once again as Energy are absolutely destroying Dignitas.
That was such a big sequence there for Energy. They're a little low for the Baron, but they've just extended their gold lead so much. Now they can go over and take the Drake. I'd say Sven dying was the good death. The next 2 are the deaths that they want to avoid because they'd already pulled off the Baron. Energy wasn't going to be able to complete it, but as it stands, that's now going to be 6,000 gold and a 1 Drake advantage for Energy.
Yeah, the gold lead is just really getting further and further
Baron,
away.
like, just wait. I mean,
it's very, very tough.
He has no way to win.
Licorice is pretty far behind. He ends up going with the Abyssal Mask, which, yeah, it does give you some spell pen. It does kind of sap some of that magic resistance. But you're solo AP. You want to be that really big threat, to be that damage threat, to actually cook someone up in the back line. But he's so far behind, it's really tough for him. Dokla is the one that's getting the advantage.
How does he play this game? She doesn't.
The carries, the gold leads are pretty enormous.
It's a Bard 1v9, bro. I didn't think about it.
A non-factor, to be frank, in this
one.
The
Bard counter against Misfortune, I kind of just love.
He's working towards his 3rd item. He's so far ahead. This is getting very, very tough for Dig.
And Energy just seem to have everything lined up to take the next fight with almost no errors whatsoever. Dignitas are down to Flash on their Misfortune. So Sven is going to have to even take more care in how he positions, because a Tempered Fate, a Deadly Flourish, without any type of cleansing ability from any of their teammates, is going to put him back in the game.
He got outdrafted so bad. I thought MF Pharrell was really good to play.
He's got to walk this whole way. Baron doesn't die very fast, though, with the Jin comp, so Energy's looking to peel. Dokla's on the side.
Yeah, he's ready to go over with the Blast Cone, gets set up in position. Isles is looking around the Baron pit. 5,000 HP still on the Baron.
For a deep flank.
Energy, they want to look for the turn. Tempered Fate, it just forces Jensen to skate over the
Isles
wall.
is
He
so
still has
far.
Flash, has to flash the Impale, nicely timed. And Dokla's now trying to look for a flank as well. But Dignitas,
he doesn't get his ult
trying
off.
to isolate Dokla.
Oof.
He pops the stasis, but he's not going to get any mileage out of the slicing maelstrom. He is destroyed by Sven. And now Energy, they've lost ground in the river, and they have to give it back up over to Dignitas.
Yeah, they're able to turn there onto Dokla. We
Awesome
saw the
time.
super long flank from Isles, and then Energy makes the correct play, and they say, okay, we're just going to engage away from the flanker. But as they were exiting out from the fight, Dokla was kind of sectioned off, and he just gets turned on, gets burnt down.
No flash.
Flashback to Storm. They know
There's
that
no flash.
he's the prime target. Contract tries to bail him out, but he doesn't have any ultimates to save it. Dignitas find a window, and now Palafox, he's walking in, but it's another throw. Bullet time rips him to shreds, and now Energy, they're falling apart. Palafox
Oh no, he hit it.
dove in
Oh
there,
no.
flash off, dives in to die. That could be the Baron if he just stayed alive. If it's just the
Oh
one hit. And
no.
they can defend this Baron no problem.
Bro,
Instead,
Palafox.
Dignitas get the kills. They're going to the Baron.
What is wrong with
It's
this
Rudi and
guy?
Dokla has no ultimate. Surely this is a dig Baron and maybe the throw from Energy.
It could be. Dokla's here. No flash, no ult.
Wait, no smite on Spica. He has no smite for a couple seconds.
They still have. They're still doing it.
Getting ults down. He used it right before he died. Give a Bard buys time. They're low. Dokla's trying to ult him before he died last time.
It's still at 4,000. I don't think Dokla can get into
No.
it. It would have to be a stray shuriken, but it's the smite
Oh
is good
my
from
God.
Spica.
They've gotta run.
Dignitas
There's no
secure the
tower.
Baron, but now they have to run from the
Wait,
rest of Energy.
is
They're
Palafox
fleeing
the
into
Corki
bushes
that
for
went 0 and
safety,
36 in my
and
game?
every
Is
member
it him?
of Dignitas gets out alive.
Bro, why does he
What
do it every
just
time? Is it
happened?
ego?
Dignitas was essentially on death's door, looking like their
What the
season is
fuck?
over, and then this.
Just let FBI die. I mean, it's a good play from Dig, right? But they're spending a lot to get it. Contracts can back out of this point, but it's the play from Palafox. He's trying to do too
What
much.
is he
What
doing?
In the middle of the whole team, and then doesn't flash, gets flashed on there by Spica. They burst him down. That is a flashback to the Palafox play in mid lane on the Azir, but this time Contracts can't bail him out. You can see the crushing feeling for Contracts right there as he knows those deaths might be the end of the season.
Like
And
side
that's
item
been
too.
the type of stuff they've been struggling with all year, just being on the same page in team fights. Now the game back to being completely
That is
even.
crazy.
Wow,
They were up
Dig has
6K.
this Baron buff though. They're stronger. Jensen has just been gifted away back in this game. He's been hitting minions pretty much this whole time. So he's 50 CS up on Palafox now,
My
and
God.
maybe even able to take that interior tier 2 turret.
Now, to take a step back, still, Energy are not out of this game, but that was what was looking like a guaranteed win for Energy to now a game that is maybe slightly Dig favored. I do still really like the Energy comp though, and Isles is going to be able to get out of this.
They
I
need to
mean,
get
you
that
can still
power.
play
She's
around
scared of
Palafox.
Bartle.
Yes, Palafox is
Bartle.
a monster throw, but he's almost 16. He has 3 items, so there are still absolutely ways that they can actually win this. And Jensen needs to get back down towards bot side if they want to play for this dragon. Otherwise, oh, Dokla.
He's stuck.
Oh,
Slicing Maelstrom is
no.
not going to stop the pick from happening. Now Dignitas have a man advantage on the map.
And Jensen narrowly gets out. This is the type of collapse that can happen when you have a big lead and you immediately lose it. You still end up playing right afterwards as if you have that big lead, as if the other team is scared to 1v1 you because you have vision and control. With Dokla dead, this just opens up Drake for
Get
Dig
Dragon
to
now.
equalize it
No
2-2.
point.
Yeah, that really hurts
Excuse me.
because if he's alive,
Denied their
they're
soul
actually in a
point.
decent
What
position
would be
to
their
fight
soul
for that,
point to
right?
come?
You know, to potentially take
The
this
third
dragon
dragon.
still. But now it is going to be no soul on the horizon for Energy. And Dignitas continue to take more and more. Look at this Baron buff.
Jesus.
Plus 4,400, and that's after all the kills they got in mid lane. So, you know, the entire run of play is probably like a 6,000 plus gold swing, if not more.
And that's even before the original Baron bait by Energy that was the failed engage. We didn't
Oh
even
my
get a
God,
replay
what
of this
happened?
comeback has been non-stop from Dignitas, clearing yet another turret.
5K.
That is one of the highest Baron power plays we've seen this year, and it couldn't come at a better time for Dig.
I mean, this gold graph, if you include that entire run of play, like the failed Baron bait, the pick in mid, into all of this, it is just going to be an absolute cliff That huge gold lead from Energy swinging all the way back to the other side.
Gonna look for this.
They are out on the map. They're looking for a pick, and they may have one on Isles.
Isles face checks, gets the Magna Storm. He might just
Zoning
be safe.
R,
The
it's
bullet
pretty
time is
good.
gonna zone the majority of the back line away.
It's
In
really good.
contrast, cannot pull Isles back
Oh,
into
got
the
him.
further
She has
pick.
flash. She's
Tempered
fine.
Fate just stops Sven in his tracks, but the Equalizer
Got
continues to
Joker's
push
TP.
Energy back.
Yeah, the Equalizer gets dropped down. I think Licorice thought they were looking for a re-engage on Sven as they do hit that ult, so the Equalizer is a whiff. At the end of the day, they do get the flash.
Okay, they got him. They got him.
They go back for another pick. This
Okay.
time it's successful for Energy. Isles is gone, and now the man advantage for Energy. There's no Baron to
Nothing's
play
up.
for another 2 minutes. We're going to take their advantages where they can get them.
To say that there's some nervy play happening right now would be an absolute understatement.
True.
That's back-to-back plays there by Isles where he gets picked.
Dude, just
the first
disable
time,
Palafox's
all
W
of his
key on
team's
every
ultimates
champion.
get burned to save him, and then he just does it again. He just continues to walk forward without vision, gets picked, and Energy needs to keep looking for that. The one thing that has been constant here in this game for Energy is Huhi and his ability to get picks. He's still deathless. They need to just be in the sneaky spots. That, like, look at the vision right now, actually. Energy has great vision on the top side of the map. So they need to keep going back to that play to now come back in the game that they'd previously be in control of.
Yeah, exactly. You know, go back to what got you in that lead in the first place, like you're saying, right? You know, who he has been
Think
so
Dig
good at
knows
finding
they're the
these
3K
picks.
gold
Isles
up.
has been struggling to get vision without dying. It has been a problem for him throughout this series.
I mean, they
Huhi,
can
as
calculate
I
it.
said, deathless,
They probably understand that they have
involved in
bounties.
Almost everything for the squad. Again, the carry's still strong.
I don't know if they know that.
For Energy, you
They
have
probably think the
Palafox
game's
now
even.
level 16, so has that rank 3 the ultimate. That's that big power
They
spike
have
that you
momentum.
look for. But on the other side, Jensen just finished his IE.
Yeah.
He's now on 4 items. He has had a really quiet game, got focused incredibly hard by Energy nonstop in the early game. It felt like everyone was coming from all angles. But he's been given away back into this game, so now it really is in his hands. He has the ability to carry this game from this position. A 2,000 gold lead on Zeri, 4 items. You've reached late game. There's no excuses. The early game pressure did not
App's
matter
awesome.
anymore.
Good damage to
You've got to
champions.
step up, and you've got to be able to get this across the finish line.
Richest player on
Zeri
the map.
is literally not playing
he
the
had
game.
been to 8 consecutive world
Look at
championships
this.
prior to
Zeri's
last
literally not
year.
playing the game.
He has not been strong in this meta, but now on the 80 carry after the poor early game, richest player in the game, and does actually
not
need
playing.
to perform to keep his team season alive. So that's the setup for Jensen. Let's see if Dig can pull it off.
The only member that is level 18. The
And he has 4
strongest
items.
person alive. Energy have to know that he is the prime target. The crux that could keep Dignitas alive.
They tagged him.
Tempered Fate. It finds Sven. He's in trouble. Spica turns right onto Palafox. Isles is trying to buy time in the back line.
Oh,
Neo
Contracts
Chaos
whipped
does
his
not land
ult.
on the Spica. He's fine. Jensen goes over the wall. The lightning crash, and now his targets are the 2 remaining, and he carries for Energy. Palafox runs away. FBI is able to gain space, but they're still on the run. Sven tries to look to slow them down
can
with
they
the
get Baron? I'm not
make
sure.
it rain, but Dignitas are going to be content with the pick onto Contracts.
But they can go to Baron because that's the jungler down here. They would have loved to get more. You know, Jensen flashing in there, forces out the flash from Palafox, the barrier from FBI as well. But now they can just start up the Baron. They got 20 seconds until jungler respawns.
Dokka's level 16 and Palafox is pretty strong at poking. They might think about fighting this
Dokka
one, but
has
it's
flash
so
ult.
hard to get in.
If they have
I
exhaust
think
up.
they will. If they give us up, it could be really bad. But if Dokka can get in the pit, there's potential to turn this around.
No.
Open call is going to force Dignitas off the Baron, and as long as it resets, that's great for Energy. Contracts now spawning back on the map, and Energy have diffused the Baron.
Yeah, I mean, they were really nervous. This is a level 16 cannon who is quite strong still.
I mean, they have
Does
exhaust,
those
though.
3 items. If you got flash ulted in the pit, you could get absolutely eviscerated. That could be the end of the series. So afraid to make that final mistake here, and now it's going to be about the setup for the Dragon. And Dig is late to that setup here because they did not actually reset. Jensen does have TP, but again, if you show up late, you could get picked walking in.
Jensen, this has been one of his tendencies over the years to hold his TP, greet another wave, and go in. And I think the most important thing in that last fight ended up being Jensen's flash in. He didn't get the kills that could have broke open the game, and
True.
now he has no flash to Kennen's flash in a potential fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Palafox on the same side, though. That was the trade. You know, he flashed in, forced that flash on him. Isles has flash. Spica has flash. Licorice has flash. So who can capitalize on the missing summoners from these key carries here? Really could decide this one. Dignitas knows they were late to that setup. They're not going to be able to do
ever
anything
win this
about
comp?
it. There
They
is
need
a
to
pick
get
in the
Rel
pit, though, so they can't
exhaust
even be
without
Baron
blowing
baiting,
Kid
because
and
there is a
Flash.
pick in the pit from Energy in the back of it, I do
That's it.
believe.
If they can get Rel
So
exhaust
Jensen
without
should be
blowing
okay.
Kid and
Got
Flash
caught by the group,
somehow.
but
If Contracts had Flash, I would imagine he would have sent it. But because there's no surefire way to close the distance on a flashless Jensen, they could not capitalize on the pick.
Man, who's going to win?
Oof.
I don't know.
I mean, this is just feeling like one of those series where there's going to be a massive
take a risk.
hero and a massive zero.
This is literally their season.
Really, who can step up in
You lose
these
this
final
game, your season
moments
is
and
literally
go
over.
big
You're
for their
on break.
team. Because one fight this late in the game really can be game-ending. If you have a wave pushing in your favor, if you get an ace, you might not even need the Baron. You could just walk it down and claim the series.
And it might be about keeping your heads, too, because we need to call a spade a spade. We've seen some individual big misplays that have led to giant swings in this game, and because the pressure of Game 5 and all the extra pressure outside of Game 5 applies to this game.
Yes. Any single team can go to Worlds if they win this playoffs, right?
Stay in their moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It is tough.
If you get first in playoffs, you go to Worlds, no matter what, right? So if Energy wins every game, they go to playoffs.
By the Baron,
or excuse me, Worlds.
For the last minute or so, they cleared out all the wards. They got that all down. Dig moving as 5. They have had Isles get picked a number of times as he was walking in for Vision. So this time they do it as a 5-man squad.
Yeah.
They have the bot wave pushing. No one has gone to answer that for quite some time because everyone knows a fight could break out and maybe the TP's too slow.
KFC today.
Dokla, though, is kind of sneaking in behind them. And if Dignitas doesn't get the info that he's over there, it could be catastrophic if they were to walk up.
FBI keeps landing the roots on Jensen, and Jensen has no cleanse, and there's no McHale's. It's so dicey.
I mean, FBI has been insane with those W's. It feels like he's hitting every single one instantly as soon as the damage is applied.
For Energy, they've been trying to constantly push for mid control and get Dokla a sneaky way into the jungle quadrant and look for that flank, but it's not paid off so far yet.
So, I mean, to check back in, we haven't talked about Licorice's items for a long time. Last time was when he actually just completed the Abyssal. Talked about solo AP, you need to be a threat. Now he has a Death Cap. Now he has a Shadow Flame. That's the kind of stuff that you really want to see in a solo AP game. There's going to be no MR at all on the other team besides
more caffeine?
a tiny little bit from Contracts, but that's about it. So those carries will be really vulnerable if you can get that proper equalizer, if you can follow up on something like a big
worth
engage
watching
from
or no?
or that
Not
ultimate
the first.
from Spica. It can be huge. I think Contracts really intelligent
just
to
this
go
one.
the route of grabbing these support items late.
Game
He grabs
3
the
wasn't
locket.
bad.
It's not really about you. It's about keeping your carries
Games
alive.
1 and 2 suck.
Double lock it, a little bit redundant, but still very important to deal with the equalizer. It does feel like this game is probably not going to have much happen until the next Drake. Energy being able to get that third Drake is
really big.
Quite huge, considering they were the weaker team at the time. It was just a matter of them being more cognizant of the respawn timer. For the time being, they are actually controlling some vision around Baron, so if they get a pick, they'll obviously take it, but I think it should come down to that next Drake.
It is interesting, though, because they're setting up a potential to maybe play for that Baron. You look
Guys
at their
are also
vision line,
scared.
it's all up on this top side, right? And then you look down on the bot side, there's no vision for them in the whole Dragon Quadrant. So there is potential that they can say, okay, we know you guys have to stop us from getting stole. You're going to go down there.
And trade.
Maybe we actually look for a trade. Those can be very risky because the Baron is, of course, much more tanky, and one person
I mean,
can
they do
control
it
the
so
Dragon
slow.
while the other 4 delay the Baron.
I think this Baron quite
But it
fast,
does feel
actually.
like, just based on where Energy are setting all their wards, they're at least considering that line of play.
You just got to be so terrified if all of Energy is in the pit and Licorice is the one that scouts and just throws a nasty equalizer with all of its ability power.
good
Tempered
reaction.
Fate does not land on the Spica. He dodges it, but Contracts is going to pursue for the play.
Oh,
Deadly
my
Flourish
God.
dodged by Spica, and Energy regain control.
I think his heart was like pounding out of his chest right there. 100%.
He wasn't window shopping.
100%.
He knew his recall was a little bit unsafe, and now they might be going for more.
Dokla is showing bot, so Dignitas knows they can try to force a play, get that TP out. They have not all the vision, though, knocked out, so there are some wards behind them they have to be really careful about. So they are moving down towards this Dragon. They want to play for that. Jensen try to control that vision and that minion wave in mid. And they're trying to scout out. You can see Licorice was hunting around. They didn't know if Dokla was behind them. Now they have a pretty good idea that he is not, but Energy, again, going up towards that Baron, as I was saying.
Exactly, and it looks like Dig would love to keep someone around that Drake, but the Baron has been started, so Dig have to move people up.
See him.
And that's fine.
Now,
They
this
do
is
it really
so risky.
slow.
If you commit to this and it goes bad, it's game over.
Bell has
season
flash.
over, but they're still hitting it.
9,000 HP on
This
the
is
Baron. Spica
dicey.
is starting to walk up now.
Licorice is going to solo the Dragon.
Licorice is going to try to solo the Dragon, but it's
Oh,
teleport
shit.
from Dokla. He finds
Oh!
Big Dog!
Oh!
Bullet time doesn't do a damn thing! And
It's
Spain is
Dokla,
fighting
dude!
away from the Tempered Fate, Energy maintain all 5 while Dignitas lose 2.
And I love what Energy's doing after this too, going to secure the soul rather than taking
It's Infernal
the
Soul.
They do not want Spica and Sven to be able to get this.
Energy are maintaining their composure in the highest stake game of this season, and they are pushing Dignitas around, maintaining
That's got to be over. Kinnan has, like, okay, the game ends now. Kinnan has Flash, and Rel does not have Exhaust. The game is over.
So long, and
Watch
then
this.
It is really
Game's
just
over.
all about that ward right there from Dokla. Dig tried to come back in and clear out all these wards.
Bard,
It's
bro.
impossible to get every
Bard
single
is
one,
able to
and
get
that
such
ward was the
deep
difference maker.
wards so
Licorice Face
safely.
checks, he gets bombed! Another big Dokes moment.
Bard
as
is
he
able to
gets
get
the shutdown
deep wards
onto Licorice.
so
Dignitas
safely you don't expect
down
that
2
to be warded.
members. Jensen
It's like when
spawning in
Speaker
8
recalled,
seconds. This
didn't expect
Baron
that to be
take
warded.
is not the
Didn't
fastest,
expect
but
that to be
no
warded
one from
either.
Dignitas can even challenge.
And these death timers are really long. Jensen just respawned now after the Soul and Baron had been taken, so Energy back in control.
And Energy are just going to keep pushing. They're not actually going to reset. They know that those respawns are so long, so they want to get as much done as they can on the map right now. They're going to walk up. The tier 2 top instantly dead.
Oh.
Jensen's gone.
Oh, big temper fade from Hui. Jensen has Flash, gets away from the Impale, stays alive, and now pops the Lightning Crash, but that is a lot of damage from Energy, pushing him back into the base.
He's so clutch, still making every play. Jensen's out of this fight. Energy's going to push hard.
Inhibitor turret will fall.
I mean, they can't
Inhibitor
do
will be
anything.
Next. Licorice spawns in 10 seconds. We'll see if Energy want to take their chances of pushing into the base, but they're going to back off for now and rotate to the mid lane.
Yeah, look at
He has
mid.
GA
Powerfox
too.
pushing that
Goodbye.
up. He has the GA now as well. Dignitas moving out as Dokla got knocked the wrong way from that blast cone, but it's going to be fine.
Rel still has no Flash.
Finally respawning. Gig going to try to hold on here.
They're
Speaker
timing
tries
it
to
for
engage on
sure.
the Palafox, but doesn't find the Vault Breaker. Dios míos, guys, this game is so crazy close. Energy have found the window where they are back in the lead after they threw it 20 minutes ago.
And it's this play, that ward, Dig trying to
Too much to
slow
sweep.
contest this Baron because Licorice wasn't even here for a potential
Three
fight.
down.
And Jensen just gets clean one shot to start this fight. Never a chance with the way he was positioned. That could be the play to break it open.
Yeah, that was massive from Dokla, and they're able to find the follow-up there. You could see multiple people flashing. Contracts flashed in, Hui flashed in. They all committed. They're saying, no way we let him get out of this. They are able to finish him off. They had the Impale there to follow. They had the slows from the Bard to follow as
took
well.
it a flash, but I thought
the
it
game
was
is
Ewasap.
not over just yet. There's a minute on the Baron. If they
Yeah.
can hold on for this,
Jesus.
it could come down to a potential Elder as well.
Because perfect timing on this gold graph.
Oh my God.
You just never know. You never know what's going to happen next. Baron buff, Infernal Soul, maybe even an Elder, might not matter because we also know that they're really squishy team comps on both sides. So no matter your gold lead, no matter your buffs, if you get caught in the wrong spot, you're gone. And that's going to be the fight decider. So Energy trying to make something happen here.
There's a flank attempt
Rel
from
has exhaust
Dignitas,
back up,
trying to
so
see
it-
if they can wait
yeah,
for
it's not
Energy
that
to
big of a
push
deal.
up. Spica is
Look at all
going
the
to
ward.
send it.
The
Palafox
ward, man.
has Flash. FBI is all the way in the back.
Okay, wait,
Spica sends it on
oh
the
my God, they
Dokla.
played that
He gets
perfectly.
rolled, but it's a massive impale.
That
Maybe
Rumble
Energy
is
can
melting.
survive.
Oh my God.
Valkyrie's over the wall, gets the
They
safety,
come
and
to
FBI
proc his
is able to
Banshees?
fire on back, and in the end, it's just a trade of kills.
Holy shit.
What a great engage from
These are
Dig, but this is the
50-second
problem.
death
Look at
timers
base.
in
They've
the
got
Baron
to
push.
defend the base. They can't actually get anything done off the back of it. They do
Lose
lose
the
the
tower.
Nexus tower. It's a good snap engage. It's a great kill immediately in onto Dokla. But
What
it's
is going
just
on,
that.
bro?
It's just
Cinema.
a kill. A little bit of gold here. They're going to
Cinema.
lose a tier 2. They're going to lose a Nexus tower. The Baron buff will expire, though, and I think this game is going to Elder. Unless there can be a pick prior to the Elder, it's going to be all about that. It's going to be about the setup for it. Here it is, one more time. Spica goes in, immediate engage, great follow-up from Miles, bullet time over the top. There was that denial from Hui pretty quickly on that bullet time, but still, the damage was done. They all got roasted from that, and thankfully the zap didn't connect on a Palafox, or he could have lost the GA.
And that's a crazy play by Spica that pays off because if they just find him a little bit early, pull back and kill him, that's at least 2 inhibitors gone for the team. They'd already lost the top inhibitor, and the bottom one would have been completely indefensible. So that risk pays off in keeping them kind of in this game, and it brings both of their carries to full build.
Yeah.
That is this is a
GA
reminder that we're super late.
huge.
We're 44 minutes in here.
And it's
double GA on
plus
NRG
for energy, right? So that is always really, really difficult. So not only do
This
you
is
have
Elder
to
fight,
win
it's
the
the
fight
whole game.
or get that
Holy
initial
shit.
pick, you now have to have enough going that you can be running over the fight and
I
kill
have to
them
go
as they
through river.
respawn, right? You have to be winning the rest of that fight. There is a GA over on Sven. Jensen does not have one. The Seeker is just now purchased up here by Licorice, as Jensen is now truly 6 items.
We got a Zephyr.
Boots. He has the Zephyr.
Oh, boy.
It's pretty rare to see in competitive people go this deep, but he's got 465 CS. I imagine
Oh, wait, he
Sven,
has
if this
Zephyr.
goes much longer, is going to swap over and try to grab a Zephyr himself. But man, this is true late game. Yes, the Infernal Soul does matter a lot, but honestly, when you get 40, 50 minutes into the game, the lethality is so high, you just instantaneously die that it's way more about execution than gold at this point.
I could not agree more, Leo. I thought we had seen the bloodiest and the most intense games of the series back-to-back in games 3 and 4. And the way that energy
All right,
started,
Elder
it seemed
spawning.
like it was just going to be a
Hope you
stomp.
guys don't
They
get
had the
ads,
game
by
in
the
their
way.
hands at
That'd
around
be.
20
I just
minutes,
realized.
but then
I'm sorry.
the series and sequence of disastrous moments for Energy gave Dignitas the window back, but now Energy are once again seemingly so close to winning.
You're kidding?
this series
No, they're not
and
off
keeping their
because
season
I
alive.
have 6 minutes because I forgot I was co-streaming
They
today.
might want to play for the Elder Dragon.
They might want to do a teleport play with Kennen when the Elder Dragon happens.
Here we go. Oh, the flash has got to be dead here. Null goes in for the counter engage. The bar ult was instant. I mean, that's cancel, but it f***ed up Kennen's flank.
But Energy still lead with the kills.
Get out here.
All 5 members still alive.
Oh, Rumble melts. Oh, this fight.
Cooks up the 80 carries of Energy.
Okay, but he gets him.
And Energy are falling. Dokla contracts trying
It's
to
over.
run for the hills. This could just be Licorice winning the game for Dignitas.
Oh my god, that play as they go in. Dokla went in for the ulti, but Hui had thrown his ulti first. Sven is going down
can
mid.
just
They're
force
gonna have
it
to
in
try to
because
take
they
the
have
Elder.
GA.
Hui and Dokla are back there. Their wave clear is very poor. They're really split on the decision making. They're walking back from the Dragon to mid over and over and over. And now they're going to
Okay, they're not going for the end.
Dragon here.
Sven thought it was endable.
That was really
It
bad,
wasn't.
bro.
Now,
Bard
actually,
ulted
Jensen
the
recalls and
MF
is
at
gonna
the
show
same
on
time
bot
as
wave, which might have given a window for
Bard
the Elder
insta
to be
ulted
contested.
MF
That's why Dokla's
instantly,
moving
like right
around
the second.
now.
But
Sven
Dokla used his
should
ult
be
on
able
that.
to secure this to give them Elder and then possibly Baron afterwards.
No flash, no ult on Dokla, so I don't think there's any way they could win that 2v2. If you walk over, you just die. But that is heartbreaking for Energy.
Oh my god.
The miscommunication on the timing there. If Dokla waited a split second longer, that is probably a game-ending play because Hui hit the double ult on the carries. If you get in on top, then pop the ulti, but he popped the ulti early.
Yeah,
and
it was
now they're in on
instant.
the
That
Baron.
Bard ult was
Contract
fast.
Spawning in 5.
If he didn't see it.
Palafox is on the map.
Dokla would love to go in. Licorice is about to show bot lane. I feel
ults
like
to
they
stall
probably
this, right?
give us up. Who he can ult it to delay a little bit.
Maybe. Tempered Fate right at
1200
1200 HP.
missile.
Palafox,
QW.
rocket.
Ooh, close.
Spica secures the Baron for Dignitas.
Alright, this has to be GG.
Energy down GAs on both of their marksmen for the next minute. That is going to be so tough. And Dignitas,
Oh my
once
God.
again, guys, have somehow
This
regained
fucking
control
game.
of this game.
I mean, this is just insanity. I really want to see that replay one more time around that previous fight before the Elder. That was insanity. And Energy have to hold the line now against Elder, but it's 1,000 times harder
There's
when
no
they also
way.
have Baron because now you can't just kill the waves and not fight.
We might not have time for this
There's
replay
no way
because
they can hold.
they're walking this minion wave up, and we know that Dokla could try and find a flank at any time.
No, they have exhaust
The
and rel.
lethality is so ridiculously high at this stage in the game. Looks like Dig is going to try and 5-man this top wave in.
They're going to try to dive. I think this is what this is signifying. They're not going to split. They're not going to be playing any sort of a silly game, but at the same time, if you mess up that dive, you can still get roasted here. Dokla's on the side, has no flash, and is now spotted.
Really big root right onto Dignitas. Spica is chunked.
Well,
Ball breakers back and away.
stolen.
The execute is always looming there as a threat. Energy have to be so careful about this defense.
Critically, Dig carries do have their flashes. There's no flash on Palafox or FBI, so that really is a big difference maker here. But Dig have got to choose their moment. They've got to go soon if they're going to do it here.
They are running out of time on that
30
Elder buff.
seconds.
Curtain call
Pulling
is
up.
popped. Tempered Fate buys some time. The Equalizer right on top of FBI.
Oh my God,
Oz
GG.
is trying to stall the fight, but who he falls.
Got
and
nothing
comes
off, it's
in
over.
back. Dignitas have 5 to 3. No GAs for the marksman of Energy. It all comes down to this. Season
Somebody
is
pull the
on
wave?
the line. Dignitas have a window to push as 5.
They have to wait for the next wave. They have to just wait for it. Baron's still up for a minute. Elder's going to be gone. FBI, Palafox, Dokla still have the Infernal buff.
They all
They're
have
gonna
flashes.
to make a
There's no
last
way.
stand.
Palafox, Dokla, and FBI. Can they pull out the Hail Mary? Spica sends it. Palafox is blown up. Dokla with the slicing maelstrom only finds one. It's it. Dignitas will push through. They dig deeper. They will
Oh my
bleed
God,
it
they
out,
won.
But Dignitas will not throw this season away.
Shit.
And they're taking their time somehow at the very end. What an unbelievable sequence and unbelievable series we just watched.
Absolute heartbreak.
Holy shit, bro.
And in one word for
Well,
Dignitas, it
I
has to be
predicted
relief
correctly
that they
again.
hang on.
I'm a
They
challenger
edge out
player.
Energy in a
Bro,
ridiculously
oh
close
my
series
God,
here.
what a
Back
game.
and forth all the way
Game
to
5,
the bitter end.
season's over.
The
Your
slimmest
team's
of
probably
margins making the
disbanding.
difference in these fights. They are
Jesus,
gonna
how
reap some of these
upset are they?
moments
A game
over
like
and
that.
over and over in their heads,
Oh
knowing
my
if
God.
only they did the smallest thing different. If they changed one thing here, one thing there, the series could have gone the other way. But at the end of the day, Dig season continues. They'll move forward.
And we're going to be joining Kobe on stage for the interview with a triumphant Dignitas.
Jesus.
Season on the line, game 5. Walk me through the final moments here.
Oh, that was so low, it's unbelievable. I don't know, bro. I have this like feeling like I can't like stand straight right now. It's like
Honestly, that was a crazy game. Going back and forth.
That's one way to describe it, yeah.
Multiple throws in that game. Multiple throws in that game. But what, as you look forward in the gauntlet, is going to be your goals here for Dignitas? You have either 100 Thieves or Team Liquid coming next.
Yeah, we need Jesus, I think. I don't know, bro. It's like a little demoralizing to play games like this where like you're so doomed you can't win unless they find a way to mess up. But honestly, like we have really good scrims this week, and I thought the way the first game went and third game went was how I was going to go the whole week. But it's not really how it worked out on stage. But I really thought we had found some sort of like improvement from last week in scrims this week. So I was a lot more confident than this showed.
Is there anything in particular from this last week that you guys really feel like you improved on?
I just feel like last couple weeks our mid games were super bad. They're also bad today. But in scrims, I feel like we're making progress slowly, so I felt really confident. But then just today, I think we just had to like man up a little bit and just send it. We're playing champs like Vi and Rumble and Rel. We just need to just flash in and just go. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It's how it is, right?
Well, there is some magic to the gauntlet, to the lower brackets. Do you think that this is going to be the spark for Dig season?
I don't know, bro. I didn't see 100 Thieves played.
I really do believe we have something that's
If
special.
100 Thieves beats
we'll be
if Team
there.
Liquid beats 100 Thieves, obviously, there's no way Dig
All right,
beats
they're still
100
looking for the
Thieves.
spark this week in scrims. It's going to be there. Dignitas, congratulations on the win. We're going to send it up.
Wow.
Good stuff.
Thank you, Kobe and Sven. I like
series
how honest
actually
he was
played out.
there, though, right? Like, he was like, scrims went great.
Oh my God, bro. Oh my God. That's wild.